Chapter 241. Greetings, Mr. Qin. As the woman's cold voice echoed, everyone present was stunned. This was Ninth Prison, with its impenetrable walls and seemingly unbreakable defenses. And yet, this woman had just kicked the main gate open? Who is it? Qin Tianci recovered from his shock and shouted in alarm. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed from within the dust cloud, and then Summer Purple swaggered out, her cat-like steps accompanied by her voice. It seems we've given you, the four great clans, too much face over the years. You're getting more and more arrogant, thinking you can do as you please. You even dare to touch him. The moment she appeared, both Qin Tianci and Lu Shuzhen's pupils constricted. Lu Shuzhen involuntarily exclaimed, "You are Summer Purple?" This shocked the minds of everyone present. Qin Tianci's pupils shrank to a pinprick as he stared at the captivating beauty, feeling as if his heart had stopped. Even his words stuttered, as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Summer? What brings you here?" Summer Purple clasped her hands to her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with contempt as she surveyed everyone present. Her powerful aura made everyone's hearts tremble. "Qin Tianci, are you surprised to see me?" Her calm tone made Qin Tianci's head buzz and his scalp tingle. At this moment, Hong Li foolishly stepped forward, pointing at Summer Purple and yelling obscenities. "Yo, a slut has arrived. What's the matter? Seeing that we brothers are lonely, you've come to serve us?" Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Tianci slapped him across the face. "Shut your mouth, you idiot. Do you know who she is?" Hong Li was dumbfounded by the slap and couldn't help asking, Who is she?" Qin Tianci almost fainted. How could he have picked such an idiot to help him with his plan? The warden of the capital prison, the one known as the Blood Rose, Summer Purple. Boom. Upon hearing this, the faces of Hong Li and all the other inmates changed drastically, their minds exploding. They might not know Summer Purple, but they certainly knew the capital prison. And what about the nickname Blood Rose? She was the #1 female war god under the Underworld king, the warden of the capital prison. And now she had appeared here? Lu Shuzhen stepped forward and asked, Miss Summer, what brings you here?" Summer Purple looked at Lu Shuzhen with an arrogant air, not replying. Instead, she locked her eyes on the man who was smoking calmly, that figure she had been longing for. Her tone changed to a coquettish one. "Master, why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? I'm here to avenge you." "Master?" Everyone's jaws dropped, watching Summer Purple's flirtatious behavior and hearing her sickeningly sweet voice. Who was her master? Who had the right to be this woman's master? Just then, Qin Tianci chuckled and said, "It's been too long since I was out. I missed home, so I came to play." "Everyone?" The moment he spoke, everyone turned to look at him, each of their faces showing a look of shock. This kid, is he Summer Purple's master? Tisk! Before they could recover, Summer Purple spat out an annoyed sound, saying with a hint of resentment, "How can this shitty place be worthy to be called your home? Aren't I good enough for you to miss? Isn't I good enough to be nostalgic for?" Qin Tianci smiled. It's good to change things up every now and then. Upon hearing this, the resentment in Summer Purple's eyes grew deeper. Then, she looked at Lu Shuzhen, who was already petrified, and asked, "Is it because of this woman surnamed Lu?" Qin Tianci paused. "You've misunderstood. I don't believe you." Summer Purple's resentment turned to jealousy. "It's clear that this woman doesn't know what's good for her, daring to imprison you, master. A worthless slut who doesn't know what she's dealing with. I'm going to tear her down right now." Lu Shuzhen shuddered and instinctively tried to explain. "Miss Summer, you've misunderstood. Shut up." Summer Purple cried out angrily. "You have no right to explain to me." Then she walked to Qin Tianci, passing by everyone's pale faces. "A mere 3-star knight dares to imprison my man. Do you know the magnitude of what you've done? What is the Dragon Law Hall? I've given that little bastard Bei Xian too much respect. And the rest of you from the 4 great clans, don't even think about leaving peacefully today." Qin Tianci watched Summer Purple go on a rampage, shaking his head helplessly. He then sighed at the already pale-faced Qin Tianci and Lu Shuzhen. "I warned you long ago. Now look what you've done. You've provoked her. You're on your own now." Qin Tianqi's heart was filled with terror. He asked in shock, "You little bastard, what is your relationship with her? Don't think that bringing Summer Purple here will help you escape your crimes." "I, little bastard?" Summer Purple's eyes widened. and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire prison. Chun, Zhen, Quan, it seems you're courting death. Chun Zhenquan, regaining his composure, forced himself to remain calm and gritted his teeth. Summer Purple, you're the warden of the capital prison, and the first female war god under Lord Underworld. This little bastard killed 4 masters of the Liao family and killed so many people in the prison. He has committed enormous crimes. Are you going to protect him as well? Summer Purple laughed scornfully. Protect him? Even if he killed all of you, you would deserve it. Hearing this, Chun Zhenquan's heart trembled, but he still refused to back down. Haha, is this the warden of the capital prison's position? This is 9th prison, not your capital prison. Here, I am the one in charge. Oh, really? Summer Purple was amused by this. She was angry, completely furious. Since you claim this is your territory, then I'll show you whether I can tear down this 9th prison. Come out. Boom, boom, boom. The moment she finished speaking, the ground in the entire 9th prison began to shake. What's happening? Chun Zhenquan panicked. The next moment, a large group of people rushed out of the gate, each with a strange smile. A small 9th prison dares to touch our boss, utterly courting death. Ha ha ha, I've been itching for a fight for ages. Today, I'm going on a killing spree. A bunch of ants without a clue. Seeing this crowd rushing in, the faces of all the inmates present turned pale. Some even almost fainted from fear. The Lord of 100-Mile Demons? The Butcher? Mad Wolfly. My God, these are all the monstrous criminals of the past. Summer Purple has brought all the inmates from the capital prison? They're insane. Completely insane. Is this a rebellion? However, these notorious criminals did not begin a rampage when they stormed in. Instead, they stood in an orderly line, like well-trained soldiers. But when they saw Qin Tianci, all the inmates from the capital prison knelt down and shouted, shaking the heavens. Capital prison. 1,800 criminals. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Chapter 242. What a display. This scene. Everyone stopped breathing. A pin drop could have been heard. Everyone present had their mouths open, their jaws practically on the floor, staring in disbelief at the incredible scene. Greetings, Mr. Qin? Who is Mr. Qin? Chun Zhenquan and Lu Shuzhen's hearts were trembling, as if their understanding of the world was being shattered by an invisible force. Who were they bowing to? Even a fool could tell. How many people with the surname Qin were there? Lu Shuzhen stared with wide eyes at Qin Tianci, and a feeling of unprecedented terror rose in her heart. At that moment, Qin Tianci stamped out his cigarette, his gaze indifferent as he spoke calmly. Who allowed you to come out? As soon as the words were spoken, the faces of the inmates who had come from the capital prison paled. They didn't dare breathe and knelt on the ground silently. Summer Purple said, Master, don't blame them. I told them to come. Nonsense. Qin Tianci said calmly. As the warden of the capital prison, you should know the consequences of releasing these people. Are you aware of the impact that would have? His tone was not angry, but it contained undeniable majesty. But Summer Purple showed no fear and instead stuck out her tongue playfully. It's all for you. Who would dare to cause trouble? Besides, you being imprisoned in 9th prison is something no one can tolerate. Then, the playful look on her face turned into one of cold, dignified arrogance. She stared at Qin Zhenquan and said, A mere 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. You can tolerate him, but I can't. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhenquan's heart gave a jolt, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. All his previous arrogance was replaced by fear. The Dragon Law Hall had enormous power, but compared to the vast number of desperados here, that power was as weak as a piece of white paper. He had never expected such a small thing, that a little punk would cause such a big disturbance. These were all the inmates of the capital prison, and Summer Purple had not only brought them to trash 9th prison, but they had also followed her respectfully. They showed no signs of causing trouble. He was not an idiot. Summer Purple alone could never control so many villains. The only explanation was that these villains feared not her, but Qin Tianci. How was that possible? Thinking about this, Chun Zhenquan was filled with disbelief. A young man in his mid-20s, how? How could he do it? Mr. Qin, please don't blame the warden. As soon as we heard you were imprisoned in 9th prison, even if the warden hadn't let us out, we would have broken out to avenge you. What the hell? This godforsaken place dared to lock you up? I'd burn it down if they dared to lock me up, let alone you. Bah. At that moment, one of the inmates got up and thumped his chest, swearing. His words were filled with reverence for Qin Tianci. That's right. It's nothing to do with the warden. We wanted to come ourselves. Those assholes didn't have the brains they were born with. They're better off without them in their crotches. Imprisoning you is like slapping us in the face. Don't worry, we will help you vent your anger. We'll go back ourselves afterward, and we'll absolutely not cause trouble. Seeing the figures rising from the crowd, some with keen eyesight recognized them and exclaimed in terror. Isn't that Mr. Impermanence? Holy crap. He's the ruthless man with thousands of lives on his hands. He is also here. Who the hell is this Mr. Qin? Why are these villains so respectful of him? This is insane. This is really insane. At this moment, Hongli, who had been slapped several times by Qin Tianci, had been searching for the figure of the Lord of 100-Mile Demons. But when he finally found him, he discovered that the Lord of 100-Mile Demons was standing at the very back. He was acting submissive and didn't even have a chance to speak. In an instant, his mind exploded. A hard-to-suppress fear rose from the soles of his feet and enveloped his entire body. It's over. It's over. Who did I provoke? Over the mountain dragon, who had regretted everything, was completely dumbfounded when he saw Summer Purple had brought more than 1,800 villains to support Qin Tianci. These were not just 1,800 ordinary subordinates. The people who had appeared in Ninth Prison today were all individuals who could have been kings in the outside world. Any one of them could easily amass a force of at least 100 or 1,000. If these people were in the outside world, they could easily cause chaos and start wars. And now, they were all kneeling respectfully before Qin Tianci, humbling themselves. This could never be a performance. Over the mountain dragon was filled with an unprecedented sense of terror. He thought about how, a few hours ago, Qin Tianci had killed some of his men in front of him. If he hadn't been quick-witted, he would have probably been a pile of bones by now. What was a real boss? This was a real top boss. All the people he'd flattered and sucked up to were nothing but trash compared to him. What was a real display? This was a real display. All the villains from the capital prison came to another prison, led by their warden, to save their boss. In the 5,000 years of the Dragon Country's history, Qin Tianci was probably the first. Qin Tianci saw that these criminals were speaking up for Summer Purple and sighed helplessly. Then, with his hands in his pockets, he said leisurely, I know you all wouldn't dare to do anything out of line. Upon hearing that, all the criminals smiled sheepishly, their faces filled with ingratiating expressions. Summer Purple, seeing that he was no longer blaming her, let out a sigh of relief. She took Qin Tianci's arm and said with a smile, Let's go, master. We can leave this place to them to wreck. You don't need to do it yourself. Qin Tianci looked at the submissive woman and tapped her nose with his finger. I was going to play a little more. What a disappointment. Then, under the shocked gaze of Qin Zhenxuan and Lu Shuzhen, he swaggered towards the exit. However, when he passed by Lu Shuzhen, he stopped and smiled mischievously. Warden Beauty, I told you, if I wanted to leave, no one could stop me. Do you believe me now? But you're not a bad person. At least you've upheld your principles in this situation. Just based on this, you're better than some people. Lu Shuzhen trembled. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Tianci was complex. But before she could speak, Summer Purple snorted coldly. Warden Lu, I can overlook what happened today, but Summer Purple won't. You'd better take care. Then she suddenly raised her hand and swung it harshly. Slap. A slap landed out of nowhere on Qin Zhenxuan's face, and then Summer Purple's murderous voice rang out again. You trash. Just looking at you annoys me. Sooner or later, I'll destroy all of you from the 4 great clans. Qin Zhenxuan? Qin Zhenxuan was completely dumbfounded by the sudden slap. He covered his face and looked at Summer Purple and Qin Tianci, who were swaggering out, his shock gradually turning to rage. Just as they were about to step out of the door, he suddenly yelled, Execution squad. If anyone dares to take another step, shoot them immediately. Kill them on the spot. No mercy at all. Chapter 243, Qin Zhenxuan's Descent into Madness. With Qin Zhenxuan's roar, everyone was shocked. Even the riot police who had rushed over looked at each other in confusion, as if saying, Dude, do you even hear what you're saying? Anyone here could take down the entire 9th prison, yet you want us to aim our guns and shoot them? Isn't this like having a small, weakling command a horde of giants to go after someone? Seeing that they did not react, Chen Zhenchuan, with a menacing expression, roared, "You idiots, can't you understand a word I'm saying? Get your guns ready. If anyone dares to leave this place, shoot them on the spot." Upon hearing this, the riot police finally snapped out of their shock. Seeing that Qin Zhenchuan was not joking, they hesitated and raised their guns, pointing them at Qin Tianci and the others. Seeing this, Summer Purple's expression became grim. She had not expected Qin Zhenchuan to refuse to give up even now. Did he really think Summer Purple was a name to be trifled with? Chen Zhenchuan, are you going to keep creating a conflict? But Chen Zhenchuan had thrown aside his previous caution. His mind was filled with uncontrollable rage. Summer Purple, you are the warden of the capital prison and the first female war god under the Underworld king. How dare you openly challenge the laws of the Dragon Country? How dare you abuse your power in front of everyone, breaking the law, and openly lead these criminals to cause a jailbreak? You're rebelling. I, Chen Zhenchuan, am a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. I will execute this criminal surnamed Qin according to the law. This is the law, and it is the way of justice. You have no right to stop me. Upon hearing his words, the coldness in Summer Purple's eyes deepened, and the corners of her mouth curled into a cruel smile. Is that so? Then let me tell you, I will take him today, no matter what. What are you going to do about it? Chen Zhenchuan was unmoved and unafraid. What will I do? I, Chen Zhenchuan, swear by the Dragon Law Hall that today, if anyone dares to take one step out of here without my permission, they will be killed without mercy. Ha ha ha. But Summer Purple laughed out loud, her laughter filled with derision. Chen Zhenchuan frowned. What are you laughing at? Summer Purple stopped laughing, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. It seems that after these years, while I was at the capital prison, you old fools have forgotten about me. By yourself? The moment she said this, all the inmates of the capital prison stood up, cracking their knuckles, looking like they would cause a riot and level the entire place at any moment. Seeing the way these people were acting, Chen Zhenchuan's heart trembled. It was impossible for him not to feel fear. But he knew that he could not retreat right now. If he backed down, the authority of the Dragon Law Hall would plummet to an all-time low, and his own family's reputation, as well as his own, would be completely destroyed. This was something he could not accept. Then, Chen Zhenchuan pointed his finger at Qin Tianci and roared. This criminal killed the 4 heroes of the Liao family for no reason, disregarded national law, and dared to instigate you to commit a jailbreak, disrupting prison order. His crimes are unforgivable. But Summer Purple laughed scornfully. Let alone killing 4 members of the Liao family, even if he destroyed the Liao family or even your 4 great clans. So what? Who would dare to punish him? I dare. Chen Zhenchuan's eyes were filled with rage. The Liao family's contributions over the years are clear to all. He rose up to kill without reason. If we don't punish him, who would believe? In the Dragon Law Hall? Who would dare to trust the 4 great clans? You cannot bear the consequences of such a thing, and no one can. What a joke. Summer Purple retorted. A mere Liao family. It's not like you're that close to them. You're just using a borrowed blade to kill someone, using this opportunity to promote your Dragon Law Hall and the 4 great clans. Stop with the lies. At this point, Summer Purple was determined to kill. She stared at Chen Zhenchuan and said, word by word, Chen Zhenchuan, this is my last warning. If you dare to stop me today, there is only one end for you. You die, and the Chen family will be wiped out. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhenchuan laughed hysterically upon hearing this. The Chen family is a century-old family in the Dragon Country. Our men are everywhere. You are just a servant girl by the side of the Underworld king. How dare you threaten the Chen family? What do you think you are? Then, he personally took out his gun, aiming it at Qin Tianci and Summer Purple, his expression extremely arrogant. Summer Purple, you can't protect him. I said so. As he said this, Summer Purple had already run out of patience. She took a deep breath and said, You're really asking for death? Slap. But as soon as she spoke, a figure suddenly leaped out of the crowd of capital prison inmates and slapped Chen Zhenchuan across the face. Chen Zhenchuan flew backward, landing hard on the ground. His gun also fell. Chen Zhenchuan's head was spinning and, looking up, he did not see who had attacked him. He roared in anger and humiliation. Who? Who the hell hit me? Slap. Before he could finish yelling, another slap came down. Chen Zhenchuan still did not see who did it. You idiot. I am a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. Slap. Another slap. Several of Chun Zhenchuan's teeth were knocked out. Ah, damn it. Who did it? Show yourself. Slap, 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 slap. A series of slaps landed on his face, the crisp sounds ringing out. In just a few moments, Qin Zhenchuan's face was already bruised and swollen. But he still couldn't see who was attacking him. The endless humiliation caused him to scream in rage. Damn it! How dare you hit me? You are courting death. Summer Purple mocked him, saying, if you can't see, go get treated. Stop embarrassing yourself here. What a joke. She then turned to Qin Tianci. Master, let's go. It's an insult to you to get caught up with such trash. You can't leave. At that moment, Chun Zhenchuan was covered in blood, with teeth missing and his face twisted with rage, causing his expression to become maniacal. Then, he took out a button from his pocket and pressed it down. The next moment, the ground in ninth prison began to shake. Above everyone's heads, a huge cannon hole appeared, aimed at everyone present. Upon seeing this monstrous weapon, Lu Shuzhen cried out in terror. Chun Zhenchuan, have you gone mad? This is an annihilation cannon. Do you want to kill everyone here? Those who insult my Chun family. Those who kill the collateral members of my family. Those who defy the law in public. You all deserve to die. Qin Zhenchuan was now blinded by rage and completely disregarded the lives of all the innocent people present. This scene made Qin Tianci narrow his eyes, his expression turning dangerous. He spoke indifferently. Chun Zhenchuan, do you want to bring the Qin family to eternal damnation? Eternal damnation? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chun Zhenchuan became even more furious. You ignorant fool. How dare you offend the Dragon Law Hall, offend my Qin family, and still dare to say such arrogant words. Today, I will see how you are going to bring my Chun family to eternal damnation. Then he was about to press the button in his hand. But at that moment, a man's majestic voice echoed from the door. Chun Zhenchuan, if you want to make the Qin family disappear with you, then press the button. Chapter 244. The Annihilation Cannon. As the shout echoed through the entire plaza, everyone thought Qin Zhenchuan would stop. But instead, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he shouted in fury. No matter who comes today, you all have to die. Beep. As he pressed the button in his hand, the black cannon muzzle above suddenly flashed with a myriad of white lights that frantically gathered at the center. A huge energy ball formed, filled with violent energy, and sent the entire ninth prison into a whirlwind. You're mad. You've completely lost your mind. Lu Shuzhen's face turned pale as she screamed. Chun Zhenchuan, how deep is your relationship with the Liao family? Are you going to drag so many people with you to be buried alive? Chun Zhenchuan laughed coldly, disregarding everything. The Liao family is a small matter, the Dragon Law Hall is a big matter, and the Qin family is everything. I will never allow anyone to tarnish the Chun family's prestige. No one. All of you. Die. You madman. Chun Zhenchuan's madness had frightened Lu Shuzhen out of her wits. She started running out without saying anything. However, halfway there, she suddenly noticed that Qin Tianci was standing still, his face calm, completely indifferent to the impending disaster. Lu Shuzhen yelled, "What are you still standing there for? Run. The annihilation cannon needs a minute to gather energy. It's still not too late to run now." But before she could finish, Chun Zhenchuan shouted to the riot police. "Block the door. If anyone dares to leave this place, shoot them immediately. That's an order." Chun Zhenchuan. Lu Shuzhen yelled angrily. "Those are all innocent soldiers. You want to die, so why drag everyone else with you?" Chun Zhenchuan sneered, unmoved. "My orders. Who dares to disobey?" "You madman." Lu Shuzhen cursed angrily, but she couldn't do anything. Once the annihilation cannon was activated, no one could stop it. However, as she was about to leave, she saw that Qin Tianci was still unmoved. Instead, he calmly took out a cigarette, and Summer Purple took out a lighter to light it for him. At that moment, Lu Shuzhen realized that not only had he not run, but Summer Purple hadn't either. Even the more than 1,000 criminals from the capital prison who had come to save him hadn't run. They were all calmer than anyone else, as if the annihilation cannon was fake. On the other hand, the other inmates in ninth prison had turned pale at the sight of this, and were running in all directions, desperate to escape. Their reactions were a stark contrast to the attitude of the capital prison inmates. It was just when she was in a daze that the annihilation cannon's energy had gathered successfully, ready to fire. "It's over." Lu Shuzhen felt her mind explode. She was going to be buried alive with Chen Zhenxuan. Just as everyone was in despair, Qin Tianci calmly stepped forward. He looked up at the deadly weapon above, puffed out some smoke, and smiled. The Annihilation Cannon, such a nostalgic weapon. But I didn't expect it would be used on our own people this time. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears, almost drowning out the hissing of the Annihilation Cannon. Chen Zhenxuan was shocked that Qin Tianci knew about such a high-level weapon. This weapon had been credited in many battles for its nuclear-like power and its rapid energy-gathering speed. Even those with the power of grandmasters had to be wary of it. Although the Annihilation Cannon in Ninth Prison was a scaled-down version, it was by no means something that ordinary martial artists could ignore. Ha ha ha, since you know the power of this cannon, then let's all die together. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the Annihilation Cannon, having successfully gathered energy, fired a blinding white light. A heavy blast was launched, the powerful energy fluctuations and terrifying flames instantly engulfing the entire Ninth Prison. In an instant, everyone felt the heat growing closer, their hearts filled with despair. Just when they thought they were going to be reduced to ashes by the Annihilation Cannon, Qin Tianci slowly raised his hand, opened his palm, aimed it at the white light coming down, and said softly, "Suppress." Boom! Another earth-shattering roar. The white light that struck Qin Tianci's palm turned the entire scene into a sea of white. Fear, despair, rose in the hearts of everyone present. Chen Zhenxuan's insane, ferocious smile was also swallowed by the white light. Rumble. The explosion shook Ninth Prison. The white light, like a spreading halo, shot outwards in all directions, starting from the center of the prison, and then disappeared into the sky. It was unknown how long had passed before the white light at the center gradually faded. Lu Shuzhen's eyes, which had been tightly shut, trembled open, and a sense of illusion washed over her. She wasn't dead? How was that possible? Under the Annihilation Cannon, who could survive? But when she saw the silhouette in the center who was still standing upright while her mind was still hazy, Lu Shuzhen's breathing grew rapid. At that moment, Qin Tianci was raising one hand, having used an unknown method to suppress the energy of the Annihilation Cannon in his hand. If the energy had been like a raging tiger, it was now like a docile kitten, as if it was completely harmless. Lu Shuzhen was dumbfounded. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never heard of anyone being able to suppress the energy of the Annihilation Cannon. This was far beyond her understanding. The others were slowly recovering their wits after their near-death experience, but they were just as dumbfounded at the scene. He caught the Annihilation Cannon? How is this possible? I must be dead, and that's why I'm hallucinating. What kind of person is this kid? Everyone gazed in shock and disbelief at the scene in front of them, muttering unconsciously. When Chen Zhenxuan saw that Qin Tianci had caught the Annihilation Cannon's blast with just one hand, his insane smile completely disappeared. His face was filled with pale horror. He had never imagined that anyone could use only their physical body to nullify the attack of an Annihilation Cannon. He had been a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall for so many years, and he had never heard of or seen anything like it. You. Looking at Qin Tianci, who stood there as if he were a god, with a calm look on his face, Chen Zhenxuan's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't even breathe properly. Summer Purple, as well as the inmates of the capital prison who had come with her, had been mentally prepared, but when they saw Qin Tianci's ability to suppress the Annihilation Cannon with his own hands, only one thought emerged in their minds. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. At that moment, Qin Tianci had a cigarette in his mouth. He had one hand suppressing the energy ball of the Annihilation Cannon, while his eyes surveyed everyone from a high position. His gaze finally landed on Chen Zhenxuan. Although he was calm, he was emanating kingly power that could not be concealed. Chen Zhenxuan felt his legs weaken. He took a step back involuntarily. Who exactly are you? Qin Tianci's gaze was as sharp as ice, and he said indifferently, I told you. You are not worthy to know. Chapter 245. Who is the king? Guards. Someone. Kill him now. Chen Zhenxuan, upon hearing Qin Tianci's contemptuous words, had completely lost his mind and was pointing at Qin Tianci, shouting loudly. But the riot police around him were looking at each other, not reacting at all. Seeing this, Chen Zhenxuan roared, Are you trying to disobey my orders? Go on. Kill him. The riot police looked at each other, then all lowered their weapons. Everyone had seen Qin Tianci try to kill them all. Now, he wanted them to die for him. That was pure delusion. Seeing that they were ignoring him, Qin Tianci angrily yelled, "Are you all deaf? I'm a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall. Don't you even listen to my orders?" Summer Purple, seeing this, gave a mocking laugh. As a superior, to use your subordinates as sacrifices without a reason, you'd be skinned alive in our black devil. The moment she said that, Qin Tianci's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned to look at Summer Purple and asked, his voice trembling, What did you just say? Black devil?" Summer Purple looked at him with disdain. Then, clasping her hands to her chest, she said loudly, "Since you're all here, why are you still hiding? You so-called big shots, is that all you've got?" Qin Tianci did not know who Summer Purple was referring to, but when he was trying to use the annihilation cannon for mutual destruction, he had vaguely heard the shouts of others. As Summer Purple finished speaking, the dust outside gradually cleared. Everyone turned their gaze to the gate, where a large hole that had been smashed open was tens of feet high. A large group of people were rushing in. National Director Song Jing, leading 3,000 National Military Council soldiers to aid the king. Imperial General Qin Biao, leading 5,000 Imperial Guards to aid the king. National Security Bureau Minister Qiu Shanghua, with the National Security Protection Team, to aid the king. The earth-shattering announcements echoed through the entire 9th prison. Each word landed in the ears of everyone present, causing them to tremble. Some even cried out in terror. The National Military Council? That's the council in the capital that monitors the officials. Why are they here? And the Imperial Guards. They're the guards who protect His Majesty. They haven't left the capital for more than a decade. Their every movement is something that shocks the world. Why are they here? My God, the National Security Bureau. That's the secret organization that protects the Dragon Country. What's going on? Has the sky fallen? These 3 names were all as thunderous as each other, each one familiar to every Dragon Country citizen. Usually, these 3 organizations did not interfere with each other and kept each other in check. Even when the Emperor called a meeting, it was not guaranteed that they could get all 3 forces together. There was even a saying among the people that they would only join forces when the country was on the brink of life and death. Yet now, they were all in 9th prison at the same time. Wasn't this the end of the world? Most importantly, a very critical word had been heard from these 3 great forces. Aiding the king? Who was the king? Who was qualified to be their king? Everyone present was shocked beyond belief and could not calm their surging emotions. Lu Shuzhen stared blankly at the large forces pouring in. Her gaze was locked on the 3 people who were walking towards them at the front. National Security Bureau Minister Qiu Shanghua, Imperial General Qin Biao, National Military Council Director Song Jing. Others might not know the weight of these 3 people, but as a member of one of the 4 great clans, Lu Shuzhen knew them better than anyone. Any one of these 3 men could stomp their feet and cause chaos in the Dragon Country. And now, they had all come together? What was so special about 9th prison? Qin Tianci's fear at that moment was no less than Lu Shuzhen's. He looked at the 3 men walking toward him, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and had already lost his mind. On the other hand, Qin Tianci smiled coldly after seeing these 3, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented coldness. The 3 men, noticing Qin Tianci's strange gaze, felt their hearts clench. The next moment, Qin Biao took a big step forward, pointed angrily at Qin Tianci and roared, "Qin Tianci, do you know your crime?" Qin Tianci trembled violently. His mind went completely blank. General Qin, why are you here?" Qin Biao was hot-tempered by nature. Seeing that Qin Tianci had no concept of what he had done, he was furious. He stepped forward, kicking Qin Tianci to the ground, shouting, "I'm asking you, do you know your crime?" Qin Tianci was a little confused. Although he was a 3-star knight in the Dragon Law Hall, and also a respected member of the Qin family, he was no match for this veteran general, who had made countless military achievements for the Dragon Country. He could not understand why he had angered these 3, nor why the general was berating him. Had he broken a heavenly law? General Qin, I know. Your subordinate. What crime has your subordinate committed? You still don't know your crime? I'll fuck you up. Qin Biao's words were as vulgar as they were direct. He rushed forward and began kicking him again, hitting him so hard that Qin Tianci cried out in pain. After a while, he felt tired of hitting him. He turned to look at Song Jing and Qiu Shanghua, cursing, "You two cowards, this bastard has committed such a big crime. It is your fault and encouragement that led to all this. Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Upon hearing this, the faces of Song Jing and Qiu Shanghua changed. Even these two, who were usually so composed, could no longer keep up their appearances. They also charged forward and started beating Qin Tianci. The sounds of Qin Tianci's screams echoed through the entire ninth prison, and everyone was dumbfounded. These three were the top leaders of the Dragon Country, but now they were beating Qin Tianci like street thugs. This was an extremely rare sight. Qin Tianci was soon bruised and battered. The pain all over his body made him unable to endure any longer, and he roared, "Stop! What are you doing? I am acting according to the law. Why are you treating me like this?" "Oh, acting according to the law? I think you are tired of living." It would have been better if he had not resisted, but his resistance enraged Qin Biao. He pulled out the sword at his waist and stabbed it directly into Qin Tianqi's shoulder. Qin Tianci screamed in pain again, but his words were still filled with unwillingness. "You are the guardians of the Dragon Country, but you are bullying the Dragon Law Hall. You are breaking the law. I'll fuck your mother." Qin Biao pulled out his sword again and plunged it into his right arm. "With everything you've done, I can chop you into pieces right now, and no one would dare to say anything. How did the Chun family raise such an idiot?" Qin Tianci hysterically retorted, "What crime did I commit? This bastard killed the grandmasters of the Liao family and dared to break out of prison. You're not upholding the law, but you're helping the wicked." "Upholding the law for you?" Song Jing looked at Qin Tianci with a look of disbelief, then walked in front of him, his old eyes filled with a fierce gleam. "Who is the law? You?" Qin Tianci felt Song Jing's killing intent, his heart dropping. "Old Song, what do you mean?" Song Jing raised his hand indifferently and pointed it towards Qin Tianci in the crowd. He said word by word, "Do you know who he is?" Chapter 246. We are not qualified either. Who is he? Qin Tianci, hearing Song Jing's sudden question, was stunned for a moment before asking, "You don't even know who he is? How dare you capture him and bring him here?" Song Jing glared at Qin Tianci, his old face turning fierce. Qin Tianci was a little confused, but he reacted and yelled again, "Even if he is the heavenly king, if he breaks the law, he must be punished. What's more, he killed so many people of the Liao family. His crime is unforgivable. I must convict him and avenge the 4 Liao brothers." Hearing this, Qiu Shanghua stepped forward and stared at him coldly. "Convict him? Qin Tianci, are you qualified?" Qin Biao raised his hand and slapped him across the face. "You still dare to try and convict him? Do you want me to kill you?" At that moment, Song Jing spoke indifferently. "Qin Tianci, don't think we don't know what kind of shady dealings your Qin family has been doing with the Liao family. Your relationship with the Liao brothers is not that close. You are not qualified to convict him." "I am not qualified to convict him, then what about you? Aren't you qualified? Are you going to just stand by and watch him kill innocent people, trampling on national law? You are the pillars of our country. How can you protect him?" Qin Tianci, thinking he had found a loophole, became more sharp and aggressive, questioning them. However, after the three heard his seemingly righteous words, they looked at each other. Then, under Qin Tianci's shocked gaze, they nodded emphatically and said, "We are not qualified either." Qin Tianci? This sudden response stunned Qin Tianci. He had thought his counter-question would make them feel ashamed, but he had never expected them to say they weren't qualified to act against Qin Tianci. What the hell was going on? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Tianci would have thought they were joking. As the top leaders of the Dragon Country, was there anyone in the entire country that they were not qualified to convict? No, there were some, but those people were all absolute titans. They could be counted on one hand. But obviously, Qin Tianci was definitely not in that category. As Qin Tianci was still stunned, Song Jing took a deep breath and, under everyone's shocked gaze, walked slowly, saying, "Not only are we not qualified, but if you look at the entire Dragon Country, and even the entire world, no one dares to convict him, and no one is qualified to judge him." Upon hearing this, everyone present was once again shocked. No one in the entire world was qualified to judge him? What kind of identity was it that could make Song Jing say such a thing? Instantly, everyone's mind had one name in it. In their minds, there was only one person in the world who fit those qualifications. And there was only one person who could be worthy of such a reputation. Qiu Shanghua, upon seeing this, his gaze as sharp as a torch, said indifferently, "He is the man who faced 1,000,000 enemies and defended the dragon country with his own body. He fought to the death. He forged a path and disregarded death. He died on the battlefield, a river of blood on his soil, and defended Dragon Pass alone. And yet you dare to frame him and bring him to such a dirty place. You deserve to die." Lu Shuzhen, upon hearing Qiu Shenghua's angry words, felt her heart freeze. Her breathing became rapid, her mind buzzing, and she felt a sense of unprecedented urgency. Not only her, but everyone present had an unsuppressed sense of foreboding fear upon hearing these words. At this moment, Qiu Shanghua, Qin Biao, and Song Jing all turned to face Qin Tianci and, under everyone's watchful eyes, knelt down, their voices like thunder. "Qiu Shanghua of the National Security Bureau. Your subordinate, Qin Biao. Song Jing of the National Military Council. Greetings, Underworld King. Greetings, Your Majesty the Underworld King." Boom, boom, boom. As the 3 men and 10,000 soldiers knelt before Qin Tianci, the minds of everyone present, including Chen Zhenxuan, Lu Shuzhen, and the thousands of criminals in 9th prison, exploded. Their blank eyes, their tingling scalps, were filled with a fear that they had never felt before. The Underworld King. 2 short words. But they felt a terrifying pressure that weighed 1,000 tons, making it difficult to breathe and causing their whole bodies to tremble. The Underworld King? Lu Shuzhen's eyes were wide as she looked at the man who was suppressing the energy ball with a calm expression. Her heart was in turmoil, and her legs were weak. Before this, she had speculated many identities for Qin Tianci, but she never imagined that the other party would be that man. The man who had once terrified the entire world and made the world's powers tremble. The man who had made his enemies drop their weapons at the mere mention of his name. The man who, with his own strength, had withstood millions of invaders like a god. And now, he had been locked up by her in 9th prison? What stupid thing had she done? No, this was not just doing something stupid. This was a sin. This was an atrocious sin. In her 20-plus years, she believed that her ability to control the situation was unmatched among the members of the Lu family. But this time, she had done something so foolish. She wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill herself. On the other side, Chen Zhenxuan, seeing the 3 men kneel before Qin Tianci, felt that his last line of defense had been completely broken. He was frozen in place like a statue, his face bloodless and pale, his mouth muttered, as if he was lost. The Underworld King. He is the Underworld King? Haha, how is this possible? How is this possible? At this moment, Summer Purple clasped her hands to her chest, her cat-like steps taking her over there. Her expression was arrogant and cold. "You 3 old fools, you've been living a little too comfortably lately. You've forgotten yourself, haven't you? You've turned the Dragon Country's governing body into this mess. You are all to blame." Hearing this, the faces of Qin Biao and the other 2 men, who were kneeling on the ground, changed drastically. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads, and they didn't dare say a word. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Just then, Chen Zhenxuan suddenly roared like a madman, his face becoming extremely ferocious. He pointed at Qin Tianci with a manic look on his face. "How could you be the Underworld King? How is it possible? The Underworld King is the dragon suppressor. You're just a little brat in your 20s. How could you be the Underworld King?" Qin Tianci, whose expression had been calm throughout, looked at Chen Zhenxuan, who could not accept reality, and said indifferently, "Who said that the dragon suppressor has to be old? Did you say that?" No. You must be lying to me. You must be lying to me." Qin Zhenxuan completely refused to accept the fact that Qin Tianci was the Underworld King. He was trembling all over, pointing at the 3 men and roaring, "You must be acting for me, right? You must be acting for me. Yes, that's it. It must be." Qin Biao said through gritted teeth. "Chen Zhenxuan, even at this point, you are still obstinate. What do you think you are? We're acting for you? Are you worthy?" The moment he finished speaking, Chen Zhenxuan's heart trembled. His body shaking, he staggered back a few steps. He looked at Qin Tianci, who was standing there, full of an aura that dominated the world, and suddenly laughed manically. "So what if you're the Underworld King? If you break the law, you will still die. You can't scare me." Then, he was covered in black mist and rushed towards Qin Tianci. Chapter 247. Not worthy of pity. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the expressions of Qin Biao and the other two men changed drastically. Chen Zhenxuan, stop right there. Aya. Chen Zhenxuan completely ignored their shouts. The black mist around him grew stronger, and violent energy surged wildly. He recklessly charged toward Qin Tianci, as if he was going to die with him. Sensing his intention, Summer Purple immediately stepped in front of Qin Tianci. She held a blood-stained rose, which had appeared out of nowhere, and locked onto Chen Zhenxuan with a cold and resolute gaze. Protect His Majesty. Song Jing immediately stood up and shouted. Then, the soldiers from all three forces drew their weapons and fired at Chen Zhenxuan. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out through the entire ninth prison. Chen Zhenxuan's steps came to an abrupt halt. His body went limp in place. His eyes were wide, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was riddled with bullet holes, and black mist gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Qin Biao let out a heavy sigh, then angrily got up and charged forward, kicking Chen Zhenxuan violently. You damn bastard! How dare you do something so rebellious? You're done for. And your Qin family is done for, too. But Chen Zhenxuan was not quite dead yet. His eyes were locked onto Qin Tianci. They expected him to be in utter despair, but instead, he suddenly grinned, and the smile was extremely sinister. Qin Tianci's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a dangerous feeling rose from the bottom of his feet. Qin Tianci yelled, Qin Biao, come back. Qin Tianci, even if you're the Underworld king, you'll have to die with me. Chen Zhenxuan used his last bit of strength to shout. What? Before Qin Biao could react, the black mist, which had just disappeared from Chen Zhenxuan's body, reappeared and condensed into a black sphere, which exploded in front of Qin Biao. Boom! The terrifying explosion engulfed everyone present. No one had expected that Chen Zhenxuan, an ordinary human, could self-destruct, and with a power that was almost as great as the annihilation cannon. The shockwave swallowed the entire ninth prison, and the terrifying power destroyed all the surrounding buildings. Just as the entire prison was about to be annihilated in this explosion, a white light rose from the center. Then, with a loud bang, the white light suddenly exploded. The black mist in the area was instantly shattered. At that moment, the people, who had just felt they were about to die, slowly opened their eyes. They took a sharp breath after seeing what was in front of them. Qin Tianci was holding the energy ball of the annihilation cannon and using it to release a powerful energy wave around him, which negated all the energy released from Chen Zhenxuan's self-destruction. After a while, the scene returned to calm. Chen Zhenxuan's self-destruct result, 0/1/0. Qin Biao still had his leg raised over Chen Zhenxuan's corpse. After he reacted, he broke out in a cold sweat. He took a few steps back, cursing. Damn it, that bastard actually had this move up his sleeve. He wanted to take us all down with him. What the hell do you think you are? Then, unable to control his temper, he started whipping the corpse. Summer Purple, at that moment, reacted. She turned to look at Qin Tianci and asked, Master, are you all right? Qin Tianci shook his head. He was calm, with no hint of emotion. Then, he turned his hand over, and the white light dissipated completely. Seeing this miraculous feat, everyone present was shocked. Chen Zhenxuan's self-destruction had almost turned this place into a wasteland. Yet this man had used the energy of the annihilation cannon to negate it, and there were no casualties at all. Was this the power of the Underworld King? To describe it in 4 words, it would be terrifyingly powerful. To describe it in 6 words, it would be truly terrifyingly powerful. To describe it in 8 words, it would be damn, truly terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, Lu Shuzhen lay on the ground, staring blankly at Qin Tianci, who had resolved the crisis as if it was nothing. Her beautiful eyes showed a kind of terror that was difficult to conceal. She swallowed hard and murmured to herself, so strong. As a member of the Lu family, and also the warden of Ninth Prison, she had encountered many strong people. She was definitely not someone who had never seen the world. But now, after seeing Qin Tianci's power, Lu Shuzhen realized all the so-called experts she had met before were just a bunch of trash. They didn't even deserve to polish his shoes. The man, standing there, smoking calmly as the setting sun shone upon him, was like a god who had descended to earth in Lu Shuzhen's eyes. He was unattainable. An over-the-mountain dragon, who had met Qin Tianci in the prison, had been scared out of his wits. Luckily, he had the sense to submit to him. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. No, not even a corpse, he would have been reduced to dust. Xiao Shenghua, at this time, came back to his senses. He stepped forward and roared at the riot police brought by Chen Zhenxuan. The criminal is dead. Are you still going to resist? The soldiers, when they came back to their senses, realized that they were still pointing their guns. They were so scared that they immediately threw them on the ground and knelt down, their hands over their heads. They were simply following orders. A light punishment would be enough. Qin Tianci's indifferent voice came from behind. Xiao Shenghua immediately turned around, bowing respectfully. Yes, as you command. Then, Qin Tianci walked past everyone and crouched down in front of Chen Zhenxuan's corpse. He rubbed the exploded belly with his hand. The black blood flowing from it made him frown. Summer Purple immediately stepped forward and asked, Master, is there a problem? Qin Tianci rubbed the black blood and sniffed it. Then, he said, take his body back to study its components. Summer Purple was stunned. Master, he's a 3-star knight of the Dragon Law Hall, and also a member of the Qin family. Won't it? Are you afraid of the Qin family? Qin Tianci interrupted. Summer Purple's face changed slightly. Then she turned to the inmates of the capital prison behind her and yelled, Get a few of you and carry his body back. After doing this, Qin Tianci stood up and looked around. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine under his sharp gaze. They didn't dare to meet his eyes. Finally, Qin Tianci's gaze settled on Lu Shuzhen. He walked up to her and smiled. Warden Beauty, can I leave now? Lu Shuzhen shuddered and looked up at the man in front of her who had a mocking smile. She didn't dare refuse. Why, yes, Your Majesty. You can go whenever you like. Qin Tianci gave a faint smile and turned to leave. But as he passed Hongli, he turned and slapped him. Hongli did not react and was sent flying tens of feet away, landing on the ground dead. Everyone gasped, then they heard Qin Tianci's indifferent voice. Aiding the wicked, not worthy of pity. Chapter 248. Enough said? After Qin Tianci crushed Hongli, the scene became silent. No one dared to breathe, their hearts almost stopping. The man in front of them killed people like they were chickens. If anyone acted even a little out of line, he could erase them with a wave of his hand. And the most important thing was that no one in the world could stop him. Who would dare to provoke such an ill omen? Over the mountain dragon, seeing this, could not help but gulp. His heart was trembling and his legs were weak. He could not imagine that he had been locked up in the same cell as this legendary figure, though it was only for a few hours. This was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. I used to be in the same cell with the Underworld King. Although the cell had iron bars, it was still enough. The Underworld King. 2 simple words, but having even the slightest connection to them was the same as being blessed by the gods. But he didn't dare. He didn't know if this man would acknowledge him as his underling, and he didn't dare to ask. After all, this was a ruthless man who could reduce him to ashes with a snap of his fingers. After killing Hongli, Qin Tianci did not intend to stay any longer. Wait. But at that moment, a shout came from behind him. Qin Tianci stopped and turned to look at the source of the voice. He saw Lu Shuzhen had, at some point, mustered the courage to come after him. But perhaps because of her nervousness, her entire body was trembling. Something wrong? Qin Tianci asked indifferently. He had flirted with Lu Shuzhen, but he did not have any interest in her. He had seen countless women, and he could tell with a glance that this woman had a lot of thoughts. She had helped him when Chen Zhenxuan wanted to execute him simply because Chen Zhenxuan was abusing his power, and it was impacting her position. Although Lu Shuzhen hid it well, she could not fool his eyes. Both the friction between Lu Shuzhen and Chen Zhenxuan, as well as their later falling out because of Qin Tianci, were all because Chen Zhenxuan had affected her power in the 9th prison. So, no matter what, he didn't want a woman like this. Lu Shuzhen felt a pang in her heart as Qin Tianci's attitude towards her suddenly changed. But thankfully, she had a strong will. She immediately squeezed out a smile. Why, Your Majesty, I was blind and did not recognize a great man. I did not know that Your Majesty was secretly visiting. If I have offended you in any way, I will do everything I can to make up for it. I implore you. If you have offended me? Before Lu Shuzhen could finish, Qin Tianci suddenly interrupted her. Then, he smiled faintly and asked, Do you think you've made me feel comfortable? This Lu Shuzhen was immediately speechless. The words she had thought of were instantly shattered, and her mind was buzzing. Qin Tianci said again, "If you have time for this, you should think about how to manage the problems in the prison, instead of flattering and relying on the current situation to make decisions." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuzhen's face flushed red. She did not know how to respond. At that moment, Summer Purple walked forward with her hands clasped to her chest. "Stop trying to be seductive. Master doesn't fancy women like you. Stop daydreaming and just go to sleep." Lu Shuzhen's face became extremely ugly from her humiliation. She could not help but retort mockingly. "Speaking of seductive, who can compare to Commander Summer? I know that the Underworld King doesn't fancy me, but is he going to fancy you?" Summer Purple wasn't offended by these words. Instead, she put her hand on Qin Tianci's arm and said to her with a smile, "You're actually right, Master just likes women like me." Then, she gave Qin Tianci a flirtatious look. "Right, Master?" Qin Tianci smiled and shook his head. He raised his hand and slapped her butt, causing a wave of movement, making Summer Purple squeal. "Stop talking nonsense. This was your mess. Bring them back the way you brought them here. If one goes missing, you know the consequences," Qin Tianci said, pointing to the group of criminals from the capital prison behind him. When the criminals heard these words, they broke out in a cold sweat. They knelt down to him again, shouting, "Your Majesty, rest assured. We'll go back now. If one of us is missing, we won't even need you to lift a finger. We'll all kill ourselves." They had been locked up in the capital prison for so many years, so they knew very well what Qin Tianci's methods were like. Trying to escape? Unless they thought death was a pleasant thing. And they knew what Qin Tianci was implying. He was using Summer Purple to give them a warning. Seeing this, Qin Tianci nodded in satisfaction. Then, under everyone's terrified gaze, he put his arm around Summer Purple and left Ninth Prison. Lu Shuzhen gazed at Qin Tianci's departing back, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. But then, they changed to unwillingness. Although she was a descendant of the Lu family, she was born from a concubine. At her age, she should have been enjoying life as a wealthy housewife. The reason why she had come to a place like Ninth Prison was that she wanted to put a bit of gold on her resume so that she could have more power in the family. Yet, she had actually missed the chance after so many years of struggle, and it was all her fault. She felt endless regret. Qiu Shangguo walked up to her and stared at her intently. "Miss Lu, I'll advise you to stop thinking about that man." Lu Shuzhen paused. She felt embarrassed at having her thoughts revealed and retorted, "Mr. Qiu, what I do seems to have nothing to do with you." Qiu Shengguo was not angry. He smiled and said, "Of course it has nothing to do with me, but if your Lu family wants to do anything, then that has to do with me." He stopped smiling and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. The recent actions of the four great clans have already made him unhappy. If you really want to do something to please him, the source of the problem is not you, but those old fools behind you. Enough said, you'd better think carefully. Then, he turned and left, leaving Lu Shuzhen standing there alone, unsure of what to think. After Qin Tianci left the prison, he stretched and said with a smile, "It's been a while since I've seen the sunlight." Summer Purple glared at him. "Master, I understand your meaning. You are complaining that I was late, but I really rushed over as soon as I heard the news. It didn't take more than 5 hours, from beginning to end." 5 hours? Qin Tianci said in exaggerated surprise. "Do you know how I spent those 5 hours? In those 5 hours, I could have made love to you hundreds of times." Upon hearing this, Summer Purple blushed. Then she had a coy expression and said in a seductive tone, "Master, now that I'm here, are you going to spoil me?" Qin Tianci looked at Summer Purple, who looked so willing to be taken, and a thought rose up. He reached out and pulled her close to him, smiling. "It's been a while since I last fed you. Are you hungry?" Chapter 249. Questioning. "Yes, I'm super hungry." Faced with Qin Tianci's bold actions, Summer Purple did not resist. Instead, she leaned into him, her breath smelling of a bewitching fragrance. She looked at him seductively. "You've been gone for half a year. I've been itching for it for a long time now." Qin Tianci smiled. He did not refuse. "It seems your progress in training has been good. Then tonight, I don't want to hear you begging for mercy." Summer Purple was unable to resist his teasing, and her beautiful legs were rubbing together, her eyes lost to all sense. "Master, please abuse me to your heart's content." However, just as the two were about to turn the night upside down, a gentle cough came from behind them. "Ahem, that?" Qin Tianci paused, turned around, and saw that Qiu Shanghua, Qin Biao, and Song Jing had appeared behind them at some point. Something wrong? Qin Tianci raised his eyebrows, his tone indifferent. The three of them looked at his calm expression and could not help but feel embarrassed. Even Qin Biao, who was usually very easygoing, was rubbing his hands together and laughing as he walked forward. Master, when did you come out? Why didn't you tell us? Qin Tianci glanced at him. When I came out, is it any of your business? Do I have to report to you every time I go somewhere? No, no. Qin Biao quickly waved his hand and shook his head, seeing that his tone was not good. We don't mean that. We just thought that someone with your identity wandering around might be inappropriate. Qin Biao usually spoke in a voice no lower than 70 decibels, but now he was like a well-behaved tiger in front of Qin Tianci. He did not dare to act up. Qin Tianci scoffed. Is that so? I'm not stealing or robbing. I'd like to know what's inappropriate. Qin Biao's face turned even more awkward. He was flushed and did not know what to say. At that moment, Song Jing stepped forward and smoothed things over with a smile. You're joking, Your Majesty. It's your freedom to go wherever you want. What General Qin meant is that he was worried that your actions would cause other countries to be wary, and he had no ill intent. Qin Tianci did not refute his words, but he smiled and teased him. I still like it when you, old Song, talk nonsense so seriously. Qin Biao scratched his head, looking extremely embarrassed. Then, he waved his hand and yelled. I'm just a simple man. How would I know how to speak like these people? Your Majesty, you're the hero of the dragon country. We admire you. But if you make such a big fuss, it will definitely spread to the outside world. Those bastards with hooked noses and blue eyes will use that as an excuse to cause trouble. It's not a big deal, but if they dare to cause trouble, I'll fight them. Qin Biao had clearly been holding it in. He said everything that was on his mind. Qin Tianci could not help but smile at Qin Biao's rant. General Qin, you are now a dragon general. Your identity is different from the past. How can you still be like you were back then? A great power should have great manners. That's right, that's right. Qin Biao, seeing that Qin Tianci was no longer angry, also sighed in relief. He thumped his belly and laughed. You're the one who is sensible. We are a great country, so we should have great manners, haha. You are finally normal, kid. You scared the hell out of me earlier. Qiu Shanghua then stepped forward and teased. Old Biao, you're cursing all day. How can Mr. Qin give you a good face? You old rascal, why are you interfering with how I talk? I like saying it that way. What are you going to do? You want to fight? Qin Biao rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscular physique. Qiu Shanghua did not seem offended at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. That's all you can do. You're always showing off your muscles. The country is governed with brains, not brute force. You have a simple mind and are well developed. What a disgrace. You think your brain is so good? Qin Biao could not stand his mockery and immediately cursed. You're so smart. Can your brain withstand a punch from me? You say that the country is governed by brains. I'll punch those useful brains to pieces, and then let's see how well it works. Qiu Shanghua, you are truly impossible to teach. Song Jing sighed helplessly upon seeing this scene. It seemed he was used to this kind of thing. The two had always been at odds with each other. It was common for them to bicker. One was a general of the country, and the other was the heart of the country. They were both indispensable. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Qin Tianci interrupted them. You two did not just come here to have a fight in front of me, did you? Qin Biao finally remembered the main purpose and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, Your Majesty, it's just that this guy is too annoying. Qiu Shanghua interrupted. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Qin Biao coughed, and then put away his old child demeanor. He said to Qin Tianci seriously, Your Majesty, we have investigated the matter of you being captured in 9th prison. Qin Tianci calmly lit a cigarette and looked at them. He said indifferently, It was the 4 great clans, wasn't it? Qin Biao was stunned. You knew? Qin Tianci scoffed. It's been more than half a year since I got out of prison. Most of the things that I encountered are related to them. It's not hard to guess who's behind this. He paused and his eyes flashed with a sharp glint. You didn't know? The 3 men had different expressions when they heard this. They looked at each other. Then Song Jing sighed deeply. Sigh, Mr. Qin. Some things aren't as simple as you think. Qin Tianci stood there, his hands behind his back. He looked at Song Jing indifferently. You knew that the four great clans were secretly colluding with the remnants of the Goose sect to harm the people of the Dragon Country. Why didn't you stop them? You need to give me an explanation. Qiu Shenghua stepped forward to explain. You know that the forces behind the four great clans are extremely complicated, with many factions. Even if we know that they've been doing shady things behind the scenes, we can't easily touch them otherwise. If we do, it would shake the foundation of the Dragon Country. If that was not enough, it could cause the Dragon Country's economy to collapse. Song Jing continued. You also know that the borders of the Dragon Country are not peaceful right now. Those hounds are watching us every moment. If not for the fear of your existence, they probably would have attacked again. Although the four great clans have done some things that make both men and gods angry, we are now in a dilemma. We cannot interfere too much. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci looked at them indifferently. His tone gradually grew colder. So, what you're saying is that you're going to allow these animals to harm the people. You are going to let them act with impunity? Do you value your power more than the lives of the people of the Dragon Country? Chapter 250. The Kill the Underworld King Plan. Hearing Qin Tianci's unquestionable question, the three men's faces changed at the same time. A trace of fear flashed through their eyes. However, Song Jing, as the director of the National Military Council, still mustered up the courage to step forward and explain. Your Majesty, you don't understand. Since you stabilized the borders and retired from your position, those foreign politicians have launched a 3-year propaganda campaign against the Dragon Country. Under the guise of world peace, they demanded that the Dragon Country get rid of you. Summer Purple immediately blew up upon hearing this. What do they mean? These dogs can't beat you and have the audacity to make such demands? Why should we get rid of Master? Qiu Shenghua sighed helplessly and continued. Miss Summer, you should know that international diplomacy is not just about having stronger weapons. Mr. Qin's existence is like a nuclear bomb hanging over their heads, ready to explode at any time and destroy them all. These people have been coveting the Dragon Country for more than a day. Now that the Dragon Country has gradually become stronger, they see us as an increasing threat. Naturally, they will band together to suppress us. So, you have become their #1 target. As long as you are sanctioned, the Dragon Country will be greatly weakened. This is the best outcome for them. Hearing this, Summer Purple laughed in anger. What a joke. Is being talented a mistake? Who can they blame for their uselessness? Qin Tianci was unusually calm. In the eyes of the weak, strength is indeed a mistake. Especially in the eyes of those ambitious politicians, your strength is a form of humiliation from beginning to end. They will do everything they can to suppress you, bite you, and throw dirt on you, until you're broken, scarred, and wounded to achieve their goal. Put nicely, this is a struggle between countries. Put bluntly, this is like a dog biting people. Qin Tianci naturally understood these things. However, he did not care. If a dog barks at you, do you have to go and bite it back? Then, he took a puff of his cigarette and asked indifferently, what does this have to do with the four great clans? Song Jing explained. According to the information we have, some people within the four great clans are secretly colluding with external forces and have come up with a plan. What plan? Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly. The three men looked at each other, then Qiu Shenghua said, the Kill the Underworld King Plan. Kill the Underworld King? Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow and chuckled. They're after me? That's right. Song Jing nodded. Before the end of the last war, the four great clans had always controlled the Dragon Country. Even the imperial family had to be wary of them. Your appearance disrupted that order. They harbor resentment towards you. But I did not expect that. They would collude with external forces. It's just a shame there is no evidence. Qiu Shenghua continued. These people are well hidden, and the management of the four great clans is very united. We've investigated for a long time and have not found any clues. At that moment, Qin Biao spoke up. Qin kid, we came here not only to help you get out, but also to remind you that those old bastards are all ruthless. You have to be careful, don't let them trick you. Hearing this, Qin Tianci simply took a puff of his cigarette and smiled calmly. They are just ants. What can they do? Qiu Shenghua disagreed. They should not be underestimated. The four great clans have been based in the Dragon Country for many years, and their forces are unimaginable. Their methods are treacherous and unpredictable. You are the pillar of the Dragon Country, so you absolutely cannot be plotted against by these petty people. Seeing the worried looks on their faces, Qin Tianci's attitude softened. Although they were subordinates when talking about official business, Qin Tianci still respected these three elders. He smiled. Don't worry. Seeing him say this, the three men said no more. They told him to be careful, then respectfully took their leave. Just as he was about to leave, Qiu Shanghua went back to Qin Tianci. Mr. Qiu, is there something else? Qin Tianci asked, confused. Qiu Shanghua looked kindly, but he was a little awkward. There are some private matters. I don't need to call you by your title anymore. Qin Tianci said with a carefree smile. By seniority, you are my elder. You can call me Tianci. Qiu Shanghua nodded with satisfaction, then looked him up and down. He smiled and said, It's been 2 years. You're more mature than before. It seems that my family's old man has good eyes. Qin Tianci was stunned, and he suddenly remembered something. He asked, Qiu. Haha. Qiu Shanghua laughed upon hearing this name from his mouth. It seems that the Taoist of the heavenly law has already mentioned this matter to you. That's right, Lin is my niece. Hearing this, Qin Tianci laughed helplessly. He had not expected that Qiu Lin, one of his 7 fiancées, would have such a relationship with Qiu Shanghua. That surprised him. Qiu Shanghua continued. You've been out for more than half a year now. Why haven't you gone to see Lin? She's getting impatient waiting for you. Qin Tianci smiled and teased him. What's the matter? She's in such a hurry to get married? That's not it. Qiu Shanghua coughed awkwardly. I can't control your young people's affairs, but that niece of mine is very introverted. She's either in the library or at home every day. As a man, you should take more initiative. That would be best. Qin Tianci sighed helplessly. Uncle Qiu, you know that I have more than just Qiu Lin as my fiancée. That old man arranged 7 of them for me. I have to do things one by one. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shenghua's eyes twitched. He had long known that the Taoist of the heavenly law had arranged 7 fiancées for Qin Tianci, but it was a little irritating to hear him say that in front of an elder of one of them. 7 fiancées, and all of them were beautiful women. Who wouldn't be envious? Cough, cough. Qiu Shenghua's expression became even more awkward. Tianci, this matter, Lin doesn't know about yet, but I believe you can handle it. Find some time to meet her in the capital. I believe she is a very reasonable person. Haha, well, I'll be going now. Then Qiu Shanghua left in a hurry. Qin Tianci looked at Qiu Shanghua as he ran away, and could not help but shake his head with a smile. Qiu Lin. He did need to find an opportunity to go to the capital, not only to see her, but also to give some people a warning. Otherwise, after so many years, some would think that his blade was dull. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Summer Purple behind him, and saw that she was looking at him with a resentful look. However, when she met his gaze, she immediately hid it. She came closer with a seductive smile and asked obediently, Master, have you finished dealing with everything? I can't take it anymore. Chapter 251. Shindaodian? That night, Qin Tianci and Xia Zifu had a thoroughly satisfying fight. The two battled intensely. In the end, the man proved superior, leaving the woman exhausted and completely submissive before it finally ended. The next day in the hotel, Xia Zifu was carefully and tenderly adjusting Qin Tianci's collar. Her beautiful eyes, still reflecting a trace of last night's fear, looked at the man before her with adoration, and she playfully scolded him. You naughty man, how long has it been since you had any meat? Qin Tianci's lips curved into a smile, and he teased her. Wasn't it you who kept refusing to give in? I had to properly spar with you. 1,000 expressions of charm flickered across Xia Zifu's face. A closer look revealed that the aftermath of last night's events hadn't completely faded. Her tone softened like water as she chided him. You should find me a few more sisters. Otherwise, what are we going to do? Qin Tianci looked helpless. You think I don't want to? Xia Zifu chuckled lightly. That's not like you. Logically, your fiancés are all stunning beauties. They're always around you, and yet you haven't been willing to touch them? Qin Tianci scratched the tip of his nose, slightly embarrassed. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit awkward. A man like him had actually been playing it pure in front of his fiancées. In the past, he wouldn't have given them any chance to refuse. But after this, he secretly decided to put this matter on his agenda. From what Qiu Shanghua and the others had said, it wasn't difficult to discern that the 4 great families seemed to be plotting something in secret and were clearly becoming restless. And then there was the so-called obliteration of the Underworld plan. Although he didn't care much about it, he was no longer alone. As time passed, his identity would inevitably surface. Before, when he was alone, He had faced tens of millions of enemy troops without fear. That was because he was only one person. But now that he had returned to the secular world, he naturally had many attachments. He had to prepare in advance. Seeing him silent, Xia Zifu thought he might have some concerns. She gently leaned her head against his firm chest, caressing him as she spoke. "My king, you don't have to be so anxious. No matter what, Zifu will always be by your side. If it's a mountain of blades, Zifu will go first. If it's a cauldron of boiling oil, Zifu will go and test the temperature for you. Even if none of those women want you, I will still be waiting for you here." Hearing her heartfelt confession, Qin Tianci was momentarily stunned. From the very beginning, Xia Zifu had always obeyed him. Whether it was fighting against foreign enemies or facing life-and-death situations together, she was always at the front, solving his problems without any complaints. Even when the old man had arranged 7 marriage contracts for him, she didn't cry or make a fuss. Instead, she helped him come up with plans. A woman like this, how could he possibly betray her? Qin Tianci then took a deep breath and smiled. "Aren't you afraid of waiting for nothing?" Xia Zifu held him tightly, gently shaking her head. "Even if it's waiting for nothing, it's not in vain." Hearing this, Qin Tianci's heart trembled slightly. Looking at the obedient woman in his arms, a feeling of guilt stirred within him for the first time. He then used his fingers to lift her chin, and he softly chuckled. "In that case, then you just wait for me to come back and find you. Before that, let me give you another taste." Seeing the man's breathing grow heavy, Xia Zifu's heart tightened. Her face was flushed with a charming look as she gently nodded. "Mm." Qin Tianci smiled, then scooped her up again and walked back into the room. It was already evening when they came out of the hotel. Under the dazzling neon lights of the city streets, Qin Tianci leisurely lit a post-coital cigarette. He looked at the last message Xia Zifu had sent him on his phone. "I will always be the woman behind you, waiting for you." Qin Tianci chuckled softly. After putting his phone away, he sped towards Tianhai. Although the night was late, it had a unique charm in Qin Tianci's eyes. Perhaps it was because the pent-up anger had finally been released. Or perhaps it was because he had resolved a regret in his heart. Whatever the reason, he was in a good mood. But as he crossed a highway, he suddenly sensed a strange aura. Qin Tianci stopped his rapid pace and landed in the woods next to the highway. After looking around, he detected 2 powerful auras. He concealed his own aura and headed towards that direction. Soon, he discovered 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle in a field. "Sunji, you despicable and shameless villain. You actually dared to ambush me. I will definitely rip out your tendons and bones and tear your body into a million pieces." The angry roar of a middle-aged man echoed across the open field. "Oh, are you getting upset now?" A mocking voice replied from the other side, full of sarcasm. "You are a grandmaster, so if I didn't use some tricks, wouldn't I be torn to shreds by you? TSK, you can't even figure that out. Shin Daotian, you deserve to die here. You bastard. You're asking for death." With a furious roar, the middle-aged man unleashed a palm strike. The surging force shattered the entire field. But facing such terrifying power, the man named Sunji easily neutralized it and counterattacked, engaging Shin Daotian in battle once again. Shin Daotian? Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow upon hearing the familiar name. He had long heard that the Shin family head, Shin Daotian, who was also Shin Weiwei's father, had left home to pursue his enemy, Sunji, and had not returned. He never expected to encounter him here. In fact, Qin Tianci and Shin Daotian could already be considered old acquaintances. If it hadn't been for Qin Tianci, Shin Daotian wouldn't have been able to break through to the Grandmaster realm and become one of the 3 respected Grandmasters. However, back then, Qin Tianci had never revealed his true appearance, so Shin Daotian didn't know what he looked like. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the 2 fighting echoed constantly, and the muddy soil of the field was sent flying everywhere. However, Qin Tianci suddenly noticed that Shin Daotian was actually losing ground. A dignified grandmaster, one of the top 3, was actually being defeated by an ordinary martial artist? How could this be? Even though Qin Tianci knew that Shin Daotian's strength was far inferior to the other 2 grandmasters, he shouldn't have been suppressed by a Sunji. Judging from his aura, Sunji was at most at the grandmaster level. He was definitely not a match for Shin Daotian. Qin Tianci was puzzled. Upon closer inspection, Shin Daotian's power and the thickness of his aura were far inferior to the grandmaster he remembered from back then. Seeing Shun Daoyan's aura becoming erratic, Qin Tianci understood instantly. It seemed like this old fellow had fallen for his opponent's trap. Chapter 252. Long time no see. Bang! As the two clashed, Sun Ji kicked Shin Daotian in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground in the field. Ha 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 ha. Shin Daotian, is that all you've got? Seeing Shin Daotian helpless against him, Sun Ji laughed triumphantly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. You damned beast. Shin Daotian knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. Blood had started to stain the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with boundless hatred. Sun Ji, seeing that he had completely suppressed Shin Daotian, became even more smug. He pulled out a sharp blade from his waist and walked straight towards him. Shin Daotian, aren't you known as a grandmaster? What? Are all grandmasters as useless as you? You can't even beat me. Where do you get the face? I'm even ashamed for you. Shin Daotian stared intently at the approaching Sun Ji, gritting his teeth. You beast, if you hadn't made someone tamper with my tea, do you think you would be able to hurt me? Bah. Ha ha ha. Sun Ji laughed again. Shin Daotian, oh Shin Daotian, you were once a soldier. Don't you understand the principle of all's fair in war? As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Daotian suddenly moved and vanished from where he stood. Sun Ji's expression changed, and he instinctively used his blade to block his chest. Boom. Shin Daotian punched the blade, sending Sun Ji flying backwards for over 10 meters. Sun Ji rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping, the impact causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. You're right, all's fair in war. Shin Daotian sneered, even though you made someone tamper with me, you think you can suppress me with just your grandmaster-level strength? Aren't you being a little too naive? Let me give you a piece of advice. Villains die from talking too much. Sun Ji hadn't expected Shin Daotian to only pretend to be injured. His expression became a little unpleasant. Still, he attempted a mental attack. Hee, I never thought that a dignified grandmaster would resort to such a despicable tactic like a sneak attack. How embarrassing. But this weak attempt at ridicule didn't shake Shin Daotian at all. Any tactic is acceptable when dealing with scum like you. As he spoke, and terrifying power began to emanate from his palm, and the hatred in his eyes was like a raging sea, impossible to suppress. He spoke each word clearly. Sun Ji, 20 years ago, you killed my wife. Shin Daotian has dedicated himself to cultivation, all for the day when I could tear you apart, to avenge my wife's murder. Heaven has eyes, and finally, I have waited for this day. I will cut off your flesh slice by slice, draw out your tendons, and chop your bones into pieces to vent my hatred. Hearing the undisguised killing intent in his words, Sun Ji just chuckled grotesquely. You just reminded me your wife, she died so miserably. But I must say, you, Shin Daotian, have good taste. Back then, she was one of the top beauties in the capital. That taste, I will never forget it in my life. What did you say? Shin Daotian's eyes widened, bloodshot veins spreading rapidly across his pupils. His face twisted into a terrifying expression. Oh, you didn't know? Seeing this, Sun Ji's smile became even more sinister. Before she died, my brothers and I thoroughly enjoyed her for 3 days and 3 nights, nonstop for 72 hours. By the end, her throat was hoarse from screaming, so we changed our approach and stuffed her mouth to stop her from making any sounds. As he began to relive that scene, Shin Daotian's expression grew even more horrified and enraged. His whole body trembled with hatred. And you know, when we were finally done with her, she didn't even have the strength to scream anymore. After we slit her throat, guess what came out? Not blood, but enough. Shin Daotian's angry roar shook the very ground. He was now in tears, the pain and rage in his heart unbearable. Thinking about how his wife was tortured by Sun Ji using such inhuman methods, he could no longer endure his inner fury. He let out a roar and charged towards Sun Ji. Sun Ji, however, seemed to have been waiting for this moment when Shin Daotian was enraged. A stream of black energy suddenly burst from his hand and shot towards Shin Daotian, who was charging towards him. Die! Shin Daotian was caught off guard, but he didn't stop. Even if he was severely injured today, he would kill his enemy. Even if it meant dying together, he wouldn't hesitate. Sun Ji smirked as he saw that Shin Daotian wasn't dodging. This was the result he had wanted. This was the trump card that he had brought from the capital. As long as he enraged Shin Daotian, making him lose his reason and desperately try to die together, the winner would surely be him. Shin Daotian also seemed to sense that the black energy was unusual, but he had no way out. He could only brace himself and slam his palm towards Sunji's head. You beast! Die for me! You're the one who's going to die! Sunji roared back. At this critical moment, Qin Tianci suddenly appeared between the two. Both Shin Daotian and Sunji were startled. They hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear. Get out of the way! Shin Daotian shouted in panic, but the man before him seemed to have not heard anything. One hand grabbed Shin Daotian's wrist while the other flicked his cigarette, but lightly at the stream of black energy. Boom! As the two forces collided, the black energy exploded, creating a deafening roar. The massive shockwave sent all three of them flying backwards. Shin Daotian coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he managed to land safely on the ground with Qin Tianci's help. But Sunji wasn't so lucky. Because the black energy had exploded right in front of him, it instantly shattered his internal organs. His body slammed uncontrollably to the ground, where he coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. His eyes were filled with horror. He had never expected that someone could easily block his trump card. This was his most powerful move, specially prepared for Shin Daotian. Even if Shin Daotian was a grandmaster, he would either die or be severely injured if he had taken it head-on. This cough. How is that possible? Sunji suddenly looked up, only to see Qin Tianci's indifferent and cold gaze. The next moment, without another word, he turned around and ran, ignoring his severe pain. Qin Tianci seemed to have anticipated his reaction. He lifted his hand and released a silver needle, sending it flying straight into Sunji's back. The needle hit his back, and an unbearable itching pain shot through his body. It was even worse than his current injuries. He immediately fell to the ground and screamed, "Ah, it hurts. It itches." Shin Daotian finally came to his senses. He thanked Qin Tianci. "Thank you for your help." Qin Tianci turned around and smiled faintly. "Uncle Shin, long time no see." Chapter 253. Each to their own? You. Hearing Qin Tianci's address to him, Shin Daotian felt a bit surprised. This young man was actually calling him uncle? He searched his memory, but couldn't remember who this person could be. He only felt that the man's demeanor was very familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. You are. Qin Tianci smiled, not explaining anything. Let's take care of this first. Shin Daotian also knew that now wasn't the time to dig deeper. He dragged his injured body towards Sunji. Sunji was now writhing in pain, foam bubbling at his mouth and his body convulsing uncontrollably. When he saw Shin Daotian, he grabbed his pants leg with trembling hands, his voice raspy as he begged, "Save me, save me." Shin Daotian looked at Sunji, who was like a dying dog, and felt a mix of emotions. For more than 20 years, he had been looking forward to the day he could personally kill his enemy. Now that the man was lying before him, helpless, he didn't feel a shred of satisfaction. Instead, he felt utter grief. "Ah-chan, I avenged you. You can finally rest in peace." After speaking, he lifted his palm and ruthlessly smashed it onto Sunji's head. Sunji didn't even utter a sound. His skull shattered instantly, and blood trickled down his forehead. His eyes were wide open as his body went limp and still, his life extinguished. Qin Tianci watched silently from behind, not interfering. He didn't know Sunji, but he understood that Sunji was a part of the Shin family's current crisis. This led him to believe that Sunji must be someone from the four great families. Following his style, he would definitely extract some useful information from him. However, since the man had murdered Shin Daotian's wife, he didn't stop him. After all, 20 years of hatred was not something that could be dealt with in a single day. After killing his enemy, Shin Daotian was breathing heavily, and he fell to his knees as if all his strength had been drained. His face looked sad and desolate as he muttered to himself, "Ah-chan, Ah-chan." Qin Tianci watched Shin Daotian's dispirited state without speaking, waiting quietly on the side. After who knows how long, Shin Daotian finally composed himself. He struggled to get up and looked at Qin Tianci. Then he straightened his body and respectfully bowed. "Young friend, thank you for your help today. Because of you, I was able to avenge my enemy. This kindness, Shin Daotian will never forget." Qin Tianci waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Uncle Shin, you don't have to be so polite. This beast killed Annie. Killing him for revenge is my duty." "Your duty?" Shin Daotian was a little startled. He asked, puzzled, "May I ask who you are?" "Qin Tianci." Qin Tianci announced his name. As soon as he said the name, Shun Daoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Qin Tianci intently. Qin Tianci felt a little uneasy by his gaze. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there a problem?" Thump. Shun Daotian immediately knelt before him. Shun Daotian of the Shun family. "Greetings, Lord Underworld King." Qin Tianci was dumbfounded. You know me?" Shun Daotian nodded. "I obtained the marriage certificate from Daoist Tianfa. I shamelessly asked him for your real name. Please don't blame me, Lord." Hearing this, Qin Tianci understood. So, it was the old man who told Shun Daotian. However, since the old man had truthfully informed him, it proved that he completely trusted Shun Daotian. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he helped Shun Daotian up and said, "Uncle Shin, you don't have to be like this. Wei Wei is my wife, so we're family from now on. You will be my father-in-law in the future. It's not appropriate for you to kneel before me, is it?" Shun Daotian shook his head. "Lord is Lord. I was able to break through to the Grandmaster realm thanks to you. You have given me a second life. I will never forget that. Each matter is separate." Qin Tianci looked at Shun Daotian's stubborn manner and felt quite helpless. "Don't do that. Wei Wei doesn't know about my identity yet. If she sees her father kneeling before her husband, what will she think?" This? Shun Daotian realized the problem. He hesitated for a moment, and then he said something shocking. "Then, in the future, I'll call you Lord, and you'll call me father-in-law. How about we each call each other accordingly?" Qin Tianci? Well, that's one way to approach the situation. "No, Uncle Shin, did you not consider what Wei Wei would think?" Qin Tianci couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Shun Daotian was truly something else. Imagine, the Shin family father and daughter walking with him. Shin Wei Wei would say, "Dad, I want to have children with Tianci." Shun Daotian would reply, "Having children is great. Having the Lord's child, our Shun family will be blessed." Qin Tianci would ask, "Dad, how about you help us give the child a name?" Is that weird, or is that weird? It seemed like Shun Daotian felt Qin Tianci's strange look. His face was a bit embarrassed as he tentatively asked, "Is that not appropriate?" Qin Tianci looked at him helplessly. "What do you think?" Shun Daotian was speechless. Then he laughed awkwardly. "Then, may I boldly call you Tianci?" Qin Tianci breathed a sigh of relief. "Whatever. Just as long as you don't want your daughter to look at us like we're monsters." Then, Qin Tianci kicked Sun Ji's corpse on the ground and asked, "What happened to you? The Shun family is in such a big mess. How did you get held up by this kind of character?" Hearing this, Shun Daotian's embarrassment deepened. Then he sighed. "You don't know, but for the past 20 years, I've been monitoring that beast's movements, all for avenging Wei Wei's mother. A while ago, this Sun Ji suddenly popped up. My heart was full of revenge, so I chased him. However, before I came out, someone tampered with the tea at home, putting a potion in it. This greatly reduced my power. I almost fell into this Sun Ji's trap, so I got held up until now." Speaking of this, he looked at Qin Tianci's eyes with gratitude. "If it wasn't for the Lord's timely arrival, I'm afraid today would have been my end." In fact, Shun Daotian had also sensed that Sun Ji's last move was unusual. If he had taken it head-on, it wouldn't have ended well for him. However, at the time, he had been overwhelmed by anger, which caused him to disregard everything. Qin Tianci couldn't help but sneer. "Looks like you have a lot of ghosts at home." Shun Daotian did not know about Shun Yin and Chan Kuan's affair. He had been away for so long and knew nothing about what had happened at home. He asked in confusion, "Lord, you just said that something happened to the Shin family? What happened?" Qin Tianci lit a cigarette and briefly explained what had happened in the Shin family. After hearing this, the anger that Shun Daotian had just calmed down started to flare up again. "Beast, oh beast. That dog Qin Kuan. Our Shun family has raised him for so many years. He actually did something so heinous. And Shan Yin, we are siblings. How could she?" Speaking of this, Shun Daotian looked apologetic. "I am very sorry, Lord. When I get back, I will definitely punish these two animals severely and give you a satisfactory answer." "There's no need to give me an answer." Qin Tianci took a drag of his cigarette and said calmly, "It's just that the trash of the Shin family should be cleaned up." Chapter 254. Please don't act like you're someone important. Meanwhile, at the Shin family residence, Shin Weiwei was in a complete mess, desperately trying to find connections to rescue Qin Tianci, who had been arrested. She had planned that if she couldn't find a way to help him, she would lead her people to storm the Dragon Law Hall the next day. Although she had told Qin Tianci that she would give him 3 days, once Qin Tianci was really taken away, she found that she couldn't wait even a moment. The next day, she gathered a group of Qin family martial artists, ready to force their way into the Dragon Law Hall. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuan, who had been severely taught a lesson by Qin Tianci before, secretly contacted the Qin family and forced them to come to the Qin family to propose marriage. This made Shen Weiwei furious. Weiwei, are you going to continue being stubborn? Inside the main courtyard, Chen Kuan, relying on his biological parents and many Qin family thugs behind him, was filled with smugness and excitement. Looking at the Shun family members who couldn't resist, his heart was filled with the thrill of revenge. Shen Weiwei, seeing the situation, couldn't help but yell, "Bah! Chen Kuan, you are a despicable person who is taking advantage of others' misfortune. You want this young lady to marry you? You can dream on." She deeply regretted it now. Had she known Chen Kuan was such a lowlife, she should have just punched him to death to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Kuan's smile froze, and his eyes turned dark. Shen Weiwei, do you really think that bastard can get out? Haha, once he's in the 9th prison, you should pray that he won't come out missing limbs. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei's pupils constricted. What did you say? He's been locked up in the 9th prison? He was taken away by the Dragon Law Hall, wasn't he? Why would he be locked up in the 9th prison? She had originally wanted to lead the charge on the Dragon Law Hall, but never had she expected Qin Tianci to be locked up in the 9th prison. She knew all too well about that prison's notoriety. It was said that very few people who entered that place came out alive. Even if Qin Tianci was strong, who could guarantee that nothing would happen to him once he was locked up there? Chen Kuan, seeing her at a loss, looked even more carefree and smug. Hee, a piece of trash offended this young master. Do you think he can live much longer? Shen Weiwei, for the sake of us having grown up together, as long as you agree to marry me, I can ignore the things that happened in the past. But if you want to save that useless piece of trash, I'm telling you, it's impossible. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei clenched her fists tightly. Her pretty face was filled with rage as she said, word by word, Chen Kuan, listen carefully. This young lady is a person of Tianci Ji in life and a ghost of Tianci Ji in death. If you dare touch my man, I, Shen Weiwei, will use all my power to fight against your Qin family. Until death, no truce. Seeing Shen Weiwei being so resolute, the smugness on Chen Kuan's face completely disappeared. It was replaced by an undisguised viciousness. He gnashed his teeth and said, Shen Weiwei, we grew up together. You know my character. What am I, Chen Kuan, lacking compared to that useless piece of trash? Do you really have to make our two families fall apart because of an outsider? Shen Weiwei sneered. Sorry, you're not even worth a single hair on my man. Please don't act like you're someone important. Thank you. Shen Weiwei. Hearing such insulting words from her, Chen Kuan finally lost his cool. He roared. Just because I like you, you shouldn't push your luck. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch the Shen family? After saying that, Shen Weiwei released all of her aura. Her explosive power shattered the floor, startling Chen Kuan and the others into taking a few steps back. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. This young lady is not afraid of you. Boom. Shen Weiwei's petite figure suddenly darted forward, creating a cloud of dust, and she threw a punch at Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan's face drastically changed, and he was so startled that he sat down on the ground with a thump, yelling, Dad, save me. Thump. A hand suddenly appeared in front of Chen Kuan, effortlessly catching Shen Weiwei's heavy punch. Such a vicious attack at such a young age. You need to be punished. Shen Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. She followed it with a kick towards the man who had appeared in front of her. However, the man didn't dodge at all. Instead, he raised his arm and received the blow head-on. Then he followed it with a palm strike, which landed squarely on Shen Weiwei's abdomen. Shen Weiwei couldn't evade it and was sent flying backward, sliding more than 10 meters on the ground before finally stopping. A closer look revealed that blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with shock. She knew that there were very few people in the entire dragon country who could receive her punch. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of Chen Kuan was clearly among that select few. Yet now, she had been injured by just one palm strike. This made her feel shocked beyond belief. Dad! Chen Kuan's eyes lit up when he saw the middle-aged man. Excitement spread across his face. Chen Chonggang nodded silently, then placed his hands behind his back. He coldly scanned Shen Weiwei and the others with an arrogant expression, saying, Chen Kurin is a descendant of the Qin family, and he is also my son, Qin Chonggang. It is a great honor that he would take an interest in a low-born girl from a lower-class family like you. Not only are you ungrateful, but you even dare to harm him. You're clearly disrespecting me. Shen Weiwei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face cold. Shin Panghua, who had been unable to suppress his anger, finally exploded, pointing at Chen Chonggang and cursing. Who the hell are you calling a low-born girl? Weiwei is the young miss of the Shin family. Your son is nothing more than a Chen family bastard. If it wasn't for our Shin family, he would have starved to death in the streets a long time ago. You are shameless, ungrateful, and despicable. Hearing his curses, Qin Chonggang gave him an arrogant glance. Then, he suddenly released a palm strike in response. Shin Panghua was caught off guard and was slapped to the ground. Several of his teeth were sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Second uncle. Shen Weiwei cried out in alarm, her beautiful face filled with anger. You're a foul-mouthed piece of trash. Who gave you the right to be so impudent in front of me? Qin Chonggang's cold and arrogant voice echoed again, his tone full of contempt. He walked up to them, his posture high and mighty. If it wasn't for my son's attachment to old feelings, I could easily destroy a lowly family like yours with just a wave of my hand. Chen Chonggang's words completely enraged Shen Weiwei. Without another word, she clenched her fists again and charged towards him, unleashing an unprecedented force. Who Shen Weiwei marries is none of your business. Get out of here. Seeking death. However, Qin Chonggang remained unfazed by her all-out attack. With a casual wave of his hand, Shen Weiwei's punch came to an abrupt halt. Shen Weiwei's pupils constricted. She had never expected her strength to be so inferior to his. She was about to retreat when she saw Qin Chonggang disappear. He blocked her retreat and said calmly, You're an untamed low-born brat. I'll teach you a lesson for my son and show you what manners are. After he finished, he raised his hand to slap Shen Weiwei's face. Just when Shen Weiwei thought she was about to be slapped, the man's hand did not come down. Then she heard a familiar voice. If this slap lands, the Chun family will disappear. Chapter 255. Blade Emperor? Who is it? With the cold voice, Chen Chonggang felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He subconsciously stopped his hand and looked around, shouting out in alarm. The next moment, a terrifying pressure instantly assaulted him. Qin Chonggang's pupils shrunk. Before he could react, the pressure slammed into him, forcing him to stumble backwards several steps. He felt his internal energy surge. His expression became extremely shocked. Then he saw a man, about 25 years old, leisurely walking in. His brows exuded a detached killing intent. Tianci Ji? His appearance made Shen Weiwei very excited. She called out his name without thinking. Qin Tianci? Are you a man or a ghost? The moment he saw Qin Tianci, Chen Kurin was dumbfounded. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. Shouldn't this guy be locked up in prison right now? How could he be here? Qin Tianci looked at Chen Kurin, whose face was full of terror. He couldn't help but laugh. You seem surprised to see me? You? Aren't you supposed to be in the 9th prison right now? Why are you? Chen Kurin blurted out without thinking. But halfway through his sentence, he stopped, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Qin Tianci's eyes. So you knew that Chen Jinchuan wouldn't be taking me to the Dragon Law Hall. Chen Kuin's thoughts had been revealed. His face changed. But when he thought about having Chen Chonggang to back him up, his confidence grew. So what if I knew? You, surnamed Qin, you actually dare to publicly escape prison. What audacity! Not only are you finished, but you'll bring the Shin family down with you. Chen Chonggang walked forward. He stared at Qin Tianci and asked indifferently, So you're the bastard my son was talking about? Qin Tianci ignored him and went to Shen Weiwei. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from her mouth and asked coldly, Who hit you? Shen Weiwei's eyes didn't move. A blush appeared on her face. I'm okay. Why did you come back? I was planning on rescuing you? Qin Tianci smiled faintly. The mere 9th prison isn't qualified to hold me. Arrogant. Chen Kuin sneered when he heard that. Although I don't know how exactly you managed to escape from Chen Jinchuan's hands, since you've come back to this trap, then wait to die. Qin Tianci ignored his rant again. Instead, he lit a cigarette, blew out the smoke, and looked at the Chun family members. Then, he said, word by word, I'll ask again. Who injured her? I did. Qin Tianci stepped forward. His tone was arrogant, a low-born girl who does not know her place. She deserves to be hit. So what, kid? You want to fight for her? Boom. As soon as he finished talking, Qin Tianci suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a brutal killing intent enveloped Chen Chongang's body, shocking him. What was this terrifying aura? Before Chen Chonggang could react, he saw Qin Tianci appear behind him. Such speed. Qin Chonggang was shocked. He subconsciously used his arms to defend. However, Qin Tianci didn't hold back at all. He lifted his foot and kicked Qin Chonggang. With just one kick, Chen Chonggang immediately felt an unprecedented force. With a loud thump, he was launched backward like a missile, smashing through the courtyard wall and creating a cloud of dust. In an instant, everyone present was silent, stunned in place, their breathing suspended. The strength that Qin Chonggang had displayed earlier was definitely enough to crush anyone in the Qin family. Yet now, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Qin Tianci. This was too terrifying. Qin Penghwa's eyes were wide with shock. Although he had witnessed Qin Tianci's strength before, he was still shocked beyond belief by his fierce methods. Does this kid even have a bottom line? No matter how strong someone was, they seemed like paper in front of Qin Tianci, with no power to resist. Whether it was the four heroes of the Liao family or this Chen Chonggang, none of them were his match. Chen Kuan's mind was buzzing, his eyes full of horror and panic. Before he could react, the same bone-chilling cold voice came again. I gave you one chance. You didn't cherish it, so die. Boom. Chen Kuan's mind exploded. The next moment, he saw Qin Tianci's cold and indifferent expression, his face turning pale. Just when Qin Tianci was about to finish him off, a loud shout sounded. Impudence. In a flash, a 2-meter-long blade fell from the sky, vertically and horizontally placed between Qin Tianci and Chen Kuan. Then, a man who looked very similar to Chen Chonggang threw a punch at Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci dodged casually, taking a few steps back. Third uncle. Chen Kuan was overjoyed when he saw the newcomer, as if he had seen a savior. He almost burst into tears. Qin Tianci sneered, looking at the man who was full of hostility. Oh, so the Qin family has brought quite a few people this time. You little beast, you dare to hurt someone from the Qin family. You have a lot of guts. The man pointed angrily at Qin Tianci, his tone domineering and unquestionable. At this time, Qin Chonggang also rushed out of the ruins. He was covered in dirt and had injuries all over his body. He dragged his wounded body to the man. Third brother, you're here? When they saw this man, Shen Weiwei and Shen Penghwa's faces changed. Shen Weiwei came forward and said, This is Chen Kuan's third uncle. His name is Chen Chong, and he's said to be a Blade Emperor. He's one of the top grandmasters in the entire Dragon Country, extremely powerful. Qin Tianci stared indifferently at the man who had interfered, his expression detached. You Qin family members are only allowed to bully people using your power, not allowing others to resist? Your Qin family sure is majestic. So what if we're oppressing you? Chen Chong placed the large blade on his shoulder, his tone overbearing and unquestionable. That's how the Qin family does things. Kid, I don't care what your background or identity is, or even if you're a grandmaster. Today, you insulted my nephew and injured my brother. I, the Blade Emperor, am here to get justice for them. Either you kneel down now, kowtow and apologize, and then give that girl from the Qin family to my nephew. Or else you, and the entire Qin family will die. Hearing this, the faces of the Qin family members turned pale. The Qin family was simply too overbearing. However, Qin Tianci wasn't fazed by his threats. Instead, he sneered, Based on you? Chen Chong became more and more eager for a fight when he saw Qin Tianci's disdain. Kid, you managed to escape from Zhenchuan, so I guess you have some skills. But I advise you not to cause trouble in front of me. If you piss me off, your head will really end up on the ground. After saying that, Qin Tianci's expression became cold. He took a drag of his cigarette and said, Sorry, I hate doing what people tell me to do. Ha ha ha. Chen Chong laughed instead of getting angry. You're truly courting death. It seems like you're tired of living. In that case, you all can just go to hell. After saying that, he swung his large blade down, creating a hurricane. The powerful killing intent was terrifying. But just as he was about to move to take Qin Tianci's head, Shun Daoyan's cold shout suddenly came. What arrogant words. Chen Chong, do you really think that I, Shen Daotian, am already dead? Chapter 256. Are you even worth comparing to him? Shun Daotian? With the sound of his voice, Chun Chang's expression changed slightly. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, striking down a palm towards his head. Chen Chong wasn't a pushover either. He immediately raised his blade to defend. With a loud clang, the moment the two collided, it created a deafening sound. In just a short while, Chen Chong couldn't hold on any longer, and he staggered backward. Fortunately, Chun Chonggang helped him, and he managed to steady himself. Shin Daotian, on the other hand, gracefully rolled in the air before landing firmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Dad! When Shin Weiwei saw Shin Daotian, her eyes immediately reddened. She rushed forward and into his arms. Shin Daotian was a little taken aback by his daughter's sudden action. In the past, Shin Weiwei had never acted spoiled in front of him. She would call him old man this and old man that. She would often fight with him to gauge her martial arts skills. But now she was showing such a shy demeanor, which made Shin Daotian a little unaccustomed to it. I thought something had happened to you while you were out there. It's so good that you're back. Shin Weiwei's voice, carrying a hint of tears, tugged at Shin Daotian's heart, and he suddenly felt a mix of emotions. Ever since Sun Ji killed his wife, he had always been very strict with Shin Weiwei, and Shin Weiwei, as expected, found her greatest pleasure in annoying him every day. At the end of the day, his daughter had never experienced a mother's love since childhood, and this was a debt he had always been too afraid to face. But now he realized that his safety was so important to Shin Weiwei. This made Shan Daotian's heart suddenly surge with warmth. Silly girl, your old man is invincible. How could anything happen to me? Shin Daotian reached out to caress Shin Weiwei's head, his eyes full of affection. After speaking, his face darkened. He raised his head and looked at the Chen family members who had come to force the marriage. His tone was full of anger as he glared at them. Chun Kuan. Ah! The sound of his voice scared Chin Kuan so much that his legs went weak. He almost fell to the ground. In the Shin family, he wasn't afraid of anyone except for this grandmaster. He knew that Shin Daotian was more than just the head of the Shin family. He was also the adoptive father who raised him. This grandmaster was extremely strict when it came to educating both Shin Weiwei and him, thus leaving an indelible impression of authority in Chan Kuan's heart. Whenever he faced Shin Daotian, he would feel reverence from his bones. This time was no exception. Seeing this, Shin Daotian glared at Chen Kuan. From the moment you stepped foot in my Shin family, I raised you as my own son. Everything that was good was shared between you and Weiwei. I have never been stingy. I even taught you all the Shin family's martial arts. Has Shin Daotian ever mistreated you? Shin Kuan was speechless, not knowing how to answer. His face was full of shame and embarrassment. Speak! Shin Daotian shouted angrily. Chen Kuan was startled again. He quickly shook his head. No, Uncle Shin. The Shin family has treated me very well. Then is this how you repay me? Shin Daotian questioned again. I, Shin Daotian, have always acted with integrity in my life, but I never imagined that I would raise an ungrateful wretch like you. Weiwei grew up with you. How could you mistreat her like that? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Chen Kuan was speechless. His face was extremely ugly. Meanwhile, Qin Chong and Qin Chonggang saw his cowardly appearance, and they frowned, shouting out, "Say whatever you want. The Qin family has no room for cowardice." Chen Kuan, feeling backed by his biological father and his third uncle, swallowed his saliva and said, trying to suppress his fear, "Uncle Shen, since you raised me, you should know that I've liked Weiwei since childhood. Why do you refuse to agree to this marriage?" As he spoke, he became increasingly angry. The timidity on his face completely disappeared, and his face gradually turned ferocious. You say that you've never mistreated me, but have I never contributed to the Shin family? Have I not repaid the Shin family? Weiwei and I grew up together. Are our 20 years of relationship not worth as much as some random bastard who popped out of nowhere? Why? Tell me, is this fair? In the end, Chen Kuan was hysterical. His eyes were red. It was as if he had suffered from all the unfairness in the world. He was full of resentment. Shin Daotian sneered. I, Shin Daotian, am nearly 50 years old, and I know that relationships aren't just about how long they last. What's more, Weiwei only sees you as a brother. She never had any romantic feelings for you, which I have already made clear to you. You are simply making baseless arguments. That's bullshit. Unexpectedly, Chen Kuan cursed directly. Is a 20-year relationship not worth as much as an outsider? Then what am I? What am I? Qin Tianci. Drop the pretenses. You just look down on me, thinking that I'm an unwanted orphan, with no background and no power, not worthy of your daughter. Qin Tianci shook his head in disappointment, looking at his unreasonable appearance. You are truly beyond salvation. Haha, I'm beyond salvation? What do you think you are? Why are you here lecturing me? Chun Kuan roared, now I've found my family, and it just so happens to be the Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. I have the backing and the power to bring Shen Weiwei home, and no one can stop me. What a joke. Qin Tianci laughed angrily. Today, I, Qin Tianci, will say it here. As long as I live for one more day, you will not take away my daughter. Qin Tianci. Qin Kuan called him by his full name, pointing at him with red eyes. Are you determined to push this to the extreme? Aren't you afraid that I will break ties with you? Based on you? Qin Tianci sneered disdainfully, then adopted a domineering posture. Do you think that you can challenge me just because you managed to join the Qin family? You should ask those 2 dogs behind you if they dare to fight me? At that instant, Qin Tianci released all of his aura. The wind instantly swept across the courtyard. The ground shook, and the power of a grandmaster was unleashed without restraint. Qin Chong and Qin Chonggong's faces changed slightly in alarm. Qin Kuan, who had been yelling a moment ago, was now pale. If it weren't for these 2 protecting him, he probably would have coughed up blood. Qin Tianci placed his hands behind his back, and he said, step by step, today, I'm standing here. If anyone dares to touch my daughter, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Qin Kuan felt his heart pound when he saw Qin Tianci's imposing aura, but he was still unwilling and pointed at Qin Tianci. Then what about him? Why is he worthy of Shen Weiwei? Him? Qin Tianci looked at Qin Tianci, who was watching the show with a leisurely expression, and he couldn't help but sneer. Qin Kuan, have I been too kind to you these past few years? You, and your so-called Qin family, do you dare to compare yourselves to him? Are you even qualified? Chapter 257, The First Gift. What did you say? Qin Kuan's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Tianci with an incredulous expression. Qin Tianci stood with his hands behind his back, his expression detached. Don't you understand? My Qin family's son-in-law, aside from Tianci, no one else is qualified to enter my Qin family's doors. You, Qin Kuan, are even unworthy? You old fool. You're pushing it too far. Qin Chong roared. My nephew, Qin Chong's nephew, has strength, a background, and is he still not worth as much as a bastard who came out of nowhere? Impudence. Qin Tianci bellowed and directly suppressed Qin Chong's aura. If it wasn't for the fact that I personally raised Qin Kuan from a young age, your Qin family could disappear from the Dragon Country for just uttering the word bastard. Hearing this, Qin Chong laughed angrily. Qin Tianci, have you been lost in the flattery of Grandmaster to these past few years? You, a second-rate Grandmaster? You dare to challenge our Qin family? Qin Tianci sneered. Of course not with just me alone. Qin Chong and the others were surprised, as they didn't expect Qin Tianci's tone to change. Not with you? Aside from you, what else does the Qin family have that would make our Qin family take notice? Qin Chong said dismissively. Qin Tianci wasn't angry. He said calmly, my son-in-law alone is enough to destroy your Qin family. Him? The Qin family members were stunned again. Then Qin Chong sneered. Qin Tianci, are you senile? Even you can't move the Qin family, yet a bastard dares to? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a figure suddenly darted out, punching Qin Chong. Qin Chong's pupils constricted. He instinctively drew his blade to defend. With a crack, the blade in Qin Chong's hand cracked under the impact of the punch. Qin Chong was shocked. He didn't expect the person's strength to be so great. Upon closer inspection, it was Shen Weiwei. You keep calling him bastard this and bastard that. Do you really think I, Shen Weiwei, have a good temper? My man, how dare you insult him? Die, you old hag. Clang. Shen Weiwei's enraged punch completely shattered Qin Chong's already cracked blade. The terrifying force of the punch also sent Qin Chong staggering back a few steps. His eyes were full of horror. But soon, the horror on his face turned into rage. You little brat, you actually dared to break my blade. You're courting death. After saying that, Qin Chong decided not to hold back anymore. He unleashed all of his terrifying strength. With his palm as a blade, he suddenly appeared in front of Shin Weiwei and swung down. Shin Weiwei wasn't afraid at all. She clenched her fist and went straight for him. A fist and a palm collided in the air. But in just a moment, sweat appeared on Shin Weiwei's pretty face. She could barely hold on. A mere grandmaster dares to challenge me. You're a low-born brat through and through. Qin Chong glared angrily. He lifted his other hand to strike down on Shin Weiwei's head. Shin Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that Qin Chong's strength was even greater than Qin Chonggong's. It was clear that she would be killed or seriously injured if his palm strike landed. Qin Daotian moved. Qin Tianci also moved. But Qin Tianci's speed was far greater than Qin Daotian's. In just half a breath, Qin Chong sensed a chilling, killing intent coming from behind, which caused him to stop his movements. It seems like I've been too lenient with you. Qin Chong was shocked. He turned to see Qin Tianci's icy eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, boom! A loud explosion rang out between the three people. A cloud of dust rose instantly. Everyone present was shocked and confused. Qin Kuan and Qin Chonggong's eyes widened as they stared at what was happening. Just as they were about to come forward and help, they saw the dust settle. Qin Tianci was holding Qian Chong's head, who was now on the verge of death, in one hand. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. Even Qin Daotian, who was about to make a move, was shocked. This kid is becoming more and more ruthless. Cough, cough. Qin Chong's mouth was gushing blood. He was weak and powerless, and his face was filled with undisguised shock. Although he couldn't be considered a top expert in the Qin family, he would still be referred to as Blade Emperor by outsiders. But he never imagined that he wouldn't be able to last even a single move against this man. So you're the so-called Blade Emperor? Qin Tianci was smoking a cigarette with one hand and holding Qin Chong's head in the other, dangling him in the air. He asked with a detached expression, You bastard, let go of my third uncle. Qin Kuan hadn't realized how serious the situation was. After reacting, he cursed at Qin Tianci. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci flicked his finger and shot his cigarette, but into Qin Kuan's mouth. Qin Kuan's face immediately flushed red. He knelt on the ground and coughed uncontrollably. Qin Chonggong roared furiously. You dog! How dare you touch a Qin family member? A Qin family member? Qin Tianci turned his head and stared at him indifferently. Is it so special to be a Qin family member? Qin Chonggong's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Qin Tianci threateningly. Kid, I advise you to think this through. The Qin family is not someone you can provoke. Release my third brother immediately, or else what? Qin Tianci interrupted him casually, his tone indifferent. Meanwhile, Qin Chong, whom he was holding in his hand, said through gritted teeth while enduring the pain all over his body, You bastard, I am the third member of the Qin family. If you dare to kill me, it's declaring war against the Qin family. You and the Qin family? Crack. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianci suddenly exerted force with his hand. Qin Chong's skull shattered instantly. His eyes rolled back, and he died. Even at the moment of death, he could not figure out why Qin Tianci dared to kill him. This sudden scene plunged the scene into complete silence. No one expected that Qin Tianci would really kill Qin Chong. Even Shin Weiwei thought that Qin Tianci only wanted to intimidate the Qin family and didn't intend to fight them to the death. Qin Chonggong and Qin Kuan thought the same. In their minds, no one in the entire Dragon Country dared to break ties with the Qin family, not even the imperial family. But Qin Tianci, he just did it. Everyone present was shocked and horrified, except for Shan Daotian. He had not shown any surprise when he saw Qin Tianci kill Qin Chong. He even wanted to laugh a little. Everyone thought that the Qin family was powerful and unchallengeable, but who knew what kind of strength his son-in-law had? Beast! You dare to kill my third brother! Qin Chonggong roared in rage after he finally reacted. His face was twisted as if he was about to devour someone. But Qin Tianci, as if throwing away a dead dog, tossed Qin Chong's corpse in front of him, then put his hands behind his back and said, Don't panic. You'll be accompanying him soon. Chen Jinchuan and Chen Chong. They are the first gift I'm giving to your Qin family. You. What did you say? Qin Chonggong's eyes widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. You had Jinchuan also? You have a lot of guts. Snap. Qin Tianci lit a cigarette. His aura was lofty and unmatched. After blowing out some smoke, he said, See? You're getting flustered again? Then why not today? I'll send you on your way too. Chapter 258. It's no trouble if we just eradicate them. You dare. Hearing Qin Tianci's threat, Chen Kuan wanted to continue his tirade. But Chen Chonggang was obviously more rational than him. He pulled Chen Kuan back. Then, he stared at Qin Tianci with a very dark expression. Qin Tianci, is that your name? I don't care what kind of god you are. You killed 2 members of the Qin family. The Qin family will never let this go. And Shen family, you all better remember this. You brought this upon yourselves. Shin Daotian snorted coldly. He said dismissively, stop talking nonsense here. Qin Chonggang, if you want to fight, I, Shin Daotian, am ready to keep you company at any time. Your Chun family is not powerful enough to dominate the dragon country. Since you want a declaration of war, I'll accept it. Good. Very good. Very good. Qin Chonggang said 3 goods in a row. His face had already turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Since the Shin family is determined to protect this bastard, then we'll just wait and see. After saying that, he stopped dawdling and turned to leave. But he noticed that Chen Kuan was still standing there and didn't move, so he yelled impatiently, are you going to continue embarrassing yourself here? Let's go. Chen Kuan bit his lip. He looked at Xin Weiwei and Qin Tianci standing together. His eyes were full of resentment. Qin Tianci, Xin Weiwei, you will pay for your actions today. Then, he turned around and followed Chen Chonggang out of the Shin family residence. When they finally left, the Shin family members let out a long sigh of relief. Xin Weiwei stepped forward and took Qin Tianci's arm. Her eyes had reddened a bit. Honey, I'm so glad you came back safely. Looking at the silly girl's worried expression, Qin Tianci smiled and patted her head. Silly girl, I've said it before. The person who can hurt me in this world hasn't been born yet. You're still bragging. Xin Weiwei couldn't help but scold him playfully. Do you know how worried I was after you were taken away? I was already preparing to storm their place. Looking at Shen Weiwei's rambunctious manner, Qin Tianci laughed silently. At that moment, Shen Daotian came up with his hands behind his back. He was overjoyed to see the two being so close. He couldn't help but tease. My daughter, once you have a man, you don't need this old bone anymore. You were worried about your man, but not about me? I haven't been home for a whole month. But Shen Weiwei scoffed. Old man, aren't you ashamed? How old are you compared to Tianci Ji? Besides, you're already a grandmaster, so what could happen to you? Shen Daotian looked embarrassed. Then, he blew his beard and said, just now, someone was worried that something might have happened to me. How did your face change so quickly? Well, you hadn't come back yet, had you? Xin Weiwei stuck out her tongue, looking particularly adorable. Qin Tianci looked at the two of them bickering and couldn't help but laugh. Weiwei, don't say that about Uncle Shen. This time, he almost fell into a trap while he was out there. If it wasn't for… Hey. Shin Daotian quickly interrupted. Tianci, you can't talk nonsense. Looking at the entire dragon country, who can beat me? If it wasn't for Sun Ji being so deceitful, I would have slapped him to death a long time ago. Hearing this, Qin Tianci was stunned and shook his head, laughing silently. This old fellow doesn't want to lose face in front of his daughter. However, to be fair, it was a bit embarrassing for a grandmaster like Shin Daotian to almost lose to a grandmaster. What's more, Shin Daotian had always been seen as a great and heroic figure by Xin Weiwei. At that moment, Xin Weiwei reacted and asked, Dad, that trash Sun Ji, is he dead? Hearing this, Shin Daotian's smile disappeared. He nodded solemnly. Yes, he's dead. Xin Weiwei fell silent. Tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. She lowered her head and murmured, that damned beast, finally. Mom, you can rest in peace. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming a bit heavy, Shin Daotian quickly comforted her. Weiwei, these old grudges, let's just put them to rest. You and Tianci still have a long way to go. Let's look forward. Shin Weiwei took a deep breath and forced out a smile. Dad, you're right. We still have a long way to go. At that time, Shin Penghua helped Hu Yuanping walk over. Shin Daotian immediately went up to greet her. Mom, are you okay? Hu Yuanping looked at her eldest son with a relieved expression. What could happen to this old bone of mine? It's good that you didn't get into any trouble. Mom, you recognize me? Shin Daotian noticed the change in Hu Yuanping and was immediately very surprised. Shin Penghua then explained. Thanks to Qin Kid, he saved Mom from the brink of death and even cured her dementia. Hearing this, Shin Daotian suddenly turned around and stared at Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. It was just something I did casually. The next moment, Qin Daotian knelt before Qin Tianci in front of all the Shun family members. Your kindness in saving my mother. I will never forget it. Please accept my bow. This bow made everyone present's expressions drastically change. They knew that Qin Daotian was not only a grandmaster, but he was also the head of the Qin family and an elder. Most importantly, he was Qin Tianci's future father-in-law. No matter if it was for saving his mother or any other reason, it was not appropriate for him to kneel before Qin Tianci. Xin Weiwei was also stunned. She cried out, Dad, what are you doing? How can you kneel to Tianci Ji? That's right, big brother. Xin Panghua also felt it was inappropriate and came forward to advise him. With your status, how can you kneel before Qin Kid? If someone's going to kneel, it should be me. Qin Tianci was also a bit confused by Xin Daotian's actions. Is this old fellow deliberately trying to embarrass him? Even if he knows his true identity, he still shouldn't kneel in front of Xin Weiwei, right? What is going on? But just as he was about to go forward and help him up, Hu Yuanping suddenly spoke. Let him kneel. Everyone was shocked and confused. They all turned to look at Hu Yuanping. Hu Yuanping's old eyes were shining with wisdom as she said, while supporting herself with a cane. Tianci is qualified to receive Daotian's bow. At this point, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. But since the old matriarch had spoken, the others didn't dare to say anything more. Xin Daotian then gave Qin Tianci a very solemn kowtow. Qin Tianci felt quite helpless. He knew that Xin Daotian didn't bow only out of gratitude for saving his mother. It was also because of his identity. He then stepped forward to help him up and said, Uncle Xin, you are an elder. I will accept this bow. But let it be the only time. Xin Daotian also understood what Qin Tianci meant, so he immediately nodded. Thank you. Seeing this, Xin Panghua came forward worriedly. Big brother, it seems like the Qin family has decided to fight us to the death. If we really have a battle, we won't be able to handle it. You also know that Qin Kuren is petty. This time, things didn't go his way. I'm afraid. Hearing this, a grave expression flickered in Shan Daotian's eyes. After all, the Qin family was one of the 4 great families, while the Xin family was far inferior to them. This time, they had completely made an enemy of the Qin family, which would definitely lead to endless trouble in the future. However, Qin Tianci, who was on the side, said indifferently, a Qin family is nothing. There won't be any trouble if we just eradicate them. Chapter 259. The Real Meaning of the 4 Great Families. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A Qin family was nothing? It would be no trouble if they just eradicate them? If they weren't seeing Qin Tianci's nonchalant attitude, they would have thought that he was joking. Xin Panghua, after snapping out of his stupor, said, Qin Kid, you shouldn't be saying things like that casually. Do you even know what the name of the 4 great families entails? Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, What is it? Xin Panghua explained, The 4 great families are families that have been around for centuries in the Dragon Country. Their followers are everywhere. It can be said that half of the martial artists in the Dragon Country are related to these 4 great families, and their connections are everywhere. Even the imperial family is wary of their power and doesn't dare to offend them. It's even said that they control the economic lifeline of the Dragon Country. If they fall, the Dragon Country's development will be set back at least 50 years. Some people even say that the 4 great families listen to no one, but they have military powers that are enough to destroy a small country. This is not a joke. After saying all this, Xin Panghua looked at Qin Tianci, wanting to see some shocked expressions on his face. But Qin Tianci didn't even bat an eye from start to finish. Instead, he asked, That's all? That's all? Xin Panghua was dumbfounded. Isn't that enough to make someone wary? Qin Tianci shrugged, his indifferent attitude making everyone even more dumbfounded. Of course it's not just that. Hu Yuanping spoke up again at this time. Actually, these things about the 4 great families are no longer a secret. What the imperial family is truly wary of is their martial arts resources. Martial arts resources? Qin Tianci's pupils constricted slightly. His interest was piqued. Although his knowledge of the 4 great families was no less than anyone present, this was the first time he had heard of these martial arts resources that Hu Yuanping spoke of. Hu Yuanping nodded, then walked back and forth with her cane, slowly explaining. The so-called martial arts resources is actually qi. The reason why martial artists are able to increase their strength is entirely because this qi can temper the human body itself, thus achieving the effect of cultivation. In fact, The Dragon Country's 14 billion people are not lacking in martial arts talents. But it's because most of the Qi is controlled by the four great families. That is why we think it's so difficult to break through to the Grandmaster level. But for the four great families, who have enough Qi, creating a Grandmaster is as simple as drinking water. Hearing this, Shun Panghua, Shin Weiwei, and the others were shocked. Grandma, do you mean that as long as you have enough Qi, you can easily break through to the Grandmaster realm? Hu Yuanping smiled kindly. Theoretically, that's how it is. Hearing this, Shun Weiwei's face instantly turned pale. It was no wonder her heart was breaking. She knew how much effort and suffering she had endured to reach her current level, all in the hopes of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. But now, she was being told that Grandmasters were like cabbages. This made it difficult for her to accept reality. However, Qin Tianci said, "What Grandma said is true, but don't be discouraged. Grandmasters have different levels of strength. The Grandmasters who have grown up in real battles and the Grandmasters who were groomed at home are not the same kind of creature at all." That's right. Shin Daotian affirmed his statement and continued, "Weiwei, you've been personally trained by me since childhood. Your strength is definitely not something that Grandmasters fostered by the four great families can compare to. Furthermore, even if they control the martial arts resources, they may not be able to cultivate anything worthwhile. Otherwise, wouldn't this country fall into chaos? What you're saying is true too." Hu Yuanping did not deny it. But the Grandmaster realm is, after all, the goal that martial artists pursue throughout their lives. For great families were to cultivate thousands upon thousands of Grandmasters, it would definitely not be a force to be underestimated. They would have enough power to overthrow the current imperial family's rule. Hearing this, Shun Panghua couldn't help but ask, "Then, if that's the case, why are the four great families still willing to bow down to the imperial family's control?" Hu Yuanping smiled meaningfully after hearing that. "Xiaohua, do you really think that the four great families are being controlled by the imperial family?" Hearing this, Shun Penghua's mind buzzed. "Don't tell me." Hu Yuanping continued, "The power of the four great families is far beyond what you can imagine. The imperial family is not only wary of them, but it is constantly keeping a close eye on them. As for why the four great families have not overthrown the imperial rule, it's because they can't produce Grandmasters." Grandmasters? Shin Penghua's pupils widened. "Mom, didn't you just say that the four great families have enough Qi? Then, why can't they produce Grandmasters? Grandmasters cannot be simply cultivated using Qi." Shun Daotian snorted coldly on the side and said with disdain, "Grandmasters and Grandmasters, even though there's just a one character difference between the two, up to now, there are only 3 Grandmasters in the Dragon Country. Don't you want to know why?" Shin Weiwei asked, puzzled, "Why?" "Because Grandmasters don't cultivate using Qi, but with enlightenment." Unexpectedly, Qin Tianci suddenly spoke up from the side. "Enlightenment?" Shin Weiwei was stunned. "That's right, it's enlightenment." Shun Daotian nodded. "The realm of a Grandmaster is different from that of an ordinary martial artist. It's not just about physical strength. More importantly, it's about internal enlightenment. Even though I broke through to the Grandmaster realm, I have not yet fully perfected my enlightenment. That is why my strength is far inferior to the other 2 Grandmasters." Hu Yuanping said softly, "The strength of one Grandmaster is far superior to that of 10 million Grandmasters. That's why the 4 great families don't want to revolt, but they currently don't have the ability to do so. Once a Grandmaster appears in the 4 great families, the entire Dragon Country would inevitably be plunged into an internal strife." Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. If they hadn't heard what Hu Yuanping said today, their understanding of the 4 great families would forever remain at the level of wide influence and vast connections. They would never have imagined that the 4 great families' strength would be comparable to the imperial family. If that's the case, then we're doomed if the Qin family wants to attack us, aren't we? Shin Penghua spread his hands, showing that he was giving up completely. However, Shin Daotian shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. The 4 great families have the imperial family watching them. There are many complications involved. It won't be easy for them to mobilize forces to deal with us." After saying that, he suddenly said, "Besides, the next martial arts tournament is almost here. It's not certain whether they can keep their titles of the 4 great families." Hearing this, Qin Tianci was taken aback. "Martial arts tournament? What is that?" Chapter 260. Don't doubt it, your kid is just trash. The so-called martial arts tournament is actually a way to allocate resources. Qin Tianci noticed that Qin Tianci was unaware of it, so he immediately explained. If nothing unexpected happens, the martial arts tournament is usually held once every 5 years. At that time, all the martial arts families in the Dragon Country will participate. Each family will send their strongest martial artists to compete. Based on the results of the competition, the martial arts families will be ranked to allocate chia. Hearing this, Qin Tianci understood. He was wondering why he had never heard of this martial arts tournament before. It seemed that 5 years ago, he was just a nobody who couldn't access this level of information. Then he asked, puzzled, since the 4 great families control the entire country's qi, isn't it redundant to hold this martial arts tournament? Hu Yuanping said, it's because they control the qi that they must hold this tournament to allocate resources. First, it's a way to show their attitude to the imperial family, and second, it's to create balance. Balance? Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow slightly, then chuckled dismissively. They're afraid that martial artists will not receive any qi and overthrow them as a result? Qin Tianci nodded. That's right. They're powerful, but the Dragon Country is no longer the same as before. The martial arts world is full of talented people. They've already broken free from their control. If resources are not distributed evenly, it's likely to cause resentment among others. That's something that they don't want to see. Qin Tianci was silent. Then, he looked at Qin Tianci. So, the Qin family will also be participating in this martial arts tournament? Qin Weiwei waved her fist, her pretty face full of excitement. Of course. I'm personally going, and when the time comes, I'll make them fall like leaves in the wind. I'll leave them nothing but ashes. Qin Tianci looked at his combative daughter and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Tianci, your marriage to Weiwei has been decided. What do you think? How about you two go together at the martial arts tournament and help our Qin family to show off a bit? Hearing this, all the Qin family members were stunned. Although they had seen Qin Tianci's strength, the martial arts tournament was not a child's play. Qin Tianci had no experience in previous tournaments. So how could Qin Tianci invite him to participate? Qin Tianci was also taken aback, and then he felt amused. Knowing his identity, and still having him participate in this martial arts tournament, it was clear that Qin Tianci wanted him to fight the 4 great families, while he hid in the back and watched the show. This old fellow was really cunning. That won't do, big brother. At that moment, Qin Penghua stepped forward to stop him. Qin Kid is our Qin family's son-in-law. The martial arts tournament is a dangerous place, so how can we let him go? Hearing this, Qin Weiwei looked strange. Second uncle, you said it yourself. I'm still your niece, so why would you be willing to let me go? That's different. Qin Penghua said without even thinking, Weiwei, you've always been a tough one. Bumps and bruises are commonplace for you. How can you compare to our family's precious son-in-law? Qin Weiwei? Qin Tianci? What an honest second uncle. Second uncle. Qin Weiwei, after reacting, was angered by his words. She stomped her foot on the ground. How can you be so partial? You're making me so angry. Qin Penghua smiled cheekily. I don't care anyway. Our family's son-in-law cannot be hurt at all. If we scare him off, you'll never get married in this lifetime. You. Qin Weiwei was furious. She had never gotten any good words from her second uncle since she was a child. This time he made her lose face in front of Qin Tianci, which made her so angry that she clenched her fists and tried to charge at him. Seeing this, Qin Penghua was startled. He quickly hid behind Qin Tianci and cried out, Big brother, look at your daughter. She's about to beat up her own uncle. Qin Tianci looked at these 2 jokers, feeling a headache. He said with a mix of laughter and helplessness, Tianci, I was just joking. If you want to join the martial arts tournament, just tell me. If you don't want to, it's fine. Just with the strength of our Qin family, we'll be able to get some resources at the tournament. It will be enough for us. Qin Tianci also knew that Qin Tianci did not necessarily want to use him to help the Qin family obtain resources, so he smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. It just so happens that I've never participated in this kind of tournament. I also want to see the level of the Dragon Country's martial arts world now. When does it start? Qin Tianci was delighted to see his intention to participate. There's no hurry. It will be held at the end of this year. There are still 3 months left. Qin Tianci nodded readily. Okay, just remember to remind me when the time comes. After saying that, he turned to Qin Weiwei. Now that things here have been settled, I'm planning to return to Jiangbei. Shen Weiwei was surprised and asked, "So soon?" Qin Tianci nodded. "The relationship between me and the four great families has become hostile. It's easy to dodge a spear, but hard to avoid an arrow. I need to go back and make some preparations." "All right." Shen Weiwei looked down a bit sadly. "Do you want to go back with me?" Qin Tianci asked with a smile. But Shen Weiwei shook her head surprisingly. "There are still some of the Liao family's martial arts dojos, and some things at home that I need to take care of. I have to wait a little longer before going to find you." Qin Tianci did not force her. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shen Daotian say, "Why do you need to take care of all that? You should go make babies with my son-in-law. You don't need to take care of these matters." Hearing this, Shen Weiwei was stunned. From a young age, her old father had always thrown all of the Shen family's problems to her, and he never cared about anything. But today, why was he so different? Could it be because of Qin Tianci? Shen Panghua also pushed her forward. "Oh, my dear niece, your dad is right. What is more important than your marriage and babies? Hurry up and go out with Qin Kid. Just leave all the family matters to us old geezers." "Second uncle." Shen Weiwei was a bit bewildered by their actions, but she still looked at Shan Daotian with uncertainty. "Then, I'm really leaving?" Go on, go on." Shen Daotian waved his hand impatiently. "It's rare that you get a vacation, but you don't want to go? If that's the case, then don't leave. Stay here and help out with the family matters." "No, no." Shen Weiwei wouldn't agree. She was afraid that Shen Daotian would go back on his word, so she grabbed Qin Tianci's hand and ran away in a hurry. After they left the Shun family's courtyard, Shen Daotian took a deep breath and a pleased smile spread across his face. At that moment, Shen Panghua came forward and asked, "Big brother, where did you find this son-in-law? Compared to him, my stinky kid is just trash." Hearing his question, Shun Daotian's face was filled with pride. He did not even try to be humble. "Don't doubt it. Compared to him, your kid is trash." "Shen Panghua?" "No, I was just using an analogy. Why are you showing off now?" "Big brother, all these years, it's rare for you to have such a high opinion of a younger generation." "You're wrong." Shen Daotian's words made Shen Panghua stunned again. "I'm wrong? Could it be that you're purposely setting this Qin kid up?" Shen Daotian shook his head. He looked up at the sky. "A high opinion? Heh, I am not qualified to give an opinion about this kid. With him as Weiwei's husband, my Shen family will soar into the sky." Chapter 261. It's that Qin Tianci again. Qin Chonggang and Chen Kuren raced back to the Qin family estate in the capital. Upon arriving, Chen Chonggang, consumed by grief, cried out hoarsely, "Grandpa, something terrible has happened. Third brother is dead." The door burst open, and a voice filled with suppressed rage bellowed from within. "What did you say?" Chen Chonggang, pulling Chen Kuren down with him, knelt on the ground, heartbroken. Not only is third brother dead, but Chen Xuan is gone too. Boom. The announcement was met with an explosive release of power that shattered every pot and vase in the courtyard. Then, an elderly man with white whiskers, face contorted with fury, emerged from the room, followed by another older gentleman. "Master Zhao, you're here as well?" If Zhao Qingfeng had been present, he would have recognized the second man as Master Zhao of the Zhao family. Master Zhao's expression shifted upon seeing Chen Chonggang. "Chonggang, weren't you and Chen Chong supposed to be arranging a marriage proposal for your long-lost son? How could people die at a marriage proposal?" Chen Chonggang lowered his head, his face pale with shame. "There were complications. The Shen family, we failed to secure them." "What?" Master Zhao's eyes narrowed. "Didn't I send Sun Ji to help you? How could you fail?" Meanwhile, Chen Zhongli, the head of the Chen family, wore a sinister look. What exactly happened? Chen Chonggang recounted the events at the Shen family in detail. As they listened, both Chen Zhongli and Master Zhao's expressions grew grim, their displeasure obvious to anyone watching. Chen Zhongli finally spoke. "You're saying Shen Daotian returned when you were pressuring the Shen family into the marriage?" "Yes, Grandpa." Chen Kuan, feeling chills down his spine at witnessing such a powerful figure as Chen Zhongli, had initially been intimidated. But as his father finished his story, he mustered the courage to lodge a complaint. "It was all that bastard surnamed Qin. He ruined everything. We beg you, Grandpa, you must seek justice for us." "Surnamed Qin?" Hearing the familiar name, Master Zhao frowned. "Are you talking about that boy, Qin Tianci?" Yes, that's him." Chen Kuan was instantly animated. That damn dog. He stole Shin Weiwei, killed my third uncle in public, and from what he said, he also killed Uncle Jinchuan. As he laid out the accusations, the two elders' faces turned dark with rage. It's that Qin Tianci again. Master Zhao's body radiated an aura of dread, his voice thick with malice. Qin Zhongli, hearing the name for the first time, asked, "Zhao brother, you know him?" Master Zhao nodded and briefly recounted the previous incidents where Qin Tianci had thwarted his plans. Learning that Qin Tianci had foiled Master Zhao's plans several times, Qin Zhongli's attention was immediately caught. Where did this pest come from? How dare he oppose us so repeatedly? Master Zhao said calmly, "I've investigated him. The fellow was born into an ordinary family in Jiangling. He spent 3 years in prison and was only released 6 months ago." Qin Zhongli's brow furrowed. How could someone like that disrupt your plans? Master Zhao's face tightened. Do you know where he was imprisoned? Qin Zhongli paused. Could it be Lingdu prison? Master Zhao stated, I had someone check, and the prison he was released from was Lingdu prison. Now, do you think he's just some ordinary nobody? Lingdu prison? Qin Zhongli looked shocked. That kid's barely 30, and he served 3 years in Lingdu prison? Master Zhao gave a dry laugh. You know that Lingdu prison, which Xia Zifu oversees, is no ordinary place. Spending 3 years there, was it for punishment or training? One can only guess. Hearing that, Qin Zhongli was shaken. He murmured, Qin Tianci? Surnamed Qin? Could he be one of the royal family? Master Zhao shook his head. No, I checked his background. He's from a county in Jiangling. Unless, he has some secret records that we are unaware of. Qin Zhongli was doubtful. Even if there are secret records, surely we, with the resources of our 4 families, could unearth them? Master Zhao fell silent. What Qin Zhongli said was true. Even top-secret files shouldn't be beyond their reach. So how could they explain Qin Tianci's extraordinary abilities? Wait. Seeing Master Zhao's silence, Qin Zhongli suddenly remembered something. He turned to Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan, wasn't it you who said Jinchuan took this bastard to the 9th prison? It's only been a few days. Why was he released? Chen Kuan trembled under the immense pressure from the family head, his face slick with cold sweat. Chen Chonggang, irritated by his son's cowardice, barked, Answer the patriarch when he asks. Chen Kuan gathered his courage and respectfully replied, Reporting, Grandpa, I don't know. I saw with my own eyes Uncle Jinchuan take the boy away. Then I immediately contacted Dad to propose to the Shin family. It all happened within 8 hours. Who knew that kid would be back so soon? I don't know what happened in the 9th prison. His explanation displeased Qin Zhongli, who gestured with his hand. Immediately, 2 expressionless warriors appeared from behind him. Investigate what happened at the 9th prison. Report back within half an hour. Yes. The 2 warriors nodded and were about to leave when Zhao Qingfeng rushed in, looking distraught. Master Zhao, something major has happened. What is it now? Master Zhao frowned. It seemed that one major incident after another was happening lately, leaving him increasingly annoyed. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Qin Zhongli, hesitant to speak. Master Zhao immediately scolded. Just speak. With the relationship I have with Brother Qin, do we have to hide anything from each other? Yes. Zhao Qingfeng reluctantly agreed, his eyes filled with unconcealed dread. Master Zhao, we just received news. 5 hours ago, the National Supervision Council, the National Security Bureau, and the imperial family of the capital all mobilized their troops. What? Both Master Zhao and Qin Zhongli were stunned. These 3 forces were all extremely important agencies in the capital. Even the deployment of one of them was considered a major event. That they had all mobilized their troops simultaneously? The 2 immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. What exactly happened? Where did they go? Have you found out anything? Master Zhao demanded sharply, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Qingfeng looked at the Qin family members, his face paling. He hesitated before saying, They all went to the 9th prison. Chapter 262. Not that coincidence, right? You said what? To the 9th prison? Qin Zhongli and Master Zhao were completely dumbfounded by this unexpected news. They had just been discussing the 9th prison, and now they were hearing that the 3 powerful forces they feared had all gone there. What's going on? Chen Chonggang, having regained his composure, asked in alarm. Why would they go to the 9th prison? Could it be a foreign invasion? The National Security Bureau, the National Supervision Council, and the Imperial Guard, their combined mobilization could only mean one thing. The nation was on high alert, facing a national crisis. But they had received no reports of enemy forces invading. So why had these three forces gone to the ninth prison? It was hard not to think along those lines. Zhao Qingfeng merely shook his head. The specific details have been sealed off. I only managed to find out that these three forces mobilized over 10,000 troops to suppress the ninth prison. And I also heard that Xia Zifu took 1,000 SSS-level criminals from Lingdu prison with her. What did you say? Hearing this, Chun Zhongli could no longer stay seated. That woman took prisoners from Lingdu prison and raided the ninth prison? Then Master Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. After a moment of thought, he said, if that's the case, then it makes sense. Chun Zhongli looked confused. Why do you say that? Master Zhao walked back and forth, asking, Brother Chun, who exactly are the people in Lingdu prison? Chun Zhongli replied, they are all death row inmates. Any one of them could emerge and turn the world upside down. Exactly. Master Zhao confidently said, Xia Zifu, out of nowhere, brought so many prisoners from Lingdu prison. What would the National Security Bureau, the National Supervision Council, and the imperial family think when they heard this? Chun Zhongli paused, then furrowed his brow. You think they think this woman is plotting a rebellion? Otherwise, what would cause such a huge stir? Master Zhao analyzed. Who else but that woman could mobilize the three forces like this? Obviously, they were all going after Xia Zifu and the death row inmates of Lingdu prison. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. But then Chun Zhongli quickly realized something was off. But if that's the case, why would that woman suddenly take all of the death row inmates out? Doesn't she fear the chaos that will ensue? Chun Zhongli's words made Master Zhao fall into thought again. Indeed, if these three forces were going after Xia Zifu, then why would Xia Zifu suddenly do something so bizarre? And who was she going after? At this point, Chun Zhongli and Master Zhao both suddenly turned pale. They looked at each other and said in unison, the Underworld King? Could Xia Zifu be going after the Underworld King? But they quickly shook their heads again, rejecting that idea. Impossible. The Underworld King has been missing for a long time. How could he suddenly appear in the ninth prison? That's absolutely impossible. But Chun Zhongli said, but if it's not the Underworld King, then who else could mobilize that woman? She is Blood Rose, the woman who obeys only the Underworld King. The whole scene fell into an eerie silence. A light breeze swept through the courtyard, making everything seem so still and peaceful. The next moment, quick! Chun Zhongli's roar pierced the sky. As he rushed down the stairs, he took 2 steps at a time, completely abandoning his former composure. He charged towards Qin Chonggang and the others, shouting, Go to the ninth prison. Go to the ninth prison. I don't care what the cost is, find out. Did the Underworld King go there? Master Zhao also could no longer stay seated. He, who had been moving slowly with his cane, suddenly moved with a medical miracle and stood before Zhao Qingfeng. His expression grave, he urged, immediately send people to Tianhai, find out what is happening, and report immediately. Zhao Qingfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded and rushed out. Meanwhile, Qin Kuan stood there, dumbfounded by the sight of the 2 top figures losing their composure. Confused, he asked, Dad, it's just the Underworld King, right? Why are these 2 so worked up? Shut up. Qin Chonggang, startled, glared at him, his face full of terror. You've lived in the Xin family for so long. Haven't you heard of what the words Underworld King represent? Chun Kuan looked at his father's distorted expression, and his heart skipped a beat. I know. Wei Wei often mentioned him. She said he was the peerless figure of the Dragon Kingdom, who single-handedly suppressed the border wars. But what does this have to do with us? Weren't we just talking about Qin Tianci? Hush! Qin Chonggang immediately made a silencing gesture. He saw small beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't understand how he had given birth to such a fool. Or perhaps, he finally understood why he had abandoned this child back then. He was truly hopeless, utterly lacking in perception. Kuaner, I'll say this only once, so listen carefully. The words Underworld King represent not just the power to destroy nations, but also supreme power. Don't let our 4 families proclaim they heed no orders. We still fear the power of the imperial family. But the Underworld King is truly untouchable. The entire imperial family, even the emperor, must show him respect. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Chun Kuan's face turned pale. He stared blankly and murmured, He's that terrifying? More than terrifying, Qin Chonggang said with lingering fear. Back when your dad was on the outer battlefields, I saw that man with my own eyes. With one finger, yes, just with one finger, he destroyed 50,000 elite troops of the Eagle Nation and Dongying Nation. Hiss. Qin Kuan gasped. Although he often heard Shen Weiwei mention the Underworld King, he had never truly understood who this man was. He was actually this powerful. One finger, destroying 50,000 elite troops? What did that even mean? Then where is he now? Qin Kuan, regaining some composure, asked. No one knows where he is. Qin Chonggang shook his head, his face filled with panic. But this time, the National Supervision Council, the National Security Bureau, and the Imperial Guard all went to the 9th prison, and that woman took all of the prisoners from Lingdu prison with her. It must be connected to him. Hearing this, Chun Kuan's face went strange. According to what Zhao Qingfeng had just said, it was right about the time Qin Tianci was imprisoned in the 9th prison. Could it be that? Chun Kuan's pupils shrank. Holy crap. This couldn't be a coincidence, right? Chapter 263. Almost there, almost there. Every girls, come out and greet your king. Qin Tianci kicked open the door to the large apartment. He spread his arms, eyes closed, and loudly announced his arrival, ready to be swarmed by sweet embraces. But after waiting a long while, Qin Tianci didn't hear any movement. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the house was empty. Qin Tianci? Where is everyone? Shen Weiwei, who was sitting on the sofa and eating fruit as if nothing was out of the ordinary, said leisurely, I just asked sister, and they all have something to do today. They told us to get our own food when we got back. Qin Tianci was speechless. Why didn't I know? Shen Weiwei smiled playfully. I asked in our sister's group chat. Qin Tianci paused. Sister's group chat? Shen Weiwei said naturally, yeah. We, the sisters, created a group on WeChat so that we can communicate easily. Why didn't you add me? Qin Tianci asked. Shen Weiwei gave him a flat look. It's a girls' group. What are you, a man, going to do in there? Qin Tianci. Then what do you girls talk about in there? Indeed, gossip is a basic human characteristic. Even Qin Tianci was no exception. He was curious about what his wives discussed in the group on a normal day. I'm not telling you. Shen Weiwei stuck out her tongue playfully. Hey! Seeing this, Qin Tianci wasn't going to stand for it. He strode forward and pushed Shen Weiwei down onto the sofa. Their faces were instantly inches apart, so close that they could hear each other breathe. Shen Weiwei immediately panicked, her pretty face flushed. Her eyes darted around, and she stuttered, Hubby, what are you doing? We are still at Sister Mushi's place. Qin Tianci looked at her doll-like and exquisite face with a mischievous smile. Of course, I want to do something interesting. What kind of interesting thing? Shen Weiwei asked, feigning ignorance. Qin Tianci's hands, however, had already begun to move downward. He continued his teasing. You know Sun Wukong, right? His Rui Jingu Bang can get big or small. It's all up to his whim. Upon hearing that, Shen Weiwei's face flushed crimson. Although she was usually carefree and straightforward, she had never actually experienced anything like this before. Her heart began to beat rapidly and the energy she always had seemed to be drained away, her entire body feeling weak. But she quickly regained her senses. She pushed Qin Tianci away and said, Sorry, hubby. I'm not feeling so well today. Qin Tianci paused, then realized that Shen Weiwei was on her period. Damn it. The pent-up desire was like fire that had been suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. He was utterly helpless, but he knew he had time. He kissed her forehead gently and said, Then maybe next time. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, his phone rang. Qin Tianci took a deep breath and got up. He grabbed the phone and saw that it was Zhou Guilin calling. He answered, Mom? What's up? Son, what have you been up to lately? You haven't come to see us in so long. Zhou Guilin's worried voice came through the phone. Qin Tianci was stunned. He realized that he had not been back since he settled the two women. He felt guilty. Mom, I've been busy lately. It's almost noon. Can I come home for a meal? That would be great. I was just planning to cook. Are you bringing Xue Xue or Jing Jing to eat? Hearing that Qin Tianci was going home for a meal, Zhou Guilin sounded happy. Qin Tianci looked embarrassed. He glanced at Shen Weiwei, who was blinking her cute eyes at him on the sofa. He laughed awkwardly. Hee. Neither. It's Weiwei. Zhou Guilin? Silence, then silence. Zhou Guilin took a deep breath. You rascal, are you opening up a family dynasty? Which girl have you hooked up with now? Hearing his mother scolding, Qin Tianci's face flushed with embarrassment. He covered the phone and whispered, "You'll know when you see her, Mom. I gotta hang up now." "You stop right there," Zhou Guilin said firmly. "I didn't say hang up. Why are you so eager to hang up?" Qin Tianci laughed awkwardly. "Isn't it because I'm eager for you to have grandkids?" Zhou Guilin, "You're such a pain. You're always like this. Do you know what your sister is up to now?" Qin Tianci, "What's wrong with you? Zhou Guilin sighed. You somehow met some martial artist. She's always hanging around at their association, and I'm worried that someone is trying to trick her. If you have time, go check on her." "Okay, I guess I won't make it for lunch. I'll take you to dinner tonight." Qin Tianci agreed readily, afraid that Zhou Guilin would berate him any further. Seeing how sensible he was, Zhou Guilin didn't say much else. They chatted for a few minutes, then hung up. Shen Weiwei immediately asked curiously, "Was that your mother?" "Yeah." Qin Tianci nodded, then asked with a playful expression, "Do you want to go meet my mom with me?" "Ah, so soon?" Shen Weiwei was startled, her face turning red again. "Is it soon? I'm almost like brothers with your dad. Don't you think it's time to meet my mom?" Qin Tianci said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei jumped off the sofa. "Then I need to put on makeup first." "Why do you need makeup?" Qin Tianci said, exasperated. "My wife is naturally beautiful. You don't need makeup. Let's go. "No," Shen Weiwei said resolutely. "I'm going to meet your parents, so I have to wear makeup. It's a sign of respect." She pushed Qin Tianci into another room, saying, "Don't worry, it'll be quick, just 10 minutes. Qin Tianci, seeing how insistent she was, didn't say anything else and just waited quietly. 2 hours later, a wail could be heard from the villa. "Miss, are you ready yet?" "Almost there. 5 more minutes." 3 hours later. Phew. Qin Tianci, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, was suddenly tapped, waking him up. He opened his eyes and was shocked to see a strange young woman standing in front of him. "Holy crap. Who are you? Why are you in my room? I'm warning you, don't mess with me. I'm a married man. You're gonna die." Shen Weiwei playfully hit him. "I'm Weiwei. Don't you recognize me anymore?" "Ah, you're Weiwei?" Qin Tianci got up and walked around her. Then he said, "Why do you look like a ghost?" Chapter 264. The Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. Half an hour later, Qin Tianci and Shen Weiwei arrived in Jiangling City. "I didn't expect you to be able to keep up with my speed. Hubby, you're so fast." Shen Weiwei couldn't help but praise, her eyes filled with shock. She had thought Qin Tianci was only slightly stronger than her, but she hadn't expected his speed to be faster too. It had only taken them half an hour to race to Jiangling City. Of course, if Shen Weiwei wasn't afraid of messing up her makeup, the 100-plus-kilometer journey would have probably only taken a dozen minutes. Qin Tianci slapped her on the head, annoyed. "You can say I'm amazing, you can say I'm strong, but you can't say I'm fast. Understand?" "Oh." Shen Weiwei stuck out her tongue, murmuring cutely, "I haven't tried it yet." Shen Weiwei immediately changed her tone. "Hubby, let's hurry up and find you, okay?" Qin Tianci let it go. He then called Qin Yeye. "Hello, brother?" Qin Yeye seemed surprised to receive Qin Tianci's call. "Where are you?" Qin Tianci asked directly. I'm at school?" Qin Yeye stammered, as if trying to hide something. "Are you sure?" Qin Tianci knew his sister well. His tone turned serious. "Qin Yeye, what have you been up to lately? Mom's been calling me worried. You better tell me honestly." After a long silence, the voice on the other side finally spoke. "I'm at the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club next to the school. What are you doing there?" Qin Tianci asked, puzzled. "What else do you do at a martial arts club?" "Practicing martial arts, of course," Qin Yeye said matter-of-factly. Qin Tianci frowned. "Why aren't you studying when you were so young? Why are you practicing martial arts?" "Practicing martial arts can strengthen the body, and when it matters, I can protect Mom." "Why is that bad?" Qin Yeye quickly explained when his tone turned hostile. Qin Tianci was speechless. "With your skinny arms and legs, you want to protect Mom? If you really encounter danger, you're just going to perform an exciting thug punch for them?" "Brother, I'm already grown up. I have the right to choose what I like. You don't have to interfere." Qin Yeye could only start whining when reasoning didn't work. These martial arts clubs today are either all show, or they're just scams to cheat money from naive college students like you. You're over 20 years old. Can't you even see that? Qin Tianci said firmly. Brother, the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club is very powerful. It's not just for show. Qin Yaya explained weakly. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where that Clear Sky Martial Arts Club is. I'm going to take a look. Qin Tianci said decisively. But at that moment, he heard a displeased male voice from Qin Yaya's side. Who said our Clear Sky Martial Arts Club is just for show? Yaya, who are you talking to? No one, President. He was joking. Before Qin Tianci could speak, the phone was snatched away, and a voice yelled at him. Hey, you idiot on the other side. You better listen up. Our Clear Sky Martial Arts Club is a legitimate organization with proper training licenses. Stop embarrassing yourself. Yaya is a member of our Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. You want her? I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The male voice hung up the phone before Qin Tianci could say anything. Qin Tianci was dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that before. Shen Weiwei, who was next to him, was also stunned. Whose kid is that? So aggressive? Qin Tianci regained his composure. He called again, but it was cut off again. It was clear that the phone was no longer in Qin Yaya's hands, but with the male who had just spoken. Hearing the robotic, "I'm sorry" tone, he felt his blood boiling. A Clear Sky Martial Arts Club? Huh? I'd like to see who's holding my sister hostage without my permission. Shen Weiwei comforted him. Hubby, don't get too angry. Yaya will make her own decisions when she grows up. Maybe that martial arts club is actually quite good. Qin Tianci turned to her and asked, Do you know about this Clear Sky Martial Arts Club? Shen Weiwei shook her head. I'm not sure. It's probably a new martial arts club. I've never heard of it. Qin Tianci picked up his phone again and called another number. 1 minute. Give me the exact location of the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. Yes, sir. A few seconds later, Qin Tianci received the exact location of the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. Shen Weiwei didn't know who Qin Tianci had called, but she furrowed her brow when she saw the location. Why does this place feel so familiar? Never mind that for now. Let's go see this Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. Shen Weiwei nodded. Then, she set off with Qin Tianci towards the martial arts club. On the other side, at the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club, Qin Yaya was angry and said to a young man in his early 20s, Shen Kai, what are you doing? I was talking to someone. The young man named Shen Kai was also very angry. Yaya, I kindly invited you to the martial arts club. How can you believe a stranger's words so easily? Qin Yaya put her hands on her hips, furious. He's not a stranger. Shen Kai was stunned, his expression turning ugly. He demanded sharply, Didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend? Who was that man just now? That's none of your business. Qin Yaya initially wanted to explain but became angry when she saw Shen Kai's demanding attitude. I joined the martial arts club voluntarily. It's not because of you. Shen Kai, you have no right to make decisions for me. Hearing Qin Yaya's words, Shen Kai felt more ashamed and his expression turned even more sullen. He was about to speak when a girl on the side suddenly sneered. Shen Xiao, why are you wasting your breath on this kind of girl? She's clearly just using you. Qin Yaya paused, then said to the person not far away, Zhang Lan, mind what you say. When have I ever used Shen Kai? The girl named Zhang Lan responded with a cold smile. Shen Xiao has already broken the rules to let you in. You're already ungrateful. Now you're using another man to discuss Shen Xiao. You're just a slut who wants to pretend to be a saint. So shameless. You. Qin Yaya was about to retort when a shout suddenly came from outside. Is this the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club? I'm here to challenge you. Chapter 265. Challenge? The shout startled everyone present, especially Shen Kai. He hadn't expected the person he had challenged to actually show up so quickly. But when he saw Qin Tianci's face, he felt a nameless rage building up within him. Because the guy was just so damn handsome. Much more handsome than him. Especially his stubble, which made him seem manly, handsome, and powerful. Shen Kai felt humiliated. No wonder Qin Yaya liked him. Qin Yaya's face changed drastically when she saw the person. She quickly grabbed his hand and asked anxiously, Why did you come here? When Qin Tianci saw his sister, his anger seemed to dissipate a little. Perhaps it was because he realized that the martial arts club seemed normal and not a scam. Qin Tianci scanned the room, his eyes finally landing on Shen Kai. You're the president? Shen Kai, snapping out of it, was immediately consumed with jealousy. Pointing at Qin Tianci, he shouted, What are you? Is this even a place you can just barge into? Qin Tianci sneered. I already said, I'm here to challenge you. Challenge? Hearing this, the other members who were training put down what they were doing and gathered around, looking at him provocatively. They were determined to protect Shun Kai's position as the president. Our President Shun is a martial artist in the late stages of internal strength. Are you even worthy of challenging him? A pretty boy like you? I could beat you 10 times. You want to challenge us? You don't want to embarrass yourself, do you? If you don't want to get beat up to the point that your own mother won't recognize you, you better get out of here now. Hearing the insults, Shun Kai felt his confidence soar. He walked up to Qin Tianci and scoffed. Kid, do you know where you are? This is the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club, the only martial arts club in Jiangling University. I advise you not to cause trouble here, or you'll lose face. Shin Xiao, why waste words on this trash? Zhang Lan puffed out her chest and sneered. This kid's probably just some gigolo that Qinya found outside. It's an insult to you to care so much about that slut, and even letting her into our club. Slut. Qin Tianci frowned at that, turned to Zhang Lan, lit a cigarette, and pointed at her. I usually don't hit women. I'm giving you another chance to organize your words properly. What do you want? Zhang Lan, relying on Shun Kai's power, was not afraid. She raised her chest and yelled, everyone knows that Shin Xiao has been pursuing Qinya for months. That shameless woman doesn't reject him, and yet she's flirting with a random man like you outside. What else is she but a slut? Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Tianci slapped her across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. They rushed forward to help Zhang Lan and surround Qin Tianci, the atmosphere instantly turning tense. Why the hell did you hit her? A tall young man around 20 years old shouted angrily at Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette calmly. That's what you get for having a foul mouth. Shun Kai's expression was now extremely dark. He pointed at Qin Tianci, his face contorted with anger. I don't care what your relationship with Yaya is, but I can tell you clearly, she is my woman. If you get on your knees and crawl out of here, I can pretend nothing happened. But if you insist on causing trouble here, then you'll only be carried out of here. Hearing that, Qin Tianci chuckled. Your woman? Without my permission, I want to see how you'll make her your woman. I think you're courting death. Shin Kai was young and hot-blooded. He grew up in a wealthy family and became a martial artist in the late stages of internal strength at such a young age. He had never been humiliated like this before. He glared and was about to fight with Qin Tianci. However, Qinya quickly stepped forward to stop him. Shun Kai, aren't you done making trouble? I'm making trouble? Shin Kai saw that she was still protecting Qin Tianci and became even more furious. Qin Yaya, you brought a man to challenge my club, and now you're saying I'm causing trouble? Qin Yaya was speechless, stomping her feet and saying, it's not like that. Then what is it? Tell me. Shin Kai didn't give her a chance to explain. He rudely interrupted her. I've been chasing you for 3 months. You actually found some random guy to disgust me. Qin Yaya, I was wrong about you. When Qin Yaya heard him call her brother a random guy, she became angry. She grabbed Qin Tianci's arm. Who are you calling a random guy? You can't insult him like that. You. Seeing that she had willingly snuggled up to Qin Tianci, Shun Kai felt as if his heart was broken into pieces. His expression became twisted. Look at this. Look at this slut. Zhang Lan, holding her face, pointed at Qin Yaya and screamed. Shin Xiao, this whore is just messing around with you. She doesn't deserve your kindness at all. Qin Tianci realized that he had inadvertently become embroiled in a love triangle. He found it rather amusing. This girl was clearly trying to provoke this guy. She really knew how to stir up trouble. Shin Kai's eyes were filled with anger. He pointed at Qin Tianci and shouted, what's so good about this guy? How is he better than me? Are you blind? Qinya looked directly at him. He is the most important person in my life. No one else matters. Did you just admit it yourself? Zhang Lan grabbed the opening in her words and yelled at everyone. Did you all see that? This fickle slut is finally showing her true colors. Qinya said angrily. Zhang Lan, are you done yet? Zhang Lan smiled coldly. Qinya, ask yourself, Shun Xiao is better than this boyfriend of yours in terms of academic achievement, martial arts skills, and family background. It's your fault for being blind. Don't blame others for your poor judgment. Qinya stared at her coldly and said, I'm warning you, if you dare insult him again, I will not be polite. Oh really? Zhang Lan showed no fear at all. Today, Shun Xiao is here to support us, I want to see what you can do to be impolite. Qin Yeye took a deep breath, turned to Shinkai, and said, Shinkai, if you're willing, I will explain everything to you after this is all over. But if you want to hurt him, I will not allow it, no matter what. Ha ha ha, do you really think I care about your explanation? Shinkai began to laugh hysterically, losing control. Since you like this boyfriend so much, I will cripple him in front of you today. I want to see if he's better than me at all. With that, he channeled his energy into his dantian. His muscles bulged and his veins popped. His power surged through his body, and he charged towards Qin Tianci. Die, you bastard. Chapter 266. Didn't we say no need for a death contract? Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but sneer. They had all witnessed Shinkai's strength firsthand. He was the founder of the martial arts club and a young master of a martial arts family. How could Qin Tianci, a pretty boy with thin arms and legs, compare? Zhang Lan was also secretly pleased. She had always been jealous of Qin Yeye for being favored by Shinkai. Qin Yeye was better than her in every way, whether it was her looks or studies. The limelight that was supposed to belong to her was completely obscured. In order to get closer to Shinkai, she had painstakingly learned martial arts, finally managing to join the martial arts club. But Qin Yeye was welcomed in with just a word. This made Zhang Lan, who was already jealous, even more enraged. Why could others easily obtain what she had worked so hard for? She had also investigated Qin Yeye's family situation, and it was far worse than hers. This Cinderella meeting her Prince Charming story actually happened to someone like her. Now Qin Yeye had found a random guy, which was a great opportunity for her to shine in front of Shinkai. The slap she had received would be worth it. When Qin Yeye saw that Shinkai had attacked Qin Tianci, she instinctively stepped in front of him and screamed, Shinkai, stop! Get out of the way! Shinkai showed no mercy. He didn't hold back his attack and punched straight towards Qin Yeye's face. Just as the fist was about to land on her face, a large hand appeared out of nowhere and blocked it in midair. The next moment, Qin Tianci used his force. Shinkai was instantly sent flying back, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. His eyes filled with shock. He's actually trained? Everyone was surprised. No one had expected that Qin Tianci was also a martial artist. No wonder Qin Yeye favored him. Qin Tianci calmly smoked his cigarette, ignoring Shinkai and saying, Your name is Shinkai, right? If Yeye is hurt in any way today, you won't be able to walk out of the hospital for the next 2 months. Stop that disgusting nonsense. Shinkai became even angrier when he saw Qin Tianci and Qin Yeye caring for each other. He completely lost his composure. Since you're a martial artist, that's even better. Let's settle this according to the rules of the martial arts world. One-on-one, single combat, and a signed death contract. Qin Tianci laughed. You? Want to sign a death contract with me? What? Are you afraid? Zhang Lan immediately began to cheer Shinkai on. If you are scared, take that slut and get out of our club. The moment those words were said, Qin Tianci glanced at her. That one glance sent a terrifying chill all over Zhang Lan's body. Her hair stood on end, her scalp tingled, and she almost forgot how to breathe. Of course, Qin Tianci wouldn't bother himself with someone like her. After all, she was still a student, immature. He wouldn't kill her just because of this. Shinkai then said, I'll let you off the hook for that girl, but I can't swallow this. If you don't fight me one-on-one, we'll just gang up on you. You choose. Qin Tianci was taken aback. So overbearing? That's how I am. Shinkai said undeniably. Brother, just ignore him. This kid's just crazy, let's go. Qin Yeye, realizing that things were getting out of hand, quickly tried to pull Qin Tianci away. Oh, you call him brother? Zhang Lan sneered mockingly. Qin Yeye, I didn't know you had a fetish like that. You really are good at hiding your true nature. Qin Yeye didn't want to pay attention to that girl and simply ignored her. But the others started to jeer as well. With this kid's courage, he dares to compete with our president for a woman? TSK. Qin Yeye's taste is really not that good. Haha, you want to sign a death contract? Does he even have the guts? You can't blame him. Our President Shun is from a martial arts family. He's been practicing martial arts since he was young. He's already a martial artist in the late stages of internal strength at just 20 years old. Can you find anyone like that in Jiangling? Look at the way he looks. He's just a beginner in external strength. He dares to challenge Xin Xiao? He'll get his ass kicked. Qin Yeye felt even more angry when she heard them mocking Qin Tianci. She didn't understand why her desire to train in martial arts to protect her family and use the resources that Shunkai had, plus the fact that she didn't hate him, was seen as such a terrible thing by other people. Why did they have to target her like this? Weren't they her classmates? Qin Tianci's face became colder as he watched all of this. From the way these people treated Qin Yaya, he realized that his sister wasn't having a good time at school. Perhaps it was due to her family background, or maybe because of her sweet and cute looks. In any case, she was clearly suffering from a lot of malice. When Shunkai saw that he still hadn't replied, he shouted, "Do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then you can just..." "Okay." Before he could finish, Qin Tianci agreed, then took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, "But a death contract isn't necessary. It's just a children's fight. There's no need to risk lives." Haha. Before Shunkai could speak, Jiang Lan started laughing. "This is the first time I've ever heard someone make being a coward sound so elegant. Qin Yaya, your man is really not good." Shunkai also sneered. "If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. In that case, you should now." "When do we start?" Qin Tianci interrupted him again. "What do you mean?" Shunkai was stunned. "I'm asking you, when does this fight begin?" Qin Tianci asked again. You're courting death. We can start right now?" Boom. Before he could finish, Qin Tianci suddenly disappeared from his spot. Before anyone could react, he appeared right in front of Shunkai. Shunkai's pupils shrank, and his eyes widened in terror. Too fast. Before he could even react, his eyes rolled back, and a mouthful of blood shot out of his mouth. He was sent flying out, smashing into the equipment of the club. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. What just happened? Was that an illusion? From the moment Shunkai finished speaking to the moment he was sent flying, the entire process didn't even take a second. They hadn't even seen how Qin Tianci had made a move, and Shunkai was already defeated? He was a martial artist in the late stage of internal strength, a step away from reaching the innate realm. But Qin Tianci was still smoking leisurely, looking around and saying calmly, "I said there's no need for a death contract. Do you believe me now?" Qin Yaya was also stunned. Although she had seen Qin Tianci fight before, she hadn't expected that his strength would be so terrifying. Even Shunkai wasn't his match. "Brother, how did you do that?" Chapter 267. Can't afford to lose? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Qin Tianci turned to Qin Yaya and smiled, his expression completely relaxed. When the others came to their senses, they immediately rushed to help Shunkai. "Xin Xiao. President. Are you okay?" Cough, cough, cough. Shunkai coughed as he held his chest. He stood up, his mouth stained with blood and his face filled with horror. At his age, though he couldn't compare to his monstrously talented sister, he was still considered a genius in his family. But he couldn't even withstand one move from this man. He felt like he had lost all face. It was unacceptable. "Damn trash, you dared to ambush me." Hearing this, the others also looked furious. They turned to Qin Tianci and demanded, "We agreed on a fair fight. Why did you ambush him?" "That's right. Do you even have any martial arts ethics? You're doing something like ambushing people. Do you have no shame?" Jiang Lan also fanned the flames, sneering coldly. "Birds of a feather flock together. What kind of slut stays with what kind of trash? How shameless." Qin Yaya's face turned ugly. She retorted angrily, "Jiang Lan, you saw it yourself. My brother didn't ambush anyone. It's Shunkai who's not good enough." "My skill isn't good enough?" Shunkai was humiliated by the girl he liked. He dragged his injured body to his feet, gritting his teeth. "If he didn't ambush me, would I have lost? Qin Yaya, you're still protecting this trash. He'd do anything to win. Can't you see that?" "So you're saying you're not convinced?" Qin Tianci said with a smile, seeing this. "Of course, I'm not convinced." Shunkai said stubbornly, "If you're a man, then fight me without ambushing me." "Shunkai, that's enough." Qin Yaya, seeing that he wasn't giving up, stopped him. "The outcome is already clear. Why are you targeting him?" "Qin Yaya." Shunkai roared with a distorted face. "Would I lose to this trash? Do you think Shunkai grew up eating shit?" The more Qin Yaya protected Qin Tianci, the stronger the jealousy in his heart became. He forcefully endured his injuries and unleashed a burst of energy. Without saying a word, he charged towards Qin Tianci with his fist. Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength in the previous attack, it wasn't something ordinary martial artists could withstand. Anyone else would probably be unable to move by now. But Shunkai was still able to fight. This kid, he seems to care a lot about his sister. Then, he smiled slightly, putting his hand into his pocket while keeping the other one out, holding the cigarette casually as he took a puff. Seeing that he was looking down on him so much, Shunkai became even angrier. He yelled, "Die!" Boom. A gust of wind from his fist swept in, heading towards Qin Tianci's head. But Qin Tianci only flicked off some ash. The ash instantly negated Shunkai's force. Bang, bang, bang. Shunkai didn't give up. His fists rained down on Qin Tianci. But the latter didn't move. He simply flicked ash to deflect every attack. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even a powerful martial artist like Shunkai couldn't touch a hair on Qin Tianci's head. Each of his punches was with all his might. Anyone else would have been beaten to a pulp. But Qin Tianci hadn't moved an inch, only using his ashes to defend. No matter how much they favored Shunkai, anyone could now see the difference between them. It was a case of an old man playing with a child. No wonder Qin Yeye was fond of Qin Tianci. With his strength, he was completely crushing Shunkai. Qin Yeye watched as her brother effortlessly handled the powerful Shunkai. She was impressed by how calm he was under pressure, and her eyes were shining brightly. She had thought that Qin Tianci was only a little skilled, that he was good enough to deal with a few thugs, but he certainly couldn't handle a real martial artist. But now, the situation had exceeded her expectations. Could it be that her brother was also a martial artist? That couldn't be right. Before Qin Tianci was imprisoned, he was just a geek who would be out of breath after running a few steps. How did he become so strong after being in prison for 3 years? Shunkai, realizing that his frenzied attacks hadn't even touched Qin Tianci's clothes, felt like his pride was badly hurt. His attacks became chaotic, completely ignoring his image and waving his arms wildly. Seeing this, Qin Tianci continued to flick his cigarette ash while goading him with his words. "With this kind of strength, you dare to run a martial arts club? Shut your mouth." Shunkai snapped out of anger, then retreated quickly. He jumped into the air and dived straight down at Qin Tianci. "Take this, Tiger Roar Fist." Qin Tianci chuckled. "Cat Fist. It's Tiger Fist." Shunkai roared, slamming down. Boom. A loud crash rang through the air. But just when everyone thought that Qin Tianci would be crushed by this punch, they saw the most unbelievable scene of their lives. Qin Tianci's expression was indifferent. His eyes were full of disdain, and he raised the cigarette butt in his hand, colliding it with Shunkai's fist. But no matter how much strength Shunkai exerted, that cigarette but seemed to be made of steel, not budging at all. At that moment, everyone, including Shunkai, stared with wide eyes, realizing the truth. He couldn't even break the cigarette butt. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Qin Tianci looked up at Shunkai calmly and said, "Practice more before coming back." Bang! As Qin Tianci's finger moved slightly, Shunkai felt like he had been hit by a truck. He was sent flying back again, falling to the ground with a heavy thud. The horror in his eyes had reached its peak. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been training for more than a decade and couldn't even touch this man's hair. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. This can't be happening. Qin Tianci put the unfinished cigarette back in his mouth, looking at him indifferently. "Do you submit now?" After those words, the scene was dead silent. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to underestimate the man before them. But after Shunkai came to his senses, his face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Tianci, then turned to the others and said, "Let's go together." Everyone was stunned, looking at Shunkai in shock. "President, wasn't it supposed to be a one-on-one fight? I'm telling you to come together. Can't you hear me?" Shunkai had completely lost it. He had to make up for his loss no matter what. He roared at everyone. Qin Tianci narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. "What's wrong? Can't afford to lose? It's none of your damn business." Shunkai got up with difficulty, then motioned for the others to grab the metal weapons from the club. He also picked up a baseball bat, roaring with a distorted face. "I, Shunkai, will bet on the reputation of the Clear Sky Martial Arts Club. Don't think you'll walk out of here alive. Let's go." With that, he charged forward. Qin Tianci looked at the crowd charging at him with a calm face, but he had no intention of holding back anymore. But at that moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared from behind Qin Tianci. She raised her hand without hesitation and slapped Shunkai across the face. Slap. A clear sound rang out in the martial arts club. Chapter 268, related by blood. The moment the slap sounded, everyone stopped in their tracks, staring dumbfounded at the beautiful woman who had suddenly burst in from the outside. Their jaws dropped to the floor. Jiangling University was well known for having many beauties, and Qin was in the top 10 of the school beauties. But these so-called school beauties were no match for this girl's beauty. They were in completely different leagues. Zhang Lan was the first to come to her senses. She yelled at the beauty. "Who do you think you are, you slut? How dare you hit Shen Xiao? Do you know who he is?" The beautiful woman who had come in and slapped everyone around was Xin Weiwei. She furrowed her brows at Jiang Lan's words. She turned to her and asked, "What did you just say?" "I said you're a slut. Can't you understand human words?" Jiang Lan was filled with natural hostility towards women who were prettier than her. She didn't hide her jealousy as she cursed. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Weiwei slapped her again. "Where did you come from, you mannerless creature?" Jiang Lan was slapped again. She held her face, her expression twisted with rage. "How dare you hit me?" She rushed to Shen Kai and cried, "Shen Xiao, look at this trash. She cheated on you, and now she brought her other lover here to cause trouble. Isn't your sister a grandmaster? Get her to help you get justice." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knew that Shen Kai had an extremely strong sister. Even these college students knew about her. She was the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that Shen Kai couldn't handle it, they immediately thought of his sister. "That's right, Shen Xiao. This bastard is too arrogant. You must get your sister to teach them a lesson." Hee hee, birds of a feather flock together. All these sluts are in the same group. Shut up. But at that moment, Shen Kai suddenly roared. Everyone was stunned. Then they saw Shen Kai's expression turning to one of extreme fear, completely different from his arrogance earlier. He walked towards the woman who had just slapped him, as if he was facing his parents. He stammered, "Sis, how did you get here?" "Sis?" At that moment, everyone was stunned. They stared at the beautiful, angry woman in disbelief, their eyes filled with horror. Xin Weiwei's expression was cold, and her tone was stern. "Shen Kai, you've grown quite big, starting clubs, getting followers. If I didn't come, would you have planted your flag in Jiangling?" Hearing Shen Weiwei's scolding, Shen Kai's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. No, sis. You've misunderstood." Then, Shen Kai pointed at Qin Tianci and Qin Ye. "It's these two bastards. This girl brought her lover here to challenge us. As a member of the Shen family, how can I tolerate such a thing? So I wanted to teach him a lesson." Seeing how respectful Shen Kai was to Xin Weiwei, they realized that this woman was indeed the young martial arts grandmaster that Shen Kai had mentioned, Xin Weiwei. Everyone gasped in shock. Though they had all heard of her name, they had never expected that Xin Weiwei would be so young. Most importantly, both her figure and her beauty were top-notch. She had everything that a woman wanted. It made others feel envious. Zhang Lan, who was still holding her face, was stunned. The woman she had just insulted had suddenly become Shen Kai's older sister. She was at a loss and she stammered, forcing a dry laugh. "So you're Shen Xiao's sister?" "Misunderstanding." "Hee hee, a misunderstanding. Sister Weiwei, you saw it yourself. Shen Xiao was just trying to defend the club's honor. You can only blame those two bastards. It's Qin Ye, that slut, who brought a man that she was keeping on the side to cause trouble. I can testify. That kid challenged the club, so our president couldn't just sit by. Sister Weiwei, you must see the truth." "That's right, it's all their fault. It has nothing to do with Shen Xiao." Shen Kai, now that so many people had testified for him, had gained some courage. He quickly went forward, grabbed Shen Weiwei's hand, and complained, "Sister Weiwei, it's a good thing you're here. I can't beat this kid. You have to help me teach him a lesson." Shen Weiwei raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Tianci with a teasing smile. "You can't beat him? Why don't you just practice more? Do you want me to help you vent your anger? If second uncle finds out, he will break your legs." Shen Kai shuddered with fear, then pushed all the blame onto Qin Tianci. "But this kid is too ruthless. Look what he did to me. We agreed on a one-on-one fight, but he ambushed me. If I wasn't careless, I would have definitely won." He didn't forget to slander Qin Tianci. This kind of a moral bastard should be crippled. "Sis, aren't you always disgusted by trash like him? Please kill him." Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Weiwei slapped him across the face again, completely stunning Shen Kai. "Sis, no, why did you hit me? You should hit him. Shut up. Shin Weiwei scolded him, her pretty face flushed with anger. How dare you talk to your brother-in-law like that? Huh. With that one sentence, not only Shinkai, but everyone was stunned. Even Qin Yeye was stunned. Looking at Shin Weiwei's unparalleled beauty, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. This playboy brother of hers had found her another sister-in-law? Brother-in-law? Him? Shinkai's eyes were wide open as he stared at the calm-looking Qin Tianci. He was completely dumbfounded. No. Wait a minute. Sis, are you crazy? Why can this guy be your brother-in-law? No. Why can this guy be your boyfriend? He has another college girl he's keeping on the side. That Qin Yeye is the vixen he's keeping on the side. Shinkai said a lot at once, becoming incoherent. Shin Weiwei furrowed her brows as she looked at Qin Yeye behind Qin Tianci. She was indeed very pretty, but there was something weird about her. That's right. I can testify. Zhang Lan seemed to have found a breakthrough, and she said, "This kid came here to challenge you for that slut. We all saw it with our own eyes." But right after that, Qin Tianci flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, and it hit her on the arm, burning a scar, causing her to scream in pain. "If you speak rudely again, next time it will be your face," Qin Tianci said indifferently, sending a cold chill down the spines of Zhang Lan and the others. Then, he stepped forward, put his arm around Shin Weiwei's shoulder, and smiled. "You came at the right time. Let me introduce you, my sister, Qin Yeye, related by blood." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent once again. Chapter 269. Okay, big brother. Are related by blood? Shinkai was now petrified, staring blankly at Qin Tianci and Qin Ye. Once he looked closer, there was no going back. The more he looked, the more they looked alike. The others were also stunned, their heads buzzing. So in the end, they were mistaken? Qin Tianci ignored the surprised expressions of everyone else. He turned to Qin Yeye and waved at her. Qin Yeye obediently walked forward, her gaze fixed on Shin Weiwei. As expected, every woman her brother set his eyes on was of high quality. "Greet them." Qin Tianci smiled calmly. "Hello, sister-in-law." Qin Yeye immediately addressed Shin Weiwei with respect, her movements smooth and without hesitation. Hearing the words sister-in-law, Shin Weiwei's heart bloomed with joy. Her anger instantly turned into happiness. She said cheerfully, "I've heard that Brother Tianci has a cute sister. Seeing you today, it's true. You're a real beauty." Qin Yeye smiled shyly. "Sister-in-law is the real beauty. You're really lucky, my brother." Qin Tianci? He raised his hand and patted Qin Yeye's head. "Speak properly." Qin Yeye immediately changed her tune. "Sister-in-law and my brother are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple." Shin Weiwei was very happy. She had a great first impression of Qin Yeye. "You really are Brother Tianci's sister. Your words are so sweet." Then, the smile on her face disappeared as fast as flipping a book. She turned to Shinkai, a stern look on her face. "Greet them." Everyone turned their heads to look at where Shinkai had been standing. But at this moment, everyone's hearts were secretly filled with fear. They knew Shinkai's personality better than anyone else. He was arrogant and extremely concerned about his image. Even though today's events were a misunderstanding, the presence of Qin Tianci had already made him lose face in front of everyone. He would never lower his head to him. Just when they were wondering how this situation would be resolved, they suddenly saw a figure flash by them. When they looked closer, they realized it was Shinkai. He was now kneeling on both knees, sliding towards Qin Tianci at an extremely fast speed, his movements still smooth, like a Dove commercial. When he reached Qin Tianci, he immediately bent down and kowtowed, shouting loudly, "Shinkai greets brother-in-law. Everyone." "Qin Tianci? Shin Weiwei?" Shin Weiwei was stunned. Qin Tianci was stunned, and Qin Yeye was also stunned. Everyone was stunned. Everything had been tense just moments ago, with everyone ready to fight. Yet things had changed just like that? Was this the reaction speed of a martial artist? Qin Tianci was amused by his sudden actions. "Who's your brother-in-law? Didn't you want to kill me just now?" Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinkai slapped himself in the face, the sound clear and crisp, absolutely no acting skills involved. "Brother-in-law, I was blind earlier. It's all my fault. Little brother is here to apologize." Qin Tianci. Was this guy trying to be funny? His attitude had changed completely. His actions also made Qin Ye's pretty face turn slightly red. Her eyes darted away. Qin Tianci noticed this as well. Looks like this girl was pretty fond of Shinkai. Then, he turned to Shin Weiwei and couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Is this your brother?" Shin Weiwei covered her face, sounding helpless. "My second uncle's son, my cousin. This kid has always been trouble at home. He's even more annoying when he's out. I'm just glad that you're the one who encountered him. If it was someone else, he would have been beaten to death." Shinkai couldn't help but murmur, hearing his sister's complaints. "If it was someone else, they wouldn't have dared to touch me." Shin Weiwei, sharp of hearing, changed her expression. "What did you say?" Shinkai immediately raised his head and said, "I said brother-in-law is right. I deserve to be punished. Brother-in-law is punishing me like a father punishing his son. It's right?" Shin Weiwei. Qin Tianci was also speechless at his extremely thick skin. Then, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Click. The next second, Shinkai pulled out a lighter from somewhere and respectfully offered it to Qin Tianci with both hands. Qin Tianci laughed. "When I was hitting you, why weren't you so fast?" Shinkai said with a flattering smile. "Wasn't it because brother-in-law is too strong? How can someone like me react so fast?" Qin Tianci looked at his fawning expression and thought that this guy's thick skin was comparable to his own. "Shinkai, you shouldn't always call him that." Qin Yaya, unable to stay put any longer, said angrily, her cheeks flushed. "He's my brother, not some brother-in-law. You. Right. Yeah, you're right." Shinkai immediately changed his tone. "I shouldn't call him brother-in-law. How can I call him that? This is my big brother, my blood brother." Qin Yaya. Shinkai apologized again. "I'm sorry, Yaya. I misunderstood you just now. Please don't take it to heart." It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but upon hearing that, Qin Yaya turned her head away and snorted softly, as if she was sulking. Seeing this, Shunkai's heart turned cold. He knelt down again, crying his heart out. "Brother, blood brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Qin Tianci was speechless. Shin Weiwei walked forward and kicked him. "Can you have some backbone? You want to chase my sister? With your current attitude, she will never like you." Shinkai cried even harder. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. His relationship with Qin Yaya had always been unclear. He had finally gotten her to join his club, but because of his reckless personality, he had not only offended her, but also her brother. Now, everything was ruined. Qin Yaya, seeing Shinkai crying so sadly, felt a little sorry for him. She tugged on Qin Tianci's sleeve. "Brother, how about we just let it go? He looks quite pitiful." "You're already feeling bad for him?" Qin Tianci teased. "No, I just think it was a misunderstanding, and you've already taught him a lesson. How about we?" Qin Tianci saw how anxiously Qin Yaya was trying to explain. He sighed inwardly. This girl had grown up. Then, he looked at Shinkai, who was still rolling on the ground, speechless. Although this kid was reckless and impulsive, he didn't seem to have bad intentions. He was still young. It was normal to be hot-blooded. Most importantly, he was Shun Weiwei's younger brother. His background was clear. Then, he took a drag of his cigarette and called out to Shinkai. "Hey, stop crying." "Okay, big brother." Shinkai immediately stopped crying, turning respectful again. Qin Tianci pointed at Jiang Lan, who was trying to leave. "That woman bullied my sister. You deal with her. If you do a good job, you can come home and have dinner with me tonight." Chapter 270. Jealousy can distort a person. I didn't. Hearing Qin Tianci's words, Jiang Lan's face instantly turned pale. She quickly shook her head and explained, "How can you do this? Who knew you were really siblings? I was just sticking up for Shin Xiao. Why are you saying that I bullied her?" "I have a confession." Someone on the side immediately changed sides and said, "Jiang Lan often targets Qin Yi at school, and she even stole her credits, almost getting Qin Yi expelled." "That's right. I know too. She secretly changed the name on Qin Ye's exam papers, making her fail. I also saw Jiang Lan dumping trash on Qin Ye's bed in the dormitory, and then reporting her for not cleaning the dormitory." Hearing what those people said, Qin Ye's expression changed. Although she knew that Jiang Lan had done all of this, she had no evidence, so she had been holding back, not wanting to make things too awkward between classmates. Now that she was being called out, she felt very sad. You're talking nonsense." Seeing that people had betrayed her, Jiang Lan's face turned pale. "When did I do these things? Do you have any proof?" "Proof?" One of them sneered. Weren't you the one always talking bad about Qin Yaya? You even said that after Qin Yaya joins the martial arts club, you would get some thugs to cripple her. Didn't you say that? I didn't. Zhang Lan was exposed. She panicked and quickly explained to Shen Kai. Shen Xiao, you have to believe me. We're classmates. How could I do something like that to her? Shen Kai, hearing all of that, was extremely angry. Zhang Lan, you're so vicious. You know Yaya is the one I like, and yet you? I didn't. I really didn't do anything to her. Zhang Lan cried pathetically, Shen Xiao, I like you, but I would never do anything to hurt her. It's too late now that you've done it. Shen Kai yelled in anger, making Zhang Lan shiver. Qin Tianci ignored Zhang Lan. He turned to Qin Yaya and asked, is all of this true? Qin Yaya bit her lip, but then shook her head under everyone's shocked gazes. No, brother, they were just pranks between classmates. It's okay. Qin Tianci knew his sister well. This girl had been kind since she was little. When someone bullied her, she would never fight back. She would only endure it. When they were young, Qin Tianci had gotten into many fights because of her. At this moment, Shen Kai patted his chest and stepped forward. Yaya, don't be afraid. I'll do it for you. Whoever bullies you is messing with me. It's okay. It's nothing. Qin Yaya didn't want to make the situation worse. But Zhang Lan, seeing that everyone was paying attention to her, felt the jealousy that she had suppressed resurfacing like a nightmare. Her expression became twisted. She pointed at Qin Yaya and shouted, Qin Yaya, stop acting like a victim. You know your actions make you look like a green tea bitch. If you want revenge, then come for me. I admit that I did all those things. Who told that slut to steal everything that belonged to me? What right do you have? You knew I liked Shen Xiao, and you were still intentionally getting close to him. You just want to steal him away, right? What a twisted mind. So disgusting. Hearing her angry roar, everyone was stunned. Zhang Lan was usually a kind and gentle person and had many pursuers. Why was she acting like a viper? Qin Tianci raised his eyebrow. He usually didn't bother with such trivial matters involving kids, but he was reminded of Su Qing. When women were ruthless, they didn't need men, especially when jealousy twisted them. Zhang Lan's current state clearly indicated that she hated Qin Yaya. Shen Kai, seeing Zhang Lan's crazy appearance, felt disgusted. Who I like is none of your business. Zhang Lan, aren't you too full of yourself? Shut your mouth. Zhang Lan was completely unreasonable. She yelled at Shen Kai, do you really think I like you as a person? If you weren't a member of the Tianhaishan family, do you think I would have even looked at you? A mediocre martial artist who can't even handle trash like that. You still dare to call yourself a genius of a martial arts family? I spit on you. You. Shen Kai hadn't expected Zhang Lan, who had always been as gentle as a kitten, to curse with such cruelty. His face instantly darkened. Stop wasting words on her. Qin Tianci said, stopping the situation. Then, he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zhang Lan. He said calmly, your name is Zhang Lan, right? Zhang Lan not only hated Qin Yaya, but also this brother-in-law who had suddenly appeared. It was all because of him that her plans had failed, and her true nature had been exposed in front of Shen Kai. Do you want to scare me? Zhang Lan raised her chest, glaring at Qin Tianci fearlessly. Don't think that just because you have some skills, I'll be afraid of you. I'm not a pushover either. Besides, this is a law-abiding society. I haven't done anything to Qin Yaya. So do you think you can? Slap. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Tianci raised his hand and slapped her across the face, his voice calm. Your mother raised you and taught you to not interrupt when elders speak, didn't she? Zhang Lan was completely dumbfounded by the slap, her expression twisted. She looked at Qin Tianci with hatred. Hit me. How many times you hit me today? I'll make Qin Yaya pay you back 100 times for it. If you have the guts, just kill me. Qin Tianci laughed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Since you like to target my sister so much, then I won't bother fighting you either. To avoid future trouble, I'll give you a chance. After dinner tonight, bring everyone that you can. If you can intimidate me, I'll make sure that Yaya disappears from your sight. But if you can't, you'll bear the consequences. Don't say I bullied you. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Lan immediately agreed, her face full of hatred. Don't regret this. Qin Tianci smiled. It's settled then. With that, he turned around and left, taking the worried Qin Yaya with him. Shen Weiwei sighed helplessly, looking at Zhang Lan with sympathy. You shouldn't have provoked my man. Now you're done for. Zhang Lan said stubbornly. Who's done for is still uncertain. Seeing how stubborn she was, Shen Weiwei didn't bother saying anything more. She wasn't one to mind other people's business. Then, she grabbed Shinkai's ear and left. Zhang Lan was left alone, standing there and saying viciously, you're the one who gave me this chance, don't regret it. With that, she picked up her phone and made a call. Scarface, can I ask for your help with something? Chapter 271. Huh? After Qin Tianci brought Qin Yeye and the Shin siblings, Shen Weiwei and Shinkai, back home, Shinkai was immediately stunned by the opulence of Qin Yeye's home. Yeye, didn't you say your mother was just a wage earner? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Qin Yeye's face. This villa wasn't bought by my mom. It was bought by my sister-in-law. Hearing this, Shinkai paused, and the expression on his face as he turned to Shen Weiwei transformed into that of a century-old vengeful ghost. Sis, you never give me any allowance, but the moment Big Brother asks, you buy him a villa. So unfair. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei's expression turned a bit peculiar. I didn't buy this. Huh? Shinkai was shocked, turning his confused gaze toward Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci chuckled casually. It was a gift from his other sister-in-law. Aya. Shinkai was even more bewildered, immediately realizing that something was wrong. So, his brother-in-law was really two-timing? This is bad. So bad. As a man, how could he not understand the seriousness of this situation? His casual question had exposed Qin Tianci's secret of having a mistress. Given his cousin's personality, she was definitely going to explode on the spot, right? Instantly, Shunkai's face flushed crimson. Be big. Big bro, I didn't mean to. But Qin Tianci just smiled nonchalantly, turning to Shen Weiwei and asking, Qinchue gave this place to my mom to live in. You don't mind, do you? Shen Weiwei blinked innocently, as if nothing was wrong. Why would I mind if it's a gift from eldest sister? I was just thinking of whether I should buy a place in Tianhai, so that when Annie goes to Tianhai, she'll have a place to stay. Shinkai? Wait, what? Was he hearing things? His cousin didn't mind? She didn't mind her husband having another woman on the side? And she was calling that woman what? Eldest sister? Holy moly. Was he seeing a ghost today? Or had he been dreaming since morning? This didn't make any sense. Qin, on the other hand, was already used to this. She had known for a long time that her unreliable brother had multiple fiancées, and they all knew of each other's existence and lived together harmoniously. Although she was almost scared to death when she first learned about it, with time, she gradually accepted the reality. Bro, why did you suddenly come back this time? Qin Tianci casually replied, wasn't I going to Jiangbei with your sister-in-law Qinchue and sister-in-law Jingjing to check out some houses? The houses are ready. I was planning to bring you guys to live there together. Qin was puzzled. Move? We're living comfortably here. Why move? Qin Tianci chuckled. How can houses here compare to the ones in Jiangbei? Are they that different? Qin asked, curiously. Qin Tianci retorted, you've heard of Dragon Mansion in Jiangbei, right? Dragon Mansion? Qin exclaimed. You mean the one rumored to be 1 million yuan per square meter? Qin Tianci teased. The news travels fast. Even you know about it. It's more than just knowing about it. Qin excitedly said, that's the most expensive housing in the entire Dragon Country. And despite the outrageous price, people from all over the country are scrambling to buy them. They say living there can prolong your life and cure all diseases. Spot on. Qin Tianci laughed. That's why I prepared 2 houses for you, and Mom specifically, just waiting for you to move in. Qin was once again stunned. Why 2 houses? Isn't one enough for Mom and me? Qin Tianci countered. When you get married in the future, are you still going to live with Mom? Hearing this, Qin cheeks flushed crimson, her expression full of coquettishness. Bro, I'm still so young. Why are you already thinking about my marriage? Qin Tianci glanced at Shinkai, who was frozen to the side, looking half amused. It's bound to happen sooner or later. It's good to be prepared. Shinkai snapped back to his senses, the expression on his face becoming extremely interesting. His mind completely blown. Aya? Sister-in-law Qinchue? Sister-in-law Jingjing? Dragon Mansion? He knew those words and understood them, but why couldn't he understand anything when they were all put together? The explosive amount of information was overwhelming, almost causing his system to crash. He thought Qin Tianci only had one woman. So where did this Jingjing suddenly come from? Which meant his brother-in-law had more than one woman on the side. And Dragon Mansion was at least 300 million to start with. He casually prepared 2 of them for his mother and sister. That meant he had at least 3 houses in Dragon Mansion. What kind of godlike brother-in-law was this? Seeing that his jaw was practically on the floor, Qin Tianci turned to Shen Weiwei with a smile. Weiwei, should we keep a house for your little brother as his wedding home? Shen Weiwei was taken aback, not expecting Qin Tianci to ask this question suddenly. Then she waved her hand dismissively. He's not worthy. I am. No sooner had she finished speaking when Shen Kai dropped to his knees in front of Qin Tianci. Big bro-in-law. No. Brother-in-law. No. Godfather. Daddy. I want one. Shen Weiwei. When it came to embarrassing siblings, Shen Kai was definitely a top contender. Qin Tianci was dumbfounded by Shen Kai's sudden actions, unable to hold back a chuckle. You really have no bottom line? I don't need a bottom line. Shen Kai resolutely said, from the start, I am your most loyal godson. You tell me to go west, I will go get the scriptures. You tell me to go east, I will go and fight the Americans without hesitation. Hearing this, Qin Tianci laughed speechlessly. This little brother of Shen Weiwei was truly a piece of work. He didn't give him a definite answer, just smiled casually. It depends on your performance. He then led Qin Yeye into the villa. Seeing this, Shen Weiwei pulled him up. Don't kneel. You've already lost all the face. Sis. Shen Kai didn't feel anything wrong at all. Instead, he excitedly asked, where in the world did you find this brother-in-law? He's so damn awesome. Shen Weiwei was speechless, then warned, I'm telling you, your brother-in-law's temper isn't that great. He's letting you off the hook this time only because of me, so you better be careful. Totally understandable. Shen Kai nodded in full agreement. If I were him, I'd have an even worse temper. Shen Weiwei. Sis, just one more question. What exactly is my brother-in-law? Why is he giving away Dragon Mansion houses so easily? Shen Weiwei rolled her eyes at him, casually replying, nothing much, just the owner of Dragon Mansion. Hiss. Shen Kai sucked in a cold breath, a look of terror on his face. The owner of Dragon Mansion? Is him? Holy crap. Chapter 272. News of Father. Shen Kai's view of Qin Tianci had completely changed at this moment. He was powerful, rich, handsome, and generous. Where could one find a brother-in-law like this? Wasn't this the image of a man he had always held up as his standard? Invincible. The past unpleasantness had been tossed out the window long ago. At dinner, Shen Kai was incredibly diligent. He addressed Zhou Guolan as auntie repeatedly, his words as sweet as honey, making Zhou Guolan laugh happily. After dinner, he even took the initiative to wash the dishes, earning Zhou Guolan's utmost admiration. But being an elder, how could Zhou Guolan not see through Shen Kai's little schemes? Taking an opportunity, she secretly asked Qin Yeye, Yeye, does this kid like you? Having never experienced such things, Qin Yeye's face turned bright red upon hearing her mother's question, as delicate and captivating as a budding lily. Mom, it's not like that, don't say such things. As someone who had been there, Zhou Guolan knew instantly, seeing her like this. She then took her hand, saying, Yeye, you're all grown up. Your brother was in prison for 3 years, and your studies were also delayed for 3 years. Girls your age are already married. These things should be considered. I'm not blaming you. Hearing this, Qin Yeye's delicate face slightly twitched, her eyes flashing with a strange expression as she looked at Zhou Guolan. Mom. Zhou Guolan smiled. Mom is an experienced person. Relationships between men and women naturally develop this way. And I can see that you don't dislike this little Shun. Am I right? Hearing this, Qin Yeye lowered her head, a hint of shyness. He has a bit of an impulsive personality and is a bit of a playboy. But he's not a bad person. Zhou Guolan's smile became even gentler. See, you already have the answer in your heart. Saying this, she sighed. I don't know if your brother saved the Milky Way in his past life. Weiwei, who he brought back this time, is also a wonderful girl, and she obviously comes from a wealthy family. In such a family, Little Shun's character wouldn't be too bad. So, if you want to try dating Little Shun, Mom will agree. Hearing this, Qin Yeye quickly looked up at Zhou Guolan, her eyes twinkling with joy. Mom, you're serious? Of course. Zhou Guolan smiled as she stroked her daughter's hair. My daughter is all grown up and will get married sooner or later. She can't stay by Mom's side forever, right? But, saying this, she coldly snorted. Don't you dare be like your brother. This brat has never given me peace of mind. I don't know what these good girls see in him, that they're willing to share, that they're willing to live with this womanizing scoundrel rather than leave him. Qin Yaya tried to defend Qin Tianci. Mom, bro is very outstanding now, did you know? This time he came back to take us all to live in Jiangbei. He even prepared houses for us there. But Zhou Guolan scoffed dismissively. He prepared houses? Those houses probably belong to those girls. Sigh, what a misfortune. How did I raise such a leech? As she was saying this, Qin Tianci walked over, munching on a banana. What are you guys talking about? Sounds so cheerful. Zhou Guolan glared at him, annoyed. Talking about how handsome you are. Qin Tianci grinned. Thanks for the compliment, Mom. Without your genes, how could I be so handsome? Qin Yaya, do you really think she's complimenting you? Seeing this, Qin Tianci stopped joking and changed the topic, explaining the idea of taking her to settle down in Jiangbei. Zhou Guolan still looked serious. After Qin Tianci finished, she held her hands, asking, Tell me, whose money did you use this time to buy the houses? Was it Xue's or Jingjing's? Qin Tianci was stunned. Only then did he realize why his mother looked unhappy. He laughed, Mom, these houses are mine. I didn't use anyone else's money. You can live there without worry. Really? Zhou Guolan raised her eyebrows, questioning him. The money I gave you can only buy you a 140 sq meter house in Jiangbei at most. You don't even have a place of your own for your wedding, and you have extra money to buy houses for me and Yaya? I'm giving you another chance. If you lie, I'll break your legs. Qin Tianci looked helpless. They're really my houses. None of them contributed any money. Seeing that Qin Tianci insisted on this, Zhou Guolan's expression softened slightly. She then sighed, saying earnestly, Tianci, you're already 25 or 26 years old. There are things that Mom shouldn't interfere with. I'm happy that you found so many good girls. But you're a man, and you should never leech off a woman. You're 2 fiancés, and now there's also Wei Wei. All 3 of them are very outstanding. You need to be worthy of them. Otherwise, with time, do you think they'll still be willing to be with you like this? Hearing this, Qin Tianci understood that she was worried about his status and his future family, and he chuckled, Mom, you can rest assured about that. If your son is really as bad as you think, would your daughters-in-law be getting along peacefully like this? Hearing that, Zhou Guolan paused, feeling that what Qin Tianci said made sense. His daughters-in-law were either presidents of listed companies or daughters from prominent families in the capital. And now, Shen Weiwei, a martial arts grandmaster from a martial arts family in Tianhai. In terms of status, each one was at a height that other men could only dream of for their entire lives. In terms of looks, each one would have been considered a national beauty in ancient times. The gap between her son and them was as vast as a chasm. So why would they so willingly follow him? There was only one possibility, and that was that Qin Tianci possessed extraordinary abilities. As for what those abilities were, she had no idea. She then took a deep breath, patting Qin Tianci's hand as she urged him, Son, you're now the pillar of the family. There are things you can decide yourself. I'll just say one thing to you. Marriage isn't a game. Since ancient times, matching social status has been extremely important. If a couple can't find a balance, they can't stay together forever. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Qin Tianci paused slightly, looking at Qin Yaya with a strange expression. For some reason, he felt like Zhou Guolan was hinting at something. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Tianci sat down, staring at Zhou Guolan, asking, Mom, since you said that couples need a balance to maintain the relationship, then what? What exactly happened between you and Dad? Why haven't we seen him all these years? Hearing this address, Zhou Guolan's expression suddenly changed, her eyes flashing with an unmissable sadness. The word Dad had always been a taboo in the house. When they were young, every time the 2 siblings asked about it, it would plunge Zhou Guolan into deep sorrow. Over time, they didn't dare to ask anymore. Now, the sudden mention of him made Qin Yaya's heart start to stir. Chapter 273, Speculation. Zhou Guolan looked at her 2 children, her lips moving dryly, hesitant to speak. Qin Tianci and Qin Yaya both sat there silently, wanting to hear her answer. They had never received any information about their father. From the time they were little, they didn't even know if he existed, or if he was still alive. Zhou Guolan had always remained silent on this, and over time, it had left a thorn in their hearts, an ache whenever it was brought up. No one wanted to grow up without both parents, especially those from a single-parent family. Zhou Guolan had raised them single-handedly, suffering through hardships, tolerating the neighbors' scorn, and struggling to make a living. To send them to school, marry them off, and provide for them. This wasn't something that could be summarized by the word responsibility. It was more the courage of a mother that kept her going. But what about that man? He was probably enjoying his life somewhere else. The more the two siblings thought about this, the more they hated him. But more than that, they wanted to know about him. No matter what, he had to know that he had a wife and children here. And they needed to know why he had abandoned them. The two siblings waited quietly. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Guilan's expression had gone through several transformations, finally turning into a sigh. We've endured all these years. What's the point of bringing these things up now? Hearing this, Qin Yeye felt a sudden pang of sadness. Yes, all these years, they had endured. Endured. This simple word revealed the hardships that had been endured. A solitary woman raising two kids, working hard, sending her children to school, paying all the expenses, and dealing with all the issues. This wasn't something that could be summarized with a single word. It required courage to keep her going till this day. But what about that man? He was probably somewhere enjoying himself. The more they thought about it, the more they hated him. Qin Tianci held Zhou Guilan's hand reassuringly, softly saying, "It's because we've endured all these years, and your son and daughter are all grown up, that we need to know where he is, and make him give you an explanation." Zhou Guilan slowly raised her head, looking at the resolute face of her son. Tears were uncontrollably streaming down her face. She managed a faint, comforting smile. "Son, you've grown up." Qin Tianci hugged Zhou Guilan, chuckling. "Because I've grown up, I have the ability to protect you now, Mom. I can't let this go." Seeing Qin Tianci's resolute expression, Zhou Guilan sighed again. "Forget it, son. What happened with your dad is in the past. He made his choices, and he must have his own difficulties. We're doing fine now." Hearing this, Qin Tianci glanced at Qin Yeye in surprise. Both of them were surprised that, even now, Zhou Guilan was still unwilling to tell them the truth. "Mom, please just tell us. Bro is now?" "Yeye." Qin Tianci cut her off, shaking his head. Seeing this, Qin Yeye could only pull back. Qin Tianci knew when to stop and did not continue to press her. Smiling, he soothed her. "If you don't want to talk about it, we won't. Mom, as long as I'm here, both me and Yeye will never let you suffer again. Just enjoy yourself." Zhou Guilan, seeing this, composed herself and said with relief, "No matter where you two are, you're my pride. Enjoying myself isn't important. All I want is for you to be safe." With that, she stood up saying, "I'll go cut some fruits for you guys. You can stay with little Sean and Wei Wei for now." After she left, Qin Ye asked, puzzled, "Bro, why didn't you let me continue asking?" Mom was clearly about to say something. Click. Qin Tianci lit a cigarette, his eyes showing a pensive look. "Mom won't say it." Qin Ye paused. "Why not?" Qin Tianci exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Judging by what Mom just said, if I'm not wrong, that irresponsible dad of ours must have a fairly high status, perhaps even a high-ranking official." Hearing this, Qin Yeye covered her mouth, exclaiming in surprise, "A high-ranking official?" Qin Tianci nodded. "I'm just guessing." You didn't notice that Mom kept bringing up one key point in her words. Qin Yeye blinked. "What key point?" Qin Tianci gazed at the figure of his busy mother. "Status." From the warnings she gave me and some of the things she said, she mentioned the key point of disparity in status. So, I'm guessing that back then, Dad must have abandoned her due to the difference in status. Hearing this, Qin Ye looked surprised. "Bro, you can analyze Dad's high status based on just those words? When did you become so smart?" Qin Tianci reached out and tapped her forehead, saying annoyed, "Is your brother stupid?" Qin Ye stuck out her tongue, giggling. "You weren't this clever before." Qin Tianci looked helpless. If your brother wasn't clever, how could he make all your sisters-in-law live together harmoniously? Hearing this, Qin Ye curiously asked, "Bro, you bring back a different sister-in-law each time. Won't the other sisters-in-law get jealous?" Qin Tianci shrugged, laughing. "I can't help it. Your brother's charm is just that great." Qin Ye rolled her eyes. "Who knows if you're just sweet-talking your sisters-in-law? You better not mess up, or that won't be fun." Qin Tianci looked at his playful younger sister, then feigned anger, glaring at her. "You brat! Can't you just have a little faith in your brother?" "Hee hee." Qin Ye chuckled. Then, Qin Tianci urged her, "You should spend more time talking to Mom and try to make it easier for her to move. I'm going to take you guys to Jiangbei in a few days." "Okay." Qin Ye readily agreed. At this moment, Shun Kai walked over, his face a little strange. Brother-in-law, there's something? Qin Tianci stopped teasing Qin Yaya, turning to ask, what is it? Shun Kai's face looked odd. Zhang Lan called a bunch of people to wait for you at Apricot Yellow Square. Hearing this, Qin Tianci paused, then chuckled. I almost forgot about that. This woman is pretty vengeful. Shun Kai said with worry, brother-in-law, I've heard that Zhang Lan knows quite a few people. Some of them are genuine gang members with guns. Maybe you shouldn't go. I'll find a chance to talk to her. No need. Qin Tianci rejected. If I don't go today, Yaya will never have peace at school. I don't like dragging things on. If we're going to do it, it has to be done properly once and for all. But, brother-in-law, Shun Kai didn't want Qin Tianci to risk himself. Although he was strong, he was still just a man, after all. If something really happened to him, his cousin would probably skin him alive. But Qin Tianci interrupted him again. Lead the way. Chapter 274. Mr. Qin of Jiangling. In the past, Apricot Yellow Square would be filled with groups of middle-aged women dancing square dances and many people taking their after-dinner walks. But today it was crowded with a group of thugs. The onlookers were clueless about what was happening, but dared not try to disperse them. These people looked fierce and menacing, holding steel pipes, as if ready to start a fight at any moment. The whispers of the onlookers did nothing to deter the group. One of them, a burly man with dark skin, took a drag from his cigarette, spat it out, and stomped on the butt while cursing. Damn it, is that punk ever coming? Lan Lan, you weren't fooled, were you? At this time, Zhang Lan had also changed her attire. She no longer looked pure and innocent like she did during the day. Instead, her hair was styled in dreadlocks, she wore black stockings, revealing tattoos on her arms, and her face was heavily made up. A complete delinquent image. Big brother Nan, don't be impatient. Zhang Lan said, whether this kid comes or not, if he does, just teach him a lesson. If he doesn't, I'll go and slash his sister's face tomorrow. Anyway, they can't run away. The man called Big Brother Nan didn't want to listen to her explanation. He directly pulled her into his arms, grabbing a handful of her stocking, and said with a smirk, Lan Lan, that's not very nice. Today you called me, Scar, and my boss didn't hesitate to have me bring some brothers to back you up. If we have to leave empty-handed, how are you going to compensate us? Zhang Lan felt disgusted, but she still leaned against him, pretending to be docile, and touched his lips with her finger. Big Brother Nan, do you want me to compensate you, or do you want me to accompany you? Big Brother Nan laughed, his eyes gleaming with lust, as he began to explore her body even more boldly. That depends on how you perform, Lan Lan. You're so annoying, Zhang Lan pushed him away coquettishly. Big Brother Nan, the job's not even done yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Big Brother Nan was becoming hot and bothered by her teasing, but he didn't make any further moves. He sneered with contempt. Isn't it just some punk? In Jiangling, I haven't been afraid of anyone. Taking care of him is a piece of cake. The most important thing is that he dared to bully my Lan Lan. Once he gets here, I'll chop off his hands. Zhang Lan shook her head. It's not just him. The main problem is that bitch of a sister of his. She actually dared to steal my man. Big Brother Nan, you have to take care of her. Definitely. Big Brother Nan patted his chest confidently and laughed, taking her onto himself. Do you have a picture? Let me see. Zhang Lan immediately took out her phone and showed the picture of Qin Yaya that she had taken during a school event. When Big Brother Nan saw it, his eyes lit up. This chick is not bad. Zhang Lan knew that this guy was a well-known pervert under Scar's command, so she immediately goaded him. Of course. This bitch is a famous school beauty in our school. There are about 1,000 boys chasing after her. She's very sought after. School beauty? Then I'm interested. Big Brother Nan stared at the picture, his eyes full of desire. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like messing with school beauties. Don't worry, this punk is on me today. After dealing with him, I'll find someone to bring his sister over and enjoy her a bit. It's a deal. Zhang Lan was overjoyed that she had successfully persuaded Big Brother Nan. Once that bitch, Qin Yaya, became a used woman, she wanted to see how Shun Kai would react. Heh, stealing her man. How does she? Just then, a subordinate walked up to remind him. Boss, Scar told us, we should keep a low profile in Jiangling. Is this going to cause problems? Big Brother Nan waved his hand dismissively. What's the panic? Scar wants us to keep a low profile because he's afraid of that Mr. Qin, right? As long as we don't mess with him, I'm not afraid of offending anyone in Jiangling. Mr. Qin? Hearing Big Brother Nan's words, Jiang Lan was stunned and asked in surprise, "What, Mr. Qin?" Big Brother Nan explained, "It's normal you don't know about this in school. Recently, Mr. Qin suddenly appeared in Jiangling. This man is way out of our league. Our boss, Scar, had his hand crippled by him and doesn't dare to utter a word." That powerful? Jiang Lan was a bit surprised. "Of course," Big Brother Nan said matter-of-factly, "I heard that even the governor of Sanjiang province, Chun Yi, has to bow down to him. He's a big shot, ruthless. If Scar hadn't been quick, he would have been dead already." He then warned Jiang Lan, Lan, don't say I didn't remind you. In Jiangling, if you run into this guy, you have to be careful. If you offend him, no one can save you." But he stopped halfway, waving his hand with a smile. "Why am I telling you this? How could you ever run into that, Mr. Qin?" Little did he know, the more Jiang Lan heard, the more terrified she became. Mr. Qin? Didn't Qin Yeye also have the surname Qin? And the man who hit her that day also had the surname Qin? Wait, could it be so coincidental? Big Brother Nan seemed to have noticed her strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Lan suddenly snapped back to her senses, her face pale. "Big Brother Nan, can I say that the kid we're supposed to teach a lesson today has the surname Qin?" Hearing this, the smile on Big Brother Nan's face instantly froze. The other noisy thugs also fell silent, their eyes wide as they stared at Jiang Lan. But soon, Big Brother Nan started laughing again. "Ha ha ha, Lan, you're not scared by that kid, are you? There are so many people with the surname Qin in Jiangling. Surely every random person we meet isn't going to be that Mr. Qin? Ha ha ha, what are the odds?" Hee hee. Ha ha. Jiang Lan also forced a smile, her doubts gradually dissipating. Yes, there were so many people with the surname Qin in Jiangling. It couldn't be that unlucky for her to run into that Mr. Qin, could it? If such a probability were to happen, she should go buy a lottery ticket. But she couldn't help but ask, "Big Brother Nan, have you ever seen that Mr. Qin?" "How could I?" Big Brother Nan denied flatly. "Although I'm Scar's right-hand man, people like Mr. Qin aren't those I'm qualified to meet. I just heard that he's very young and likes to smoke." Hearing this, Jiang Lan's heart, which had just settled down, started racing again. Young? Likes to smoke? Why were those traits so familiar? Before she could think more, a thug beside her suddenly shouted, "Boss, that punk is here." Chapter 275. Since you're Scar's subordinates, go die. As the words fell, Qin Tianci and Shun Kai slowly walked towards them. Shin Kai felt his heart sink when he saw so many people and cursed under his breath. That bitch, Jiang Lan, had actually called so many gangsters. Although he was a martial artist, and his sister, Shin Weiwei, was the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Dragon Country, at heart, he was still just a college sophomore. He felt a bit frightened by the sight. However, Qin Tianci seemed like he didn't see them at all. His expression hadn't changed from the start, and instead he asked with a smile, "How many of these guys can you take?" Shin Kai was stunned. Then, looking at the hostile gazes all around him, he gulped. "If they don't have guns, I can probably take 5 or 6. Bro-in-law, what about you?" "Me?" Qin Tianci chuckled. "I, of course, can take as many as come." Shin Kai? He was a college student with some education. Was that the way you used the phrase "the more the merrier"? Did he have to make his level of literacy that hard to bear? They hadn't been deliberately lowering their voices, so after hearing their conversation, Big Brother Nan revealed an expression of mockery and contempt. So that was it? He had thought they were something special, but it turned out there were just 2 of them. He instantly felt like he had been belittled. That's the kid, Big Brother Nan. When Jiang Lan saw Qin Tianci, all the doubts in her heart dissipated, and she remembered all the humiliation she had suffered that day. Her expression gradually became sinister. "Don't worry, I've got it covered." Big Brother Nan's confidence increased, and he jumped down from the stone bench with a sneer. Swinging the steel pipe in his hand, he walked towards them, shouting, "Hey, is it you two who bullied my girl?" Clang clang. The other thugs began to slowly close in, banging their steel pipes. Seeing this, Shun Kai mustered his courage and shouted, "You guys brought this many people just to scare your daddy?" Big Brother Nan sneered at Shun Kai's arrogance. These days, college students really are reckless. All of them are so cocky. Heh, aren't you afraid of dying? Hilarious. Shin Kai sneered, "With your level, I can take 10 of you. If you dare, try killing me, see what happens." Despite saying that, Shun Kai's legs were trembling slightly as he looked at the armed thugs around him. After all, these thugs usually went for the kill when fighting. If they really fought, he and Qin Tianci would definitely be at a disadvantage. But, since he was a young man, why not show a bit of courage? In this kind of situation, whoever showed fear first would lose. Big Brother Nan wasn't angry at his insults. Instead, he laughed even harder. Oh, I haven't seen such a courageous little punk in a long time. Brothers, today we're gonna have some fun? Go to hell. Shin Kai cursed recklessly. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense. Wanting to back up Jiang Lan, a bitch, you should take a good look at yourself first. Hearing this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but come forward, saying with hatred, just because I called you young master Shen, you really think you're a young master? I've been with you for so long, and now you're saying all this for a bitch with the surname Qin. Shun Kai sneered. Stop it, Jiang Lan. I've already made my stance clear to you. I've never looked at you. You were the one who kept clinging to me. Now, you're trying to blame it all on me. If you were half as reasonable as Ye, I wouldn't have felt so disgusted at the sight of you. You. Shin Kai's sharp words stabbed into Jiang Lan's heart like needles, making her feel ashamed and angry. Her expression turned extremely dark. Since you want to help that bitch so much, then from today on, we are enemies. We will never have anything to do with each other. Thank you. Shun Kai completely ignored her ugly face, putting his hands together as if begging to be let go. I couldn't ask for anything better. Please, quickly, let us be enemies. Jiang Lan was completely humiliated, her anger surging. You brought this on yourself. Big Brother Nan, I want them both crawling out of here today. Big Brother Nan saw that their talk had broken down, his eyes flashing with malice as he leaned the steel pipe on his shoulder and coldly said, Kid, Lan being interested in you is doing you a favor. You ungrateful brat dare to humiliate my woman. Do you really think my brothers are just for show? Shin Kai didn't give in, sneering. You just said she's your woman, yet she's still hooking up with other men outside? Aren't you afraid of having a green hat? TSK, you're so generous. Hearing this, Big Brother Nan's eyes twitched, his expression turning fierce. You little bastard has such a foul mouth. I'm gonna tear it off. With that, he gave the surrounding thugs a look, and they immediately moved forward slowly. Just as they were about to attack, Qin Tianci suddenly spoke. You're called Big Brother Nan? Big Brother Nan was stunned. Then he noticed Qin Tianci, who had been silent all this time. He sneered. Just call me Big Brother Nan out of respect. Qin Tianci took a drag from his cigarette and smiled. I'll give you a chance. You and all your men, kneel in front of me and kowtow 3 times. Today's matter will be forgiven. As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone fell silent. Shin Kai's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Tianci. Holy crap! Was his brother-in-law this domineering? The other thugs looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. It was as if they were the ones who had been surrounded, not Qin Tianci. Big Brother Nan was staring at Qin Tianci in disbelief, as if he had misheard. He sneered. What did you just say? Jiang Lan snapped back to her senses and yelled. You think you're someone special? Still thinking you are back at the club? Do you know who Big Brother Nan is? He's Scar's right-hand man. You dare talk to him like that, and he will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Scar. Hearing this, Shun Kai's face changed drastically. Even as a college student who had studied in Jiangling for 2 years, he had heard of the notorious Scar. He was the underground emperor of Jiangling, the #1 leader under the butcher back then. If anyone offended him, there wouldn't be any room for them in Jiangling. Qin Tianci was also stunned when he heard that. Scar? Which Scar are you talking about? Jiang Lan sneered. You haven't even heard of Scar? You deserve to die for being so arrogant. Big Brother Nan sneered. Of course it's Li Erba, Scar. Kid, now, do you still want us to kowtow? Oh, so it's Li Erba. Qin Tianci chuckled at the familiar name. This action immediately angered Big Brother Nan and the other thugs. Kid, how dare you call Scar by his name? No. Qin Tianci shook his head. Since you're Scar's subordinates, then there's no need to kneel. What? Are you admitting defeat? Too late. Jiang Lan shouted maliciously. Qin Tianci took another drag from his cigarette, looking at them with a smile. That's not it. Since you're Scar's subordinates, then go die. Chapter 276. Disband yourselves? Silence. Deathly silence. After Qin Tianci's words, everyone on the scene fell silent, staring at him with disbelief. Big Brother Nan's face froze, looking incredulous. Before, when they hadn't said they were Scar's subordinates, he just wanted them to kowtow 3 times. Now, after learning that they were Scar's subordinates, he was telling them to go die? Shinkai had wanted to shout some support for Qin Tianci, but he was completely stunned upon hearing those words. Bro, did you get it wrong? They had just brought up Scar, so shouldn't you try to be more lenient? As everyone was in shock, Big Brother Nan recovered and laughed scornfully. Little punk, do you even know what you're saying? Qin Tianci calmly took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes indifferent. 3 minutes. What? Big Brother Nan asked, frowning. If he isn't here in 3 minutes, he dies too. Hiss. As the words fell, everyone at the scene gasped, staring at Qin Tianci with terror. No one expected that he would not only threaten the people in front of him, but also threaten Scar. Did he have a death wish? Big Brother Nan's face turned ferocious, roaring, "You arrogant punk! Brothers, kill him!" As the words fell, the thugs who had been unable to hold back any longer raised their steel pipes and machetes, screaming as they charged towards Qin Tianci and Shinkai. Seeing this, Jiang Lan sneered. That fool is courting death. Does he really think he's invincible? Shinkai was shocked, immediately getting ready to fight. But, facing enemies from all directions, he felt a bit overwhelmed and didn't know where to start. Just as a thug was about to swing his machete, the man suddenly screamed. Ah! His body instantly seemed to lose all its strength, and he fell to the ground with a thud, spitting blood. He was dead. Shinkai's eyes widened. Before he could figure out what happened, other thugs who were attacking them cried out in agony. Aya! The screams came one after another. It was as if those thugs had been possessed. Each one fell to the ground, their deaths gruesome, and Qin Tianci, from start to finish, had been standing there without moving an inch, the cigarette in his hand still burning. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Seeing this, Big Brother Nan panicked, screaming. The thugs were also confused and clueless, not knowing what was happening. They only knew that their own men were dying all around them. The bystanders screamed in terror and scattered in all directions, looking panicked. Some even took out their phones to call the police. Only then did Shunkai realize that everything was coming from Qin Tianci. He quickly turned to look at him, and realized that Qin Tianci was radiating an intense murderous intent, an intent that, as a martial artist, he had never felt before. Just one look at him was enough to make him feel cold all over, and his heart stop. At this moment, he finally realized that his brother-in-law was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He finally understood why his immensely powerful cousin had fallen for him. No wonder he had said he wanted the more the merrier. Jiang Lan was also terrified by everything that was happening before her, her face pale. Her arrogant attitude had completely vanished, replaced by an unmissable fear. Although she knew thugs in society, it was only to intimidate ordinary people. She had never seen such a bloody scene. Human lives were like paper, and they were dying so fast. And Qin Tianci had no intention of showing mercy. Wherever his gaze landed, someone died instantly, as if they were being slaughtered. One breath, one death. After the last puff of his cigarette, all of the thugs that Big Brother Nan had brought were lying in pools of blood, completely silent. Big Brother Nan was completely stunned. He stood there, trembling uncontrollably, his back soaked in sweat. He wanted to run, but his feet were as if glued down, unable to move. This man was nothing like the punk Jiang Lan had talked about. He was a demon. At this moment, Qin Tianci slowly walked towards him, checked the time, and said with a faint smile, "There are still 20 seconds. Boom. Big Brother Nan felt like he was seeing hellfire burning when he looked at Qin Tianci's smile. His mind exploded, and he instinctively took out his phone and called Li'erba. Hello? Li'erba's voice came from the other end of the phone. Is everything handled over there? Scar. Help. Save me. Big Brother Nan was crying and screaming into the phone, completely disregarding his image. What happened? Li'erba was obviously startled by his sudden outburst. Scar. He's not human. He's not human. All the brothers I brought. They're all dead. They're all dead. What? Li'erba cried out in shock. How could this be? Who the hell did you go after today? At this time, Big Brother Nan accidentally touched the speaker button. His phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Qin Tianci slowly squatted down and said calmly into the phone, Li'erba, you've been quite impressive lately. The commotion on the other end of the line abruptly stopped after those words. Then, to everyone's shock, Li Erba's trembling voice slowly came out of the phone. Why you? Are you Mr. Qin? Boom. Li Erba's voice was soft, but it exploded throughout the entire apricot yellow square like a thunderclap. Big Brother Nan, Jianglan, and Shun Kai all felt their minds buzzing, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Qin Tianci. And Mr. Qin? Big Brother Nan felt like he had eaten 10 tons of flies. He never imagined that, with over 10 million people in Jiangling, he would be so unlucky as to run into the very Mr. Qin he had been talking about. And he had just been yelling at him. Now, thinking about it, it was like he had been doing a wild dance at the entrance of hell. Zhang Lan was even more shocked. Qin Ye's brother turned out to be that powerful Mr. Qin from the rumors in Jiangling. In an instant, she felt like she was the biggest clown in the world. Her intestines were twisting with regret. What was Shun Kai? He was just a son of a martial arts family. But Mr. Qin was a true big shot who could control everything. How was it possible that she had offended his sister and him in the vast sea of people? It was way beyond a matter of probability at this point. This was a matter of luck or bad luck. But Qin Tianci ignored everyone's horrified looks and said calmly into the phone, Li Erba, I've given you many chances to discipline your subordinates, but it seems you haven't taken it to heart. Hearing this, Li Erba completely panicked, his voice starting to tremble. Mr. Qin, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. No need. Qin Tianci's voice was as cold as ice. I'll give you 1 day to disband all your forces, or else. Just take care of yourselves. Chapter 277. Killing is not the goal. After Qin Tianci finished speaking, he didn't give Li Erba a chance to explain. He crushed the phone with his foot and then turned his head to look at Big Brother Nan, who was already trembling next to him, and smiled. I crushed your phone. You want to pay for it? Big Brother Nan jolted, his face instantly pale, and he quickly shook his head. No. Mr. Qin, you're joking? I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please, spare my life. Spare my life, Mr. Qin? Qin Tianci sneered. Spare your life? I seem to remember hearing that you like playing with school beauties, and you wanted to make a move on my sister, right? Boom. Big Brother Nan's mind exploded, his eyes widened. He had never imagined that Qin Tianci had clearly heard what he had said to Zhang Lan. He couldn't have been there when he said those words. What kind of hearing did he have? Instantly, Big Brother Nan felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat covered his body. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted your sister. I really didn't know she was your sister. If I had known. You mean it would be okay to harm someone else? Qin Tianci interrupted him, his voice growing colder. I didn't mean it like that. Big Brother Nan was stammering, his words completely incoherent. Qin Tianci ignored him and raised his head, looking at Zhang Lan, who was already trembling and crying, completely oblivious to everything. When Qin Tianci's gaze locked onto her, Zhang Lan was just crying and trembling as she backed away. Her heart was already consumed by fear. She had none of her earlier arrogance, and her mouth kept murmuring, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Tianci had no intention of letting her off the hook. He stood up and walked over to Zhang Lan. Looking down at her, he spoke calmly. Just because of jealousy, you wanted to ruin someone's life. Your heart is just too evil. Zhang Lan was on the verge of a breakdown, and she had completely lost her mind after hearing his question. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was Qin Ye. If she wasn't so dazzling, if she didn't go and seduce the man I liked, how could I target her? It's all her fault, not mine. The more Zhang Lan spoke, the more agitated she became. She was crying and roaring at Qin Tianci. But Qin Tianci remained silent, coldly ignoring her. Zhang Lan pinned all the blame on Qin Ye, and then started laughing hysterically at Qin Tianci. You won't dare kill me. I'm a student. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll go to prison. Call the police. Yes, I'm going to call the police. As she said that, she took out her trembling hand and tried to unlock her phone, but she couldn't do it no matter what she tried, and she started to scream in agitation. Qin Tianci watched Zhang Lan, who was nearing madness. He didn't attack her. Instead, he turned around and walked over to Shun Kai. Let's go. Shun Kai snapped back from his stupor and quickly responded. Oh. Although he didn't know why Qin Tianci was letting those two go, he still obediently followed him. After the two of them got into the car, Shun Kai finally composed himself and asked, Bro-in-law, did you just kill someone? Qin Tianci lit a cigarette and smiled calmly. Are you scared? I. Shinkai was speechless. It was impossible to say he wasn't afraid. He was a playboy, not an idiot. This was the first time he had seen someone being killed in front of him. How could he not be afraid? But Shinkai couldn't help but ask, "Bro-in-law, since you just killed so many people, why did you let that big brother Nan and Jianglong go?" Qin Tianci looked unusually calm as he chuckled. "If I disband Li Erba's forces, do you think Li Erba will let big brother Nan go?" Shinkai was stunned for a moment. "Definitely not." Qin Tianci asked again, "And since big brother Nan knows that Li Erba will kill him, he'll definitely find a scapegoat. Who do you think he'll use?" Shinkai's expression changed. Jianglong? Qin Tianci took a drag from his cigarette and laid back in the passenger seat, his eyes showing indifference. "Remember this. Killing is not the goal. It's just a means. You need to know who to kill and who not to, who should be killed to create deterrence, and who not to kill to achieve the goal. Killing these ants and disbanding Li Erba's forces are the means, and my purpose is to rectify the situation, so as to prevent future troubles. Big brother Nan and Jianglong are what I'm using to clean up Li Erba. From now on, these shady things in the underworld will be eradicated." Hearing this, Shunkai felt enlightened and looked at Qin Tianci with admiration. "Bro-in-law, that's playing mind games." Qin Tianci smiled faintly. "Since you're Shan Penghua's son, you'll become a trusted aide to Wei Wei in leading the Shin family. You need to understand these things." Hearing this, Shunkai felt a surge of excitement. His brother-in-law was giving him advice. But then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Bro-in-law, if that's the case, then what will happen to Jianglong and big brother Nan?" Qin Tianci looked at him with a hint of appreciation, but quickly returned to his indifferent manner. "Some people will suffer more if they are alive than dead." As soon as the words were spoken, Shunkai felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Jianglong and big brother Nan would become sacrifices in his brother-in-law's effort to deal with Li Erba, and their end would be unspeakable. Instantly, Shunkai's respect for Qin Tianci reached an unprecedented high, and his heart was also filled with fear. This man was too damn awesome. No wonder he could conquer his cousin. At that moment, Shunkai was completely impressed with Qin Tianci. "Bro, from today onwards, you are my real brother. Don't worry. As long as I'm Shunkai, I'll definitely protect Yaya and never let her be bullied again." Qin Tianci was startled by Shunkai's sudden outburst. Was his brain broken? Then, he laughed. "What if you're the one bullying her?" Shinkai's smile froze. After thinking for a moment, he said righteously, "Then I'll chop my head off myself, and you can kick it around. I definitely won't give you any trouble." He was just joking. His brother-in-law was so powerful. How could he dare to bully Qin Yaya? Did he want to die? Qin Tianci, seeing his determined expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, don't make any promises in front of me. I only care about the process and results." Hee hee. "Yes, bro-in-law." Shinkai immediately smiled and tried to please him, then changed the topic. "By the way, bro-in-law, when are you and my sister getting married?" Qin Tianci chuckled. "What's the rush? I'll pick a date after I've met my other fiancés." Hearing this, Shunkai was stunned again. "Ah, others? Fiancés?" Chapter 278. The beautiful daughter-in-law meets her mother-in-law. The next day, with Shunkai's help, Qin Tianci moved Zhou Guilin and Qin Ye to Jiangbei. When they arrived at Dragon Mansion, the luxury of the entire community stunned the two women, and they immediately felt a shock like never before. "Tianci, is this some kind of place? Is it paradise?" Zhou Guilin had never imagined that she would one day be able to live in such a community. The lush greenery, floating clouds, and the fresh, calming air made it seem like heaven on earth. Qin Tianci chuckled. "If you want to call it heaven, it's close enough." Zhou Guilin looked a bit uneasy and couldn't help asking, "Son, are the houses here expensive? How much money did you spend on those girls?" Hearing this, Shinkai and Shin Weiwei exchanged strange looks. Didn't she know that all the houses here were Qin Tianci's? But then, Qin Ye explained, "Mom, this didn't cost the sister-in-law's money. All the houses here belong to my brother." "Your brothers?" Zhou Guilin was stunned. Looking at the endless luxurious villas and high-rises before her, she felt horrified and stared at Qin Tianci intently. Did you rob a bank?" Qin Tianci was stunned and then said with a wry smile, "Mom, robbing a bank won't get you a house here. Let's go. I'll take you to see our place." He didn't want to dwell on this topic. After all, his mother was just an ordinary person. If he told her that even a random house here cost hundreds of millions, it would scare her to death. Okay. Zhou Guilin looked lost and let Qin Tianci lead her. She then followed him to the most central villa area of Dragon Mansion. When she saw the king of villas in front of her, both Zhou Guilin and Qin Yeye nearly dropped their jaws on the ground. Bro, is this villa a bit over the top? Qin Tianci laughed. Is it? I just thought it would be good to make it as big as possible, since there will be many people in the future. That way it will be convenient. It's not. Hearing Qin Tianci's words, Qin Yeye's heart skipped a beat. Was her brother not satisfied with his current fiancés? Was he planning to add more? Looking at Qin Tianci's leisurely appearance, Qin Yeye immediately understood what he was thinking. For some reason, Qin Yeye felt that her brother had changed drastically since being released from prison. Aside from his appearance being the same, everything else, whether it was his personality or ability, had been completely transformed. In just over half a year, he had gone from being a released convict to a hidden dragon, stirring in the bustling city as if no one could stop him. Seeing that his sister was staring at him, Qin Tianci couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Don't recognize me anymore? Qin Yeye blushed and quickly turned her head away, stuttering. Bro, is it just me? Or do I feel so relaxed after stepping in here? The car sickness I had earlier has completely disappeared. Now that you mention it, I feel like that too. Zhou Guilin also chimed in. I've been having insomnia for the past few days, but as soon as I walked in here, I started feeling sleepy, and my old heart problems seemed to be gone. Hearing this, Shen Weiwei smiled and said, Auntie, people say living here can make you live a long life and protect you from all kinds of diseases. Didn't you know that? Huh. Zhou Guilin was surprised by Shen Weiwei's words, then chuckled. Weiwei, you sure know how to talk. Where you live is where you live. Even if this community is nice, it can't be that miraculous, right? I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't believe in these things. Shen Weiwei paused, then immediately realized that Zhou Guilin had never heard of the rumors about Dragon Mansion. But thinking about it, she was relieved. After all, even if someone had told her before that living in this community could cure all diseases, she wouldn't have believed it, let alone Zhou Guilin, who had never been in touch with the upper classes. Seeing this, Qin Tianci didn't explain anything. He just smiled and led them into the villa. Looking at the luxurious decorations inside, both Zhou Guilin and Qin Yeye were completely dazzled. They had never dreamed that they would one day be able to live in such a house. For a moment, Zhou Guilin felt her eyes moisten. Mom, what's wrong? Qin Yeye carefully noticed her tears and couldn't help asking. But Zhou Guilin smiled and shook her head. Nothing, I'm just so excited. Tianci, you've finally made something of yourself? Qin Tianci was a little moved as he looked at his mother who was crying with pride. Thinking about the hardships his mother had gone through to raise him, he stepped forward, took Zhou Guilin's hand, and said softly, Mom, don't worry. From now on, I won't let you and Yeye suffer anymore, and I won't let anyone bully you. From today on, you're the owners of this city. Hearing Qin Tianci's promise, Zhou Guilin couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and said in a trembling voice, Tianci, Mom doesn't care about wealth and power. All I want is for you to get married and have children, live normal lives, and have a peaceful life. Hearing this, Qin Tianci felt his heart stir. A peaceful life? Qin Yeye could, but he couldn't. He was the Underworld king who shook the borders and the sharpest sword of the dragon country. When he moved, he shook heaven and earth. He was destined not to live like an ordinary person, but he couldn't reveal these things to his mother. He could only smile. Don't worry, Mom. Your son is the ruler of the world. No one can shake my position. Hearing this, Zhou Guilin glared at him playfully. You kid, you're still boasting, even at your age. You should think about yourself, and also about your future wife and children. You. Okay. Mom, stop. Seeing her starting to ramble, Qin Tianci felt both happiness and helplessness and laughed, interrupting her. I promise you that I'll give you more than a dozen grandsons that will stay at home for you to take care of. How's that? That won't do. Zhou Guilin surprisingly rejected it. Everyone was stunned. Just as Qin Tianci was feeling puzzled, Zhou Guilin said, I don't just want grandsons, I want granddaughters as well. Hearing this, Qin Tianci laughed. Ha ha ha, we're getting greedier and greedier. Then, he yelled upstairs, ugly daughters-in-law. What are you all doing up there? Come down and meet your mother-in-law. Hearing this, Shen Kai, Zhou Guilin, Qin Yeye, and the others were all stunned and looked up. They saw 3 doors on the upper floor slowly opening, and then Xiao Qinxue, Long Jing, and Lin Muxi walked out. The women's delicate faces were blushing slightly. When they saw Zhou Guilin, they said in unison, "Mom." Seeing this, Shun Kai's jaw dropped to the floor. Holy crap. Was this his brother-in-law's life? Too damn powerful. Chapter 279. Power that disregards everything. Seeing his daughters-in-law, Zhou Guilin was completely stunned. She had thought that Xiao Qinxue and Long Jing were just acknowledging each other's identities in secret, that it was impossible for them to actually live together. But now, not only were the two getting along very well, but there was also Lin Muxi. This graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law was immediately loved by her as soon as they met. After meeting, she started chatting with the 4 girls, while Qin Tianci was chased away to another place. Although he felt speechless, he was very gratified to see his family laughing and joking, and he went to the yard alone to smoke. Just then, a sneaky figure emerged from the corner of the wall. Who else could it be besides Shun Kai? Qin Tianci was stunned and chuckled. "You look like you'll get put on the suspicious list by the community security guard." Shun Kai smiled sheepishly, then he walked out of the wall, grinning. "Boss, smoking?" "Boss." Qin Tianci was puzzled again, but Shun Kai didn't feel anything was amiss. Instead, he acted as if it was natural. "From today on, you are my boss." Qin Tianci laughed. "Since I met you, you've changed your address for me 4 or 5 times. Are you always like this?" "No, absolutely not." Shun Kai said righteously. "Boss, you've got me all wrong. Shun Kai, always mean what I say. I never change my mind." Qin Tianci looked intrigued. "Then why?" "You're different." Shun Kai pulled up a chair and sat down beside him, grinning. "Since I've grown up, I've never admired anyone this much. So I feel like my earlier way of addressing you wasn't good enough, so I had to change it." Hearing his rambling explanation, Qin Tianci was even more amused. Seeing this, Shun Kai continued, "Look, boss, before, I called you big brother-in-law, but you're also my brother-in-law, so it's not appropriate, right? Then I called you brother-in-law, but then I immediately changed it to godfather, which wasn't appropriate in terms of seniority either. And then I called you big brother, but that address doesn't match your aura, so after much consideration, I think boss is the best." Qin Tianci was even more amused by his rambling and illogical reasoning. Seeing this, Shun Kai continued, "As for why I changed the address, it's because I feel like, boss, every time you give me a shock that goes to a higher level, so I have to elevate your position in my heart even further." Hearing that, Qin Tianci asked with a smile, "What shock did I give you this time? Isn't this enough of a shock?" Shun Kai widened his eyes, staring at Qin Tianci. He exclaimed, "Everyone says that no one can become an immortal after the founding of the country, but I've lived for over 20 years and this is the first time I've seen a man able to keep several women under the same roof, living together peacefully, without them fighting each other. Just for that, I would be willing to lick your toes." Qin Tianci was disgusted. "Get lost? Who the hell wants you to lick my toes?" "Exaggeration. It was an exaggeration." Shun Kai said shamelessly. "Seriously, boss, when I saw those sisters-in-law just now, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Do you know my sister? She's been making vows since she was little." Qin Tianci paused. "What kind of vows?" Shun Kai continued. "My sister said that if her man ever dared to two-time her, she would use her fists to make sure he could no longer be a man. But now?" At this point, Shun Kai said as if he had seen a ghost, "My sister actually called them sisters in public. I wouldn't even dream of doing something like that, but you actually did it in real life?" Qin Tianci, seeing his face flushed and excited, couldn't help but chuckle. "Is that so strange? Isn't it strange?" Shun Kai asked excitedly. "I understand my sister's personality better than anyone. Someone who can make her act like this is definitely a god. Boss, you are a god." Qin Tianci looked at him helplessly. "It's not that exaggerated. Wei Wei's personality is actually quite nice." Her personality is nice?" Shun Kai was stunned. "Boss, are you really serious, or are you playing dumb? Do you know that there was a young master from Tianhai in the past who just whistled at my sister in public? And you know what happened? My sister tore his mouth to shreds, so he could never whistle again." Qin Tianci paused, then laughed with amusement. "That exaggerated? That was light." Shun Kai exclaimed. "There was another playboy who tried to drug my sister for a rape, but she saw through it, and instantly twisted his skull. If he wasn't saved in time, he would have met his end. Qin Tianci, what exactly do you want to say? Seeing Shun Kai's frantic behavior, Qin Tianci felt that he was hinting at something and asked bluntly. Hearing this, Shun Kai looked embarrassed, chuckling. Boss, I just want to say that everything in this world is just one thing overcoming another. Stop the nonsense. Boss, I just want to ask you, how did you manage to get all those sisters-in-law to agree to live together? Shun Kai, after being pressured by Qin Tianci, couldn't help but ask. Whether it was Xiao Qinxue, Long Jing, or Lin Muxi, they were all heavenly beauties. Any one of them was enough to cause the downfall of a nation, yet Qin Tianci was keeping them hidden away, all under the same roof. This made Shun Kai unable to suppress his curiosity. Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow. What, you want to learn? Shun Kai's heart trembled, and he immediately shook his head like a rattled drum. No, how could I want to learn that? If Yaya is willing to marry me, I'd already be burning incense and praying to Buddha. How could I do anything to hurt her? Qin Tianci stared at him for a long time. Only when Shun Kai started feeling a bit unnerved did he look away, smiling casually. Actually, it's nothing much. Just one word. Being strong enough. Boss. I think that's 4 words. Shun Kai scratched his head. Qin Tianci didn't care. I don't want you to think. I want my thought. Shun Kai. Seeing this, Qin Tianci took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled. When you're strong enough, all the problems in the world will no longer be problems. Shun Kai was completely lost, but he remembered Qin Tianci's identity as Mr. Qin in Jiangling and assumed that was what he was talking about. He nodded. I understand, boss. As long as a man is strong, he can have as many women as he wants. That's the principle, right? Wrong. Qin Tianci shook his head, surprising Shun Kai. Then, Qin Tianci continued leisurely. The strong I'm talking about is different from the strong you're talking about. The strong I'm talking about is being able to look down on everything. Chapter 280. A beautiful woman in his arms. Look down on everything? Shun Kai's heart trembled as he looked at Qin Tianci's sudden, domineering manner. After steadying himself, he asked, Boss, what does looking down on everything mean? Qin Tianci chuckled. It means to look down on everything. Shun Kai paused again. He didn't think this was just a sentence of nonsense. Then he asked again, Boss, do you mean you have to make yourself strong enough to the point where your sisters-in-law look up to you? You could say that. Qin Tianci smiled. Doesn't that mean you have to make yourself unrivaled in the dragon country? Shun Kai was shocked again. Could the man in front of him have reached that level? But then he saw the man shake his head again and said calmly something that shocked him even more. It's the entire world. To be unrivaled in the entire world. As soon as those words fell, Shun Kai's mind exploded. His tiny heart had received an unprecedented shock for the first time. That's impossible. The entire world. Boss, there's always someone better than you. How is that even possible? But then Qin Tianci smiled and said, There's always someone better? Kid, remember this. If someone ever says that to you, you tell him that I am the heavens. As soon as those words were spoken, Shun Kai was dumbfounded. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Shun Kai had thought that he, as a young master of the Shin family, was already incredibly arrogant in front of others. But now, seeing Qin Tianci, he realized what a joke he was. A piece of trash. Instantly, he forced a smile. Boss, you're... Seeing him stammering, Qin Tianci smiled and asked, You think I'm too arrogant? Shun Kai said awkwardly, Just a little. Seeing this, Qin Tianci smiled and patted him on the shoulder. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. If you don't have that kind of strength, those words will get you killed, and then Wei Wei will blame me. With that, he got up and walked back inside. Boss. But at that moment, Shun Kai suddenly called out to him. Qin Tianci turned his head, looking at him with confusion, but Shun Kai's expression was very firm after a brief moment of hesitation. I believe you. Qin Tianci was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, Let's eat. That night, the family gathered happily in the villa's dining room for dinner. But before dinner, Shun Kai was horrified to find that an unfamiliar woman had been added to the table. And this woman, in a white dress, was incredibly pure. It felt like he had seen his first love when he glanced at her, and he was unable to forget her. After sitting at the table, he learned that this woman was called Tang Shinro, and she was Qin Tianci's college classmate. Now, she was also his sister-in-law. Zhou Guilin and Qin Yeye were shocked beyond words by Tang Xinrou's sudden appearance in the villa. After the initial shock, they got used to it. It seemed that, for Qin Tianci, this kind of thing was no longer surprising. Tang Xinrou's arrival didn't make Xiao Qinshui and the others feel uncomfortable. Firstly, they had already met. Secondly, they knew that Qin Tianci had also given her a house in Dragon Mansion, next to theirs, which was an implicit recognition of her status. On the contrary, Tang Xinrou still seemed a little reserved. She was especially flustered when she met Qin Tianci's mother, Zhou Guilin, today. She even stuttered a little. Her usual quiet personality seemed lost. It was like a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. But fortunately, with the careful attention of Xiao Qinshui and Lin Mushi, Tang Xinrou gradually relaxed and chatted and laughed with the other women. Zhou Guilin sat in her seat, looking at all the beautiful women in her family. Her smile never left her lips from start to finish. But as for Qin Tianci, Zhou Guilin seemed to find fault with him everywhere. She kept asking him to bring dishes or wash the dishes. Qin Tianci was also perplexed. He was a dignified underworld king above tens of thousands of people. Why did he become a babysitter in this group of women? Did that make any sense? It made a lot of sense. Heaven is big, earth is big, but mom is the biggest. What? What if mom wasn't around? Didn't he just say that to Shinkai? He was the heavens. After the family finished their dinner, Tang Xinrou very thoughtfully stood up to say goodbye to Xiao Qinshui and the others, preparing to leave. Zhou Guilin insisted on keeping her to stay the night, but Tang Xinrou was determined to go home. At first, Zhou Guilin didn't know what was going on, but when she heard Long Jing and the others had started teasing Xiao Qinshui for being the eldest sister, she immediately understood with a smile and actively offered to send Tang Xinrou home. Long Jing and Lin Mushi also said with great understanding that they had things to do and needed to leave. Shen Weiwei was a bit slow. She didn't know why they all coincidentally had things to do. It was only after Shan Kai pulled her out of the villa that she realized it. Of course, Qin Yeye didn't understand either, but she could see the signals. Her brother and sisters-in-law were going to be alone in the house. It was awkward for her to be there. She immediately followed Zhou Guilin back to the villa that Qin Tianci had arranged for them. After the commotion had passed, only Xiao Qinshui and Qin Tianci were left in the villa. Xiao Qinshui was intelligent and knew what they meant. When the entire villa was quiet, she found her heart was difficult to calm down. Qin Tianci knew that these people were being considerate, and he knew that today was going to be a good day. Before he came back, he had been wondering how to bring this matter up, but who knew that fate would seem to know what he was thinking and would give him an opportunity so quickly. Then, he sat down next to Xiao Qinshui and casually turned on the TV, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Xiao Qinshui didn't act reserved, but her face was slightly flushed, and she gently rested her head on his shoulder. The two didn't speak, but it was like all their longing had been written all over their faces. They watched the soap opera playing on the TV silently. After a long time, Qin Tianci reached out his hand and put it on her white, jade-like leg, saying softly, "You've been working hard lately." Xiao Qinshui felt a warm current flow through her heart at his magnetic voice and said gently, "They call me Big Sister, so they are my family. I am happy to do things for the family." Hearing Xiao Qinshui's soft voice, Qin Tianci felt a touch of emotion. Although he was outside, he knew that Xiao Qinshui had been working hard while also helping the family with many trivial matters. Although these matters didn't seem like much, where would life find big problems? Trivial matters could also exhaust someone. Then, he reached out and pulled Xiao Qinshui into his arms. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She felt the invasive aura, and her heart began to flutter. Then, how about a good rest tonight? As expected, Qin Tianci invited her. Although Xiao Qinshui had never experienced such things, she understood what he meant. She didn't want to refuse, and she didn't dare to refuse. After all, she had missed him for a long time. Then, Qin Tianci heard the soft moan of the beautiful woman in his arms.